Good morning. Day 6 of our Texas versus Arendine trial. We should have jury instructions this morning, and then we should have closing arguments. I'll wait till a few people get in here, and we're start recapping yesterday's events. Started a little bit late today because I figured you guys were all kind of sick of hearing me talk for a full half hour before we get started. I do have the live stream up. Should begin soon. I'm thinking Judge may start right at 8 o'clock this morning. I'm thinking. Yesterday's recap. Who did we have testify yesterday? So, defense finished up their case, bringing their use of force expert. I think we all agreed in the chat, and I would strongly say that witness was amazing. He did an excellent job. Very clear and concise, spoke in terms that a jury would understand. He held up on cross very, very well. So after that expert finished, we moved into the cases state or the prosecution's rebuttal case. They saved their powder, so to speak. They saved their use of force expert to rebut opposed to bringing him in their case in chief. Thought that was quite interesting, a little bit risky. I think it worked as well as it could have for them. If we're going to admit, or if we're going to fall back to my default position that these cases always come down to the battle of use of force experts, I would say that Arendine won that. And let me turn on my lights real quick. I'm breaking shit already. Looks like no, trial's not starting. They're just recapping the body cam. So yeah, if this comes down to use of force experts, Arendine is walking. I'm not as confident as I usually am. I think he might have. I'm not that confident, guys. I think he should win this case. I think mistakes that he made, that he admitted to, that Officer Darch called out, and that the state's use of force expert called out may be enough to convict him. I hope not. I think this was a absolutely tragic incident, but I also think, and he certainly didn't do everything right. He got himself close to a murder charge or a murder conviction, but all in all, this is still justified homicide. If someone points a gun at a police officer, the police officer can see the barrel. He's going to be justified in shooting you. The Fourth Amendment arguments by the state were just amazing to me. I loved it. The state arguing that the officer violated the Fourth Amendment by entering the backyard without a warrant. I would actually probably agree with them. But I take a pretty hard stance on our constitutional rights. I'm not used to the state arguing that a police officer actually violated Fourth Amendment rights. That's something we don't usually see. Sorry, I'm just watching live broadcasters on their cell phone, so I'm wondering if there's something happening here. Yeah, they're on the phone with someone. Let's see what's going on here. We'll pull up the screen. I hate kind of going in on other people's streams, but that's the only way we really have to know what's going on in a lot of cases. Volume up.
Order just family. friends that are saying, listen, we really hope that this verdict goes our way. If not, there might be some unrest.
Okay, just report. It's just reporting on it's just reporting on what the reporter's take is and the family's take is. So nothing seems to be happening too important there. And I just dropped everybody. I wonder what happened there. Interesting. Hopefully some folks come back. We should be getting started very, very soon. We start out again by have some more folks coming in. Let's start out just by saying thank you all for being here. Good morning. Welcome to Closing Argument Day. If you would be so kind, please hit that subscribe button. Please hit the like button. If you have social networks to share this out on, please, please, please share it out. I think some folks are going to want to see these closing arguments. They're going to be interesting. I do also have a donation link in my description. If you're at all compelled to help me kind of get new equipment going and really build this thing, certainly appreciate it. But please, please also do not feel obligated. We're ready for verdict watch as well. So this afternoon, I expect this to go to the jury after lunch. This judge doesn't seem like he's going to allow for like 6-hour closing arguments by any stretch. I would guess he gives each side an hour, maybe a little more. Jury instructions shouldn't be super long. So this should go to the jury this afternoon. Once it goes to the jury, we're going to switch over to the case of Nebraska versus Angela, or she goes by Angee Hock. Nebraska versus Angela Hock is a case involving a midwife on trial for aggravated child abuse due to the death of a I don't know if you would call it a newborn or let's just call it a newborn. Due to the death of a newborn during labor. Super interesting characters. I think a pretty interesting set of facts as well. So again, when we go to verdict watch, I'll stay live and we'll start catching up on that case as well. Today is the first day that this court hasn't started early. So, of course, just checking some notes here. And thank you to Kara. Chat's not working. Fucking YouTube sometimes. Let me fix it real quick. 1 second. I'm gonna if I start lagging, it's because I have too many tabs open fixing it, but I'll be right back and the lag will go away. Again, we should be getting started with trial in about 5 minutes here. The final day of the Aaron trial. We should have jury instructions, closing arguments. Thinking that they'll be quite interesting today. I'm most interested in a couple of things. One, does the state come out? What is the state's argument really? They're going to argue that he didn't follow standard procedure, but now remember, in closing arguments, you have to argue that within the jury instructions, not meaning like the judge is putting a whole lot of constraints on them, more meaning that if you don't argue within the frame of the jury instructions, you're going to lose your jury. So that's going to be quite interesting. And then the defense. In a lot of ways, I know no lawyer is going to be nearly as concise as I want them to be, but if I was giving this closing argument, not that I'm a lawyer, but I would like to see them be super concise. He did the best he could. The barrel of a gun was pointed at him. It was a justified shoot. And then tie that to the content of the jury instructions. All right, let's edit this. Let's get chat going. I was feeling really lonely here. No, it's not made for kids. No, don't restrict me. Okay. Chat should be up and running now. If someone doesn't mind sending a chat through just so I know that it's working, that would be awesome. I still don't see a chat coming through. Here, I guess I can go look at it on my own. And let me make sure that we don't have slow chat on. The joys of your first trial on YouTube. I promise I am super technical. I guess I'm just a little bit of a slow learner. I am monitoring. We will go live to the court. Oh, it's working. Thanks, Kara. Yeah, I'm still gonna make sure that we don't have slow chat on. That kind of sucks when my chat's not big enough for that yet. Okay, we're not in slow mode. We're good to go. Oh, how interesting that more people come in once the chat's working. Kara, I can't thank you enough. Thank you for calling me out and helping me on that. And also great to have you, Kara. Here, Kara. I love your commentary and insight. Really gives me conversation starters. Kara, did you get a chance to watch any of John's stream yesterday on the fraud investigations? I thought it was pretty cool. I got to know a little bit about what you do. Again, I'll just hit on a couple housekeeping matters, kind of walk us through the day. I don't know if this judge does jury instructions first or last, but either way, we're going to have jury instructions and closing arguments. Then the case is going to go to the jury. I'll stay live for verdict watch. And while we're doing verdict watch, we will start catching up on the case of Nebraska versus Angela Hock. If you like multitasking, Hock is Hock. You want to look that up and get a little bit caught up. Yeah, it was in and out because of kid stuff, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. They did a good job. I want to check one other stream. Sometimes I don't always trust that these local news stations are going to go live. They always end up doing it, but I just don't have much trust for folks. Yes, I do have elves on the shelf behind me. We have multiple elves on the shelf in our house. One for each kid, so there's 3 elves on the shelf. Other housekeeping matters, if you would all be so kind to smash that like button, hit subscribe if you already haven't, and if you have any social networks to share the stream out on, it's much appreciated. I'm super happy with the growth, my growth from last Monday to today with 6 days of trial, but I certainly need to build this channel bigger if we're going to if I'm going to be able to keep doing it. So sharing it out, hitting that like button, making sure you're notified, certainly helped me to in my dream of keeping this thing going. Yeah, sorry. I got started a little late. Well, I scheduled it to be a little later because I started to feel like you guys were probably a little bored. Like hearing me talk for a full half hour before we get started was probably a little much. And then, of course, I had problems getting the chat started, but Kara helped me out with that. I think we have everything set. Chat, are we thinking guilty or not guilty? And actually throw in there twice what you think is the right decision, and then what you think the jury is going to come back with. I have a rule that my prediction always matches what is right, and out of I think the last 14 I've tracked, 14 or 15, I've been wrong on one. That was the Kim Potter case. Good. We're gonna start with opening arguments in the midwife trial case as soon as we go to verdict watch. I more than anything, I find the characters fascinating. The lawyers, the defense attorney's beard for one is just amazing. Yeah, I hear that. So I am. This is probably. I can't think of another case. Maybe Chauvin. I wasn't that on the fence with Chauvin. I tried to be on the fence, but I thought they got it right. I'm not usually on the fence in cases. Number one, because my default is usually so anti-state that I my default is really cheering for the defense side. Um, that I usually don't get back to that fence sitting side. This case, I'm a fence sitter. I will not lie. I if he goes to jail for a couple years, I won't be screaming injustice. But in my logical, I don't know if you can have a logical heart of hearts, but logically, is I truly believe in following the letter of the law, especially around things like this. He should be found not guilty. Okay, so you think the jury is going to go not guilty? You can't get past not ever seeing the gun or laser, but him saying, "Show me your hands," when he said she was already pointing at him. Wow, good point. Great point. Now we're talking a matter of 2 to 3 seconds. So words coming out of his mouth could, you could say take them with a grain of salt a little bit, but let's put that to the side for a second. What an amazing point. If he saw the barrel of the gun, why is he yelling, "Show me your hands," opposed to "Drop the weapon"? Now, nobody expects that he's going to say, "Fort Worth PD, drop the weapon." That's that's just not what happens in the reality. We've all seen enough police body cam. We're all big enough law nerds, trial junkies to know that that's not what a police officer in that situation would yell. Generally speaking, he's going to yell, "Drop the fucking gun, drop the fucking gun." Maybe even more salty language than that. But raise your hand, show me your hands, opposed to drop the weapon. Uh, Kara, send that to the state. I didn't think of it. That would be a great argument. A great argument to make in their closing this morning. Yeah, but that's the interesting thing in Texas. Texas, there's not there really isn't negligent homicide, and in this case in particular, because of that fact, he is charged with murder and murder alone. There are no lessers included in Texas. You either get, in a case like this, you either get convicted of murder or found not guilty of murder. Now that said, where it becomes much more when like we all normally see, where you're charged with murder, there's lesser includeds that carry much lighter sentences. We need to remember that the Texas murder statute has a guideline of anywhere from 2 to 99 years. So where it still kind of becomes more like a lesser included is once if found guilty, the defendant then has the choice between allowing the jury to sentence him or the judge to sentence him. For sake of argument, let's say he chooses that the judge is going to sentence him. The judge then essentially looks at the murder charge and says, well, was this negligent, really like more negligent homicide, or was this more like first degree murder, and sentences accordingly. I kind of like how they do it. I hated it when I first read it, but the more I think about it, I like it. Court has not started. I promise I'm not just here to hear. I love hearing myself talk, but we will go live and listen to testimony as soon as they're ready to go. Yep. I only actually read the first part of your comment, and I was going to say, yeah, but morality and legality are two different things in some cases, and I think you're right. I mean, and let's talk like from a morality standpoint. He at least seems like a reasonable enough human being to where he is going to carry the guilt of this for his whole life. I haven't thought through whether I think carrying the guilt of this is enough for the breach of morality. And then you have to argue, I don't think he was immoral in the fact that he had any intention of shooting somebody when he went to that premises. I think it's way more of a case of two rookies being on edge and making poor decisions, really out of nervousness, for the lack of a better term. Yeah, I don't see it either. But again, I don't have enough Texas trials under my belt. Ortiz was really my first real sense of Texas juries, and that was southeast or southwest Texas, which was probably a little different than the Metroplex, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And so where I'm going with that is I don't know how well versed in this 2 to 99 for murder juries in Texas are. It's interesting. If I go by the letter of the law, he's not guilty. Yep, panicked. I like that word. They panicked. And when you see a gun, you panic. If a gun's pointed at me, I'm probably going to panic. And that's one reason I could never be a police officer. Now, to that point, sounds like he has an electrical engineering degree. Sounds like he did pretty damn well in school, in college, in getting that electrical engineering degree. Maybe he joined the force out of a sense of duty, which is super honorable. But I do question, I question his decision to go into law enforcement, especially with it's not an advanced degree in terms of a master's degree, but in an advanced degree in terms of degrees that you can, bachelor's degrees that you can get, I mean, his earning potential is probably much higher than being a police officer. So I kind of wonder, especially if he didn't have it, I wonder if he had the ability, self-introspection to know that he would panic in a situation like that. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he wasn't self-aware enough to know that. And let's face it, a lot of us would have no idea how we're actually going to react in situations like that. But even in the way he testified, I just wonder if he was, well, and this is hindsight now, we know he wasn't, but we know he wasn't cut off to be a police officer. We have more folks rolling in, so I'll just set the day again for us. I apologize to everyone who's heard it 6 times, but we are going to watch jury instructions and closing arguments in the case of Aaron Dean, or I'm sorry, of Texas versus Aaron Dean. You've all been watching it with me for the last 2 weeks with a few days off. We're going to watch jury instructions. Then we're going to watch closing arguments. The case is going to go to the jury. I will stay live for verdict watch. One of the things that I've really wanted to see LawTube. I know that I'm going to call it LawTube because that's what we know it colloquially is. The one thing that I'd like to see LawTube do a better job of when we stream trials is verdict watch. So this is my first stab at it, and my idea is that we will stay live for verdict watch, and we will start watching the case of Nebraska versus Angela Hock. For some reason, I want to keep calling her Aaron Hock, but we're going to watch the case of Nebraska versus Angela Hock. It started yesterday, so we're going to be catching up, cruising through all the breaks. Hopefully, if the jury goes super late in the night, I'm staying. Unless my kid has hockey, I might have to roll for hockey. But hopefully, as long as the jury goes, we're going to catch up to yesterday's first day of trial. And actually, we're 2 days behind. I should probably update my description. But so we're going to watch day 1, opening arguments, day 2 of the Angela Hock trial. Maybe catch up to what they've done. We probably won't get to what they've done today in day 3, but then tomorrow we can watch the rest of day 3 and then go live to that trial. I think that trial is going to be longer than this one, so 3 days in, we should be caught up and watching it live. I have no idea. I've tried to look into it. There's not a lot of websites that say break down how judges handle juries. I don't know if this judge is going to force them to deliberate until they come to a verdict. We've seen some judges do that. The Curtis Reeves judge. So yep, we go as late into the night until you come back with a verdict. I don't like that. I think you might. Whatever. This judge may let them go home at 5 p.m. Might have them go home at 5 p.m. Central Time. If that's the case, we'll shut it down and just start. We'll keep catching up with the Angela Hock trial as we are on verdict watch. My internet is working very, very well today, so I'm going to try something. Try to bring up my website, trialjunkie.online, and see. Give you guys a look at that and kind of cover the rest of the cases that I'm planning on covering. Let me see if I can do that. Yeah, dude, internet is cruising today. Finally. So after Texas versus Aaron Dean, we're going to go to January 9th. I'll start covering Wisconsin versus Jensen. That case is a case in which Mark Jensen was already convicted of murder, and the case was sent back by an appellate court to for retrial. It is a murder case, and then after that, we're going to go to Florida versus Sarah Boone, which is the suitcase murderer trial that we're all riveted to see. And in between, I will be creating trial notes and such. So and creating I'll be doing hopefully 30-minute videos, probably end up being an hour, of case previews. If we do have time kind of over the holidays, we'll definitely watch the body cam, the Sarah Boone body cam, and the Sarah Boone interrogation as well. Let me just check one other thing. Let me bust out and tell you the backup trials that I have going on here too. Because as we all know, these trials, a lot of these trials can get moved back. There was I knew it was never going to happen, but there was a time that I had the OnlyFans murder, the Courtney Clenny murder case, slated to start on this coming Monday. Obviously, that case got moved back and has not been rescheduled. And then the Adrian Fauci, I think it's Fauci or Fushi case, the very young man who is accused of murdering his very young neighbor, should be coming up in February as well. I don't know why this isn't on there, but I should be covering. The plan is also to cover. I gotta get that on there. The Alex, let me pronounce his name right. Beginning on January 22nd, so that will be right after the Mark Jensen trial. We'll be covering the Alex Murdaugh trial. He's a very wealthy, very prominent attorney in South Carolina who is accused of killing his wife and son. The state made arguments in a pretrial hearing last Friday that the murders were specifically tied to him trying to cover up his white-collar crimes and essentially his Ponzi schemes that he was running. So we'll go to that on January 22nd after we finish up I got to keep all these straight in my head. After we finish up the Mark Jensen trial. Again, Mark Jensen trial is a retrial sent back by the appellate courts. I find that fascinating. He's accused of murdering, I think it's also his family, using antifreeze. Backup cases that I have, if for some reason the Alex Murdaugh trial doesn't go, it's going to go. I probably shouldn't bring it up, backup trial for that, because listening to the pretrial hearings, both sides are ready to go. So that is going to happen. If in some weird event that doesn't happen, I'll be covering Hannah Payne versus Georgia. Hannah Payne is like a drunk driving. She killed somebody she's accused of killing somebody while drunk driving. Her defense seems fairly strong in that case, as strong as it could be. So we'll watch that if the Alex Murdaugh case doesn't go. Man, when are they gonna go live? I know you guys are sick of hearing me talk. I'm watching two different trials, or two different channels to make sure that I'm not missing it. If anyone else somehow sees it come up somewhere else, let me know. Another trial that does not have a date yet that I'm absolutely fascinated by is Michigan versus there's a lot that we're all just waiting for dates on. Michigan versus Christopher Scher, I think, is going to go sooner than later. It has been bound over for trial. That's the Michigan police officer on trial for murder. There is body camera of him shooting a suspect in the back of the head while wrestling for quite a while. I'll tell you, my initial take on that one is not guilty. It's amazing to say someone shot somebody in the back of the head and still not guilty. So hopefully, maybe hope that piques your interest. We'll also watch the Michigan versus James and Jennifer Crumbley. Obviously, everyone is all over that. Against, if I had to say the most fascinating case that we have coming up in the beginning of the year, it might even, hopefully it doesn't get, it stayed. So that case, Michigan versus James and Jennifer Crumbley, is stayed on interlocutory appeal, meaning there's an appeal going on. There's appeals being brought to the appellate court while the initial trial is going on. There is a chance that we don't see this trial. I could see an appellate court saying, yeah, no, these charges should not have been brought. It's the social ramifications on that are quite interesting. But if it goes to trial, that is probably the case that the set of facts is most interesting to me on. And then, of course, we have we have the what's the word for it? We have the sensational. There's probably a better word for it, but we have the sensational OnlyFans case. Courtney Clenny, Florida versus Courtney Clenny. She is claiming self-defense in the stabbing of her boyfriend. You guys all know this. If you watch any of the any of her, I want to say it's a Harris hearing. Any of her bond hearing, I don't know if she has I don't think she has a chance of beating that rap at all. But self-defense cases are always interesting to me. And then, of course, we have the sensationality of it being an OnlyFans model. There's a couple of cases where I'm calling it no camera, no problem. Obviously, I have to build this channel quite a lot bigger before I can pull this off. But I would love to. There's 3 trials that I would love to cover in person, and then hopefully jump on others, and then cover in person, stream at night with very detailed recaps. And that would be the one that obviously several of us may do, is the Idaho versus Chad and Lori Daybell. I don't find the facts interesting, but everybody else finds it super captivating. So if I can go up and cover that, I will. Less of less interest will be California versus Cain Velasquez. Cain Velasquez is a UFC fighter who admittedly shot his the person who is accused of molesting his child. There will be no cameras in that courtroom either, so I would love to be up here covering that one as well. There was one more I was thinking of, but I can't think of. Oh, Maddie, who's normally in the chat, was telling me that there may be a trial in Arizona where both he and I are at. Where he and I are at, connected to the Chad and Lori Daybell case. Chad and Lori Daybell, just Lori Daybell, lived in Arizona for quite some time. Her ex-husband, was murdered here, and I think that's the case. I'll have to do some more looking into it, but Maddie brought that up to me, and I think that would be absolutely fascinating as well. What do we have in the chat here? Yeah, so I have a lot of questions on what happened too. Even listening to the opening arguments, the facts are interesting. So we're getting that together, and we'll learn way more about that case when we go to verdict watch. Earl Warden case. Let me put that on my list. And then someone sent me a case the other day, or chatted about a case the other day, and I didn't capture it. I'm putting Earl Warden down right now. And sometimes it's hard to find these cases. So if you see them, if you see a case that you want covered and that you're not hearing, especially if you're not hearing a lot of the other streamers covering, send them to me. I love digging into the facts. One, if they fit into my calendar, and even if they don't fit into the calendar that I have now, if the facts are more interesting, we'll cover that one. My Twitter handle is in the description. It's at Trial Junkie Cole. My DMs are open for this very specific purpose. And yes, it's kind of a pain in the ass to have your DMs open, but it's worth it. If you guys see cases that you want covered, DM them to me. I will dig in, and if we can, I'll get them on my calendar. Man, I have no idea what the delay is. Let me check Law and Crime real quick. This is amazing. My internet's actually working today, so I can check other sites as we go. And hey, Maddie, if I don't see you in chat, so I assume you're not watching because you're always in chat. But if you are watching, I see your DM. I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off this morning. I will definitely get back to you on your DM today. I forgot what I was going to. Oh yeah, let's check Law and Crime's Twitter and see if there's anything going on. And if anyone remembers the other case that was put in chat the other day, it was Florida versus somebody. Shoot it, add it to chat again, and I'll get it put on my actual list to dig into. Wow, if you search Law and Crime on Twitter, why? Let me just look at my notifications. Here we go. Law and Crime just tweeted out watch live, so it's got to be going live like right now. Let me check them. Am I behind? I'm live. Let me check Law and Crime's Twitter feed or YouTube channel. I don't really want to watch on Law and Crime, but we will do what we have to do. WFAA has not gone live yet. Come on, folks. Let's see if we're going live yet. I see new folks streaming coming on in. We should be going live with jury instructions, closing arguments very shortly. Law and Crime has just tweeted out watch live, which means that they should be ready to go, but they're not. Oh, here we go. They went live. They're still showing a wall. WFAA is still talking, but if Law and Crime actually goes to the judge or to the actual courtroom before WFAA does, we'll go there first. Folks streaming in, plan for the day, jury instructions, closing arguments in Texas versus Aaron Dean. Then we will the case will be sent to the jury. I'll stay live, and we'll start watching Nebraska versus Angela Hock. And of course, we'll be on verdict watch. As soon as we have a verdict, we will go back to the Aaron Dean trial. Yep. So, yeah. Earl David Warden. Okay, I got that. Cool. Yeah, if anyone remembers that Florida case that I missed, please either DM it, or if you were the one that put it in the chat, just DM it over to me. I feel terrible for missing it. I closed the stream without grabbing it. We are still waiting. It sounds like they're about ready. They should be going soon. Remember yesterday we had a juror that was a little bit late. Maybe they were a little bit more late today. I have no idea how traffic looks like in downtown Fort Worth, but I would assume it's like anywhere, and juror might have got stuck in traffic. Or, you know, what could be happening? This judge, here's what I bet is happening. This judge does not seem to like cameras to stay on while he does more than a couple minute argument with the lawyers. And when we ended yesterday, it sounded like they were going to start the charging conference. They may be finishing up on a few things in the charging conference before the judge has the cameras be turned on. I'm watching, I promise. Hey, thanks so much. Glad to be part of your morning routine. There's a lot of other channels, and I mean, I watch a lot of trials by myself on Law and Crime while I worked. And, you know, in other channels, I was a member of the chat. I love it. Totally get where you're coming from on that. What is the over-under on a verdict today? If they go, I don't think they're getting a verdict today unless the judge makes them deliberate late into the night. And the reason I say that is based on the chat. We are all so on the fence. That tells me that there's going to be jurors with different viewpoints on this case, and that usually takes some time to get worked out, if it ever gets worked out. A hung jury wouldn't totally surprise me in this. Let me see if I can see anything else on this. None of the journalists/reporters at the courthouse are saying anything, well, really saying anything at all. Really, no word just means probably nothing of super importance that's causing us to be late. I'm glad we started at 7:45 instead of 7:30 this morning, though, because we're going live. Here we go. As always, let me know how volume sounds and all that stuff. Let's go. No, I'm gonna guess we start with jury instructions. I bet you we do closing arguments first.
Everyone may be seated. Tell Mr. Nicholson I need him. Good morning. I apologize for the delay. We've been working. I am going to hand each of you a copy of the jury instructions that you can follow along with me as I'm reading them to you. You will
I get
keep
proven
those
wrong
with
once
you,
again.
and you may use those to take back to the jury room with you when you begin working, but there will be an original of the court's charge that you will have to use for the official work that you do. So if you are working on something and it is stamped copy, that's not the original. All right.
It's stamped copy. Yes, it's not the original. Thanks, Judge.
Members of the jury. In any jury trial, there are in effect two judges. I am one of the judges, the other is the jury. It is my duty to preside over the trial and to decide what evidence is proper for your consideration. It is also my duty at the end of the trial to explain to you the rules of law that you must follow and apply in arriving at your verdict. First, I will give you some general instructions that apply in every case. Then I will give you some specific rules of law about this particular case. And finally, I will explain to you the procedures you should follow in your deliberation. General instructions. You as jurors are judges of the facts, but in determining what actually happened, that is, in reaching your decision as to the facts, it is your sworn duty to follow all of the rules of law as I explain them to you. You have no right to disregard or give special attention to any one instruction, or to question the wisdom or correctness of any rule I may state to you. You must not substitute or follow your own notion or opinion as to what the law is or ought to be. It is your duty to apply the law as I explain it to you, regardless of the consequences. It is also your duty to base your verdict solely upon the evidence that has been presented to you in court. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. As you determine the facts, you must consider only the evidence presented during the trial, including the sworn testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Remember that any statements, objections, or arguments made by the lawyers are not evidence. The function of the lawyers is to point out those things that are most significant or most helpful to their side of the case, and in so doing to call your attention to certain facts or inferences that might otherwise escape your notice. In the final analysis, however, it is your own recollection and interpretation of the evidence that controls in the case. What the lawyers say is not binding upon you. Also, do not assume from anything I may have done or said during the trial that I have any opinion concerning any of the issues in this case.
This is all super standard so
Except for
far.
the instructions to you on the law. You should disregard anything I may have said during the trial in arriving at your own findings as to the facts. In answering the issues submitted to you, you must not be swayed by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feelings. While you should consider only the evidence, you are permitted to draw such reasonable inferences from the testimony and exhibits as you feel are justified in the light of common experience. In other words, you may make deductions and reach conclusions that reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts which have been established by the evidence. You are to decide whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. The defendant is not on trial for any act or conduct not alleged in the indictment. Alleged offense. Now, bearing in mind these general instructions, the defendant, Aaron York Dean, stands charged by indictment with the offense of murder, alleged to have been committed on or about the 12th day of October 2019 in Tarrant County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. Applicable law and definitions. A person commits the offense of murder if he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, or if he intends to cause serious bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Individual means a human being is who is alive. Deadly weapon means a firearm. Firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge.
So to me, firing the weapon
is
is
a result
intent.
of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. You are instructed that you may consider all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing, if any, and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased, if any, together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense, if any. Application of law to the facts. Now, if you find from the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019 in the county of Tarrant, state of Texas, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, a Tatiana Jefferson, by shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. Or if you find from the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019, the county of Tarrant, state of Texas, did then and there intentionally, with the intent to cause serious bodily injury to a Tatiana Jefferson, commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, namely shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, and thereby cause the death of a Tatiana Jefferson, then you will proceed to Section 4 of these instructions to consider whether the defendant's conduct was justified.
Okay, so they're definitely going to Section 4.
Or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will proceed to Section 3 to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter.
Okay, so there is manslaughter lesser included.
Applicable law and definitions. A person commits the offense of manslaughter if he recklessly causes the death of an individual. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Application of law to facts.
That's a little different
from the evidence
definition of manslaughter.
On or about the 12th day
He
of
might
October
fall into that.
2019 in Tarrant County, Texas, the defendant, Aaron York Dean, did then and there recklessly cause the death of an individual, a Tatiana Jefferson, by shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. Then you will proceed to Section 4 to determine whether the defendant's conduct was justified. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either murder or manslaughter, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which offense he is guilty, You must resolve that doubt in favor of the defendant and find him guilty of the lesser offense of manslaughter.
He might be getting
If
manslaughter
you do
here.
not so find, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you'll acquit the defendant and say by your verdict not guilty. Defenses. Applicable
Yeah.
law and
I'm a little
definitions.
dumbfounded because everything I
It
read,
is a defense to prosecution that the conduct
I
in
mean,
question
manslaughter was
is
listed. I just
justified
didn't.
under our law.
I think it's manslaughter
You
now.
are to consider two statutory defenses in determining if the defendant's conduct was justified: self-defense and defense of a third person. The defendant is not required to prove self-defense or defense of a third person. Rather, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense and defense of a third person do not apply to the
See, to me, this is
defendant's
key.
conduct. A
Did the
reasonable
state
doubt
actually
on either of these
prove
two defenses
he
requires
wasn't
that the
acting in
defendant be
self-defense?
acquitted.
He doesn't have to prove self-defense.
On the law of
State has to prove that
self-defense,
he wasn't acting
you are
in
instructed
self-defense.
that a person is justified
I think it's
in
critical.
using force against another when and to the degree that the actor reasonably believes the force is immediately necessary to protect the actor against the other person's use or attempted use of unlawful force. A person is justified in using deadly force against another if the actor would be justified in using force against the other, as set out above, and when and to the degree the actor reasonably believes the deadly force is immediately necessary to protect the actor against the other person's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force.
It's critical
A
to listen to
person is
hear
justified in using deadly force
are there
against
pieces
another
of this
to protect
instruction
a
that
third
say if
person
he's acting
under the circumstances
negligently,
as
he
the
doesn't
actor
have the right of
reasonably believes
self-defense?
them to be. The actor would be justified in using deadly force, as set out above, to protect the actor against the unlawful deadly force the actor reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. Actor means a person whose criminal responsibility is an issue in a criminal action. Another means a person other than the actor. Person means an individual. Reasonable belief means a belief that would be held by an ordinary and prudent person in the same circumstances as the actor. Deadly force means force that is intended or known by the actor to cause, or in the manner of its use or intended use, is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Unlawful means criminal or tortious or both, and includes what would be criminal or tortious, but for a defense not amounting to justification or privilege. Application of law to the facts. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019 in the county of Tarrant, state of Texas, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, a Tatiana Jefferson, by shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, or that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019 in the county of Tarrant, state of Texas, did then and there intentionally, with the intent to cause serious bodily injury to a Tatiana Jefferson, commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, namely shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, and thereby cause the death of the Tatiana Jefferson. Or if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019 in the county of Tarrant, state of Texas, did then and there recklessly cause the death of an individual, a Tatiana Jefferson, by shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. But you further find from the evidence, or you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that at the time of the offense, the defendant, Aaron York Dean, used deadly force, and the defendant reasonably believed that his use of deadly force was immediately necessary to protect himself from a Tatiana Jefferson's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force, then you must acquit the defendant of murder and manslaughter and say by your verdict not guilty.
Man, Texas jury instructions
Or,
on self-defense
if
make
you
it
find
pretty
from
easy
the
to find
evidence
him not
beyond a
guilty.
reasonable doubt that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019 County of Tarrant, State of Texas, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, a Tatiana Jefferson, by shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, or that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019, in the County of Tarrant, State of Texas, did then and there intentionally, with the intent to cause serious bodily injury to a Tatiana Jefferson, commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, namely shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, and thereby cause the death of a Tatiana Jefferson. Or if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Aaron York Dean, on or about the 12th day of October 2019, in the County of Tarrant, State of Texas, did then and there recklessly cause the death of an individual, a Tatiana Jefferson, by shooting a Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. But you further find from the evidence, or you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that at the time of the offense and under the circumstances as the defendant, Aaron York Dean, reasonably believed them to be, the defendant would have been justified in using deadly force against the Tatiana Jefferson's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force that he reasonably believed to be threatening the person he sought to protect, Carol Darge, and the defendant reasonably believed that his use of deadly force was immediately necessary to protect another person, Carol Darge, from a Tatiana Jefferson's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force, then you must acquit the defendant of murder and manslaughter and say by your verdict, not guilty.
That's why we heard so much about
Only
the
if you find that the state
did you know
proves
she was
beyond
behind
a
you?
reasonable doubt that the defendant's conduct was not justified as self-defense or defense of a third person, as explained above, may you find the defendant guilty of either murder or manslaughter. Therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed murder and you reject beyond a reasonable doubt the justifications of self-defense and defense of a third person, then you must find the defendant guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment. Or if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the lesser included offense of manslaughter, and you reject beyond a reasonable doubt the justifications of self-defense and defense of third person, then you must find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. Deliberations procedures. It is your duty to consult with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach agreement if you can do so.
This is
Each
going
of
to be
you
fast
must decide the case
instructions.
for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own opinions and change your mind if convinced that you were wrong. But do not give up your honest beliefs as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember at all times, your sole duty is to decide whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The first thing that you should do is select as your presiding juror who and will speak for you in the courtroom. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, such as Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. Any verdict you render must be unanimous. If you need to communicate with me during your deliberations, the presiding juror should write the message, ring the jury call.
Man, he's
button on the
reading
wall,
all of
give it
the
to the bailiff.
instructions. Usually you
I
save
will
this
either
part for
reply
after
in
closing.
writing or bring you back into the court to answer your message. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to their testimony, but you're bound to receive the law from the court which is herein given and be governed thereby. And I've signed these instructions as judge. The last page of the instructions contains 3 verdict forms. First verdict form says, we, the jury, find the defendant Aaron Dean York not guilty. Or We, the jury, find the
Man, he's
defendant
going through
Aaron
it
D.
all
York
right now.
guilty of the
Interesting.
offense of murder. Or, we, the jury, find the defendant Aaron D. York guilty of the offense of manslaughter.
It's Aaron
Any
York
of
Dean,
those
dude.
are the unanimous verdict of the jury. The presiding juror should sign his or her name beneath the space in their respective verdict form. Ms. Dean. Oh, Mr. Gill. Sorry?
That's kind of weird.
Ms. Diener.
He didn't even like explain that they're going to be doing their closing arguments.
If you can't
Interesting.
feel safe in your own home, where can we feel safe?
I don't know why they keep letting her do the
You think about safety.
argument to the jury.
It's where you go to retreat, to get away from the world. It's where we grow up. It's where we have kids. It's where we mark on the inside of a doorway, and they've gotten taller and taller.
Oh my God.
It's where we make memories.
When a prosecutor has to go this emotional, this
That's why
fast,
it's so sacred. That's why
they don't
it's
have a
so
great
important.
case.
How many of us during the Thanksgiving holiday were in our own kitchens
But it might work.
celebrating with our family? Christmas. How many of us right now have a Christmas tree in our living room? Why do we do that? Why do we put Christmas lights outside our house? Why do we decorate our homes? Because they're ours, right? Because they're so important. And today, that's exactly why this day is so important. Because the
Damn.
sanctity, the safety
I don't hate this.
of our homes
If you're going to go emotional,
has been
she's doing a great job.
compromised by what he did. He took her away. 28 years old, the rest of her life at the hands of this defendant. The Fort Worth Police Department has good officers. In fact, I've worked with some of the best officers in the state in my career. I trust them with my family. They actually do serve and protect. They don't have preconceived notions about the East Side. They don't go to certain parts of town and say some deserve to be served and protected.
Holy, this is
not
facts, not
others.
an evidence. Nobody said that
Only the good
there's
parts.
no in-court statements that he
Only
said
the
that
parts of
the
town
East Side was a
that
bad
I want to go to.
part.
That's not how it works here. Because our community is all of us.
Damn. Like,
And it was her too.
she went political as hell.
And despite what he thought,
I hate it now too.
when he went over to that
That's
house,
gross.
it wasn't.
I mean,
a
if they
deal
had
gone bad
if
or
they had
robbery or
statements,
shooting,
if they had
high crime
statements that
area.
he made about the
He was
East
a
Side,
28-year-old
okay,
woman
there is no
that was a
fact.
daughter, a sister,
The
an
defense needs to
aunt,
call her out on that shit.
studying to be a doctor, taking care of her nephew. Yolanda, her mom, was a good person. Zion was a good person. James Smith still lives on the East Side. He's a good person. His family are good people. When you put on that badge and you put on that uniform, you say you're going to serve and protect us all.
That's fucking
That means
gross.
her too.
He was there to protect
And
her
the Fort Worth
house.
Police Department,
The
those
defense could hammer
officers-
this.
they serve and don't have those preconceived notions, that did a thorough investigation in this case, are ashamed that they called somebody like him a brother in blue.
You piece of
Because
shit.
it means something when you put on a badge.
You don't have any.
You don't go to a house.
You don't have any evidence of that
with
either.
a preconceived notion because you want to have that kind of power. Haven't we all met an officer that just likes being an officer a little too much? I've been pulled over by those guys before. Power hungry, tunnel vision. It's a little scary to me.
This is fucked up.
Those people that we don't.
Object to that being outside the record and
Yeah, it's none of this is in the record.
Which is absolutely irrelevant to this jury.
Yes, good objection.
Ask the judge, ask you to instruct the jury to disregard the last comments of counsel. The jury will disregard the last story.
And throughout the course of their entire
That's what that defense
investigation, what did the Fort
attorney had
Worth
to
Police
do,
Department
And
determine?
it worked.
They talked to all of these witnesses. They looked at all of the evidence in this case. What you guys got over the last 2 weeks, that's what they had. Forensic interview from Zion, witness interviews. They talked to folks, the autopsy report, the photographs, the body camera video, frame by frame by frame, just like what we watched. They went through all of that and they determined it's murder. They issued an arrest warrant and a district judge signed saying,
Objection.
this is murder.
They did not determine it was murder.
The question in this
They
case has never
determined
been,
that there was
is
probable
murder.
cause for murder.
The question
Oh,
that they raised this week was, is it self-defense? Is it self-defense? And what's really important about the court's charge is this is the law that applies. We do not view it based on what he says and only what he says. A person doesn't get to harm another, get up on the stand and say, well, I was doing it in fear of my life. And we just let them go.
We all hate this, but
Imagine
this is the type
that
of closing
scenario.
that can be
Imagine
shredded.
what would happen if that were the law. Then not one single person would ever be held
Because they get to
responsible
start
and
talking about
accountable
the law.
for what they do if they can just say it is, so it is. That's not the way that it works.
Yes, it is.
The
You
law
have to
is,
fucking
and
prove
what
that it
you guys
isn't.
have in front of you is that it has to
Sorry,
be a
I'm getting all
reasonable
John
belief
in here, man,
and
but
immediately necessary.
this is unbelievable.
And so how do we define what's reasonable, right? That's
You
also
can say it's self-defense, and it
it's
is
a
until the
belief
state
that would
proves
be
it's
held by an
not.
ordinary and prudent person. All of you guys, with what he did out there, was that reasonable? Was that immediately necessary?
If he saw the barrel of a gun.
And
Yep.
here's one very important part, and I can tell you right now, when they get up and talk, they don't want you to focus on this. This is the law. This is what we're charged.
So the defense is going to
bound
focus
by
way more on the law than they are. That's not a good line,
Unlawful
lady.
Deadly force. Unlawful force. The only way that conduct is justified by this defendant is if it's reasonable to all of you, what he did, immediately necessary. And the most important part is her, meaning Tatiana's unlawful force towards him, or unlawful deadly force. The only way he is justified in his conduct is that it's to the degree the actor reasonably believes the deadly force immediately necessary to protect the actor being the defendant, against the other person, a Tatiana's use of unlawful deadly force. So think about that for a minute. What has been unlawful about what a Tatiana did? We have not seen one shred of evidence that anything that a Tatiana did was unlawful. In fact, we heard quite the opposite. You can be in your own home, owning a weapon, owning a gun, and you can protect yourself in your home. That's one of the most fundamental rights. That's the reason we all feel so safe. A Tatiana Jefferson didn't commit any criminal act by walking up to the window with her gun.
Sorry about that, everyone. I think I have it fixed.
Was outside. In our house, in the middle of the night, in the back bedroom, and we hear somebody outside, that's what you would expect us to do, to try to protect ourselves And in this case, Zion as well. So there's not been any evidence to support anything that she did was unlawful. And you got to have that. That's what the law says. And if you think about it, it makes sense in this case because she was in her own home.
So sorry about that issue,
there.
guys, but she was making a actually really good
Where in the
point.
world are we going to feel safe?
That
This defendant, when he
had to
put
be protecting
on
himself
this
against
uniform,
unlawful force. What she was doing,
he
I wouldn't
doesn't
say
care,
is unlawful.
right?
She's
Tremendous.
protecting your home is not unlawful.
And when we talk about what's reasonable,
I want to hear the
when
defense's
I
response
talked
to
earlier
that.
about the Florida Police Department, when they went through and they did their thorough investigation of what happened out there, they considered all of what you guys have seen as well as the general orders. I put that in here too. You guys can ask for that. If you guys want to go through, you can ask for the general orders. You can see exactly what they say. It's not about what I say they say, or they say, or any kind of spin that the defendant wants to put on it when he took the stand. It's exactly what is written down. It's the very thing that the defense said in opening statement. They followed all the steps and procedures as you are supposed to. An open structure is a silent alarm, and he did everything right. That is what this Jay Coons got up here and said. He wouldn't agree with anything that we asked him, but that's the one thing he said. Everything he did was right. Well, that is not the case. Very first thing, officer receiving the call, that's him, right? He's the sheet officer. He's the main officer. He calls the shots. Step 2, B, all main exit ways should be guarded so as to prevent the escape of any defender. We start there and we fail. Right? And that was one amongst the many things that he did wrong because it wasn't important to him to serve and protect that day. It was important for him to get there, get in the action. Power. It can corrupt certain people. Certain people don't need to wear a badge.
There's no evidence that that's what he was doing.
And the control if they do not respect the accountability, and in this case, the grave effect that it had. Now, you guys have the ability today, over 3.5 years, we've waited. They've waited. They've waited for this day. Everybody in this room.
That's slightly
all the rooms
objectionable.
Outside of this room, and
She's getting close
in
to
this
the golden
community
rule on
waited
that.
for today. Because today you say you can't create the danger and then claim self-defense. We want to feel safe in our own home. Today, you guys' decision in this case, finding him guilty, says, I'm holding you responsible. I'm holding you accountable. I'm following the law. And with the power you all have today, which is more power today to change lives, to hold people accountable than most people have in a lifetime. The power you guys have today is to hold him responsible. It's to tell them that it all wasn't in vain. It's to say she matters. They matter.
This is she talked about law for like law and facts for like 5 minutes. And this is back to emotional bullshit.
Everything in this case, all of the evidence in this is
I'm gonna kill my camera again.
A guilty verdict. That is exactly what we are asking for from all of you today. We know what he does with power. What are you guys going to do with it? You
There is not one piece of evidence that shows he's ever abused power before. I don't think, and she's done. This is amazing. That was a terrible, terrible closing argument. And of course, the one good part she had is where my stuff went crazy. I apologize for that. But there was a line in the law or in the jury instructions that said he's only justified if what she was doing was unlawful. And I would make the argument about that what she was doing wasn't unlawful.
And all the attention you paid to this case. I mean, it's obvious to me, sitting over here on the other side of the courtroom, that you all take this case very seriously. You paid very close attention. You took a lot of notes. You're very involved in this case, and we appreciate it. Well, thank you for your service. On my behalf, co-counsel Miles, on behalf of Aaron, on behalf of his family. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. And I can tell you that it is a very humbling experience to stand up in front of you when you're about to judge my client and have a few minutes to address you.
So remember, the lawyers can see the jury, and I have now completely flipped or completely gone to the point. This jury is going not guilty. That prosecutor's argument was, hey, I know I lost.
During your deliberation. And one thing that the court's charge doesn't point out, that it's very obvious from everything we've heard in this courtroom this week, is this whole thing is a tragedy. And I'm not going to stand up in front of you and tell you it's not, because it is. It's a tragedy. It was a tragedy on October 12th. It was a tragedy on October 13th. And it's been a tragedy every day since then, and it will continue to be one. But a tragedy doesn't always equal a crime. It doesn't always equal a law violation. Because as the judge points out to you in this charge,
it usually doesn't.
And as the state pointed out to you during their opening argument, Tatiana Jefferson had the right to the sanctity of her home. She had the right to protect Zion. The prosecutor called it a fundamental right, even a sacred right. You know what that right is? That's the right of self-defense.
Yep.
And it's the right of defense of a third person, as a judge explains it to you in this charge.
Flipping that right on its head.
And those are fundamental and sacred rights that we have as citizens of the state of Texas. And the judge explains to you that Aaron Dean, as a citizen of the state of Texas, has a right to self-defense. He has a right to defend himself. He has the right to defend a third person, Carol Darch. He has those rights. And the rights we have as citizens, the right to protect ourselves, the right to protect in our home, Tatiana Jefferson's rights the night of October 12th of 2019, she had those rights up until the point she pointed a firearm at a Fort Worth police officer. Because we never, under the law, ever have the right to point a firearm at a police officer.
That's okay. So that's where it was
The
unlawful.
rights stop there. Because that conduct is a first-degree felony under the laws of the state of Texas. And it's a crime, and it's an unlawful act. The judge also tells you in this jury charge that even though Aaron has been arrested for this and charged and indicted, that is not any evidence of his guilt.
Yeah. He needed to call her on that bullshit.
For arresting someone and charging someone are very
That was
low.
messed up.
The standard of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard we have under our law. It doesn't take much to arrest or charge someone, but it takes a lot of evidence to convict someone, and that's the way our law ought to be. That's been our law from day one when this country was founded. When we passed a Constitution and a Bill of Rights, that's been our law. And it's been the law ever since, and it's the law today. So not only does this convict a person of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you heard from this jury charge that the state has to remove all doubt in your mind as to whether or not this was self-defense or defense of a third person. When the judge includes that in a jury charge, it's the state's burden beyond a reasonable doubt to disprove it. The state in this case has to prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that Aaron Dean was not lawfully defending himself or lawfully defending Carol Darch.
This is very succinct,
Judge
law-based
also tells
closing
you
is my
in the
favorite kind of
jury
closing.
charge that in answering the issue submitted to you, by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, prejudgment, public opinion, or public feelings. It's not your job as members of this community to see that one thing or another happens in this case. It's your decision as jurors based upon the law that the judge gives to you and the evidence that you've heard from that witness stand. There's no one else in this community other than you has heard what you have heard from this witness stand. You are the people that the community
This is perfect.
has placed in this position of trust. And you are the people that have taken an oath to follow the law of the state of Texas, which is given to you by Judge Gallagher in this jury charge. You are the ones that during the jury selection process of this case said that you could follow the law as Judge Gallagher gives it to you, as it's contained here. During jury selection, you have a right to tell us how you feel about things. That's what you told us. Now, by your oath, you are bound to follow the law. Going back to the charge just briefly, the law of self-defense is set out.
I wish he had a little bit more. I wish he had a visual on this, but
Starting on
other than that, he was
pages-
doing great.
On page 7. And the judge clearly instructs you that it's a justification or defense under the law to be defending yourself or defending a third person. Halfway down the page, a reasonable doubt on either of these two defenses requires that the defendant be acquitted, found not guilty. A person's justified in using deadly force against another if the actor reasonably believes it's immediately necessary to protect himself or to protect that third party. What is more immediately necessary than having a handgun stuck in your face? And you heard from several people, starting with Aaron, that handgun was this big.
He should have said pointed at you.
He saw it. And then it was explained to you by Dr. Coons and even by the state's expert, Mr. Priest, that that's called tunnel vision, that the officers view 2 or 3 degrees and they focus on that weapon as a robbery victim would. And you've all heard it described in the news, the robbery victim described the weapon as being as big as.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That's
Football.
outside the scope of evidence.
Stay within the record.
That's rich.
The expert witnesses.
Oh, that's right. You go ahead.
They described how robbery victims view a firearm with one stuck in their face and they're startled by it. It's huge. It's their focus. It's the focus of the officer's attention when that happens to them. And the experts say That's why when that happens to the officers, they cry out, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." Because that's their focus. The focus is the hands. The focus is the weapon. That's the threat. That's the threat they have to stop. And that's what they do. The application of the law to the facts. Page 9, the judge instructs you on the application of the law of self-defense to the facts of the case. And tells you if you have a reasonable doubt, or if you believe it was self-defense, you find Aaron not guilty. And then there's an or, and then the judge instructs you on the law of defense of a third person. And if you believe that Aaron was legitimately defending a third person, reasonably defending a third person, or if you have a reasonable doubt about whether he was doing such, then you are to acquit Aaron. And you don't have to agree if it was self-defense or defense of a third person. You just have to agree, you just have to decide in your mind that he reasonably believed he was doing one of those two things. And they happened at the same time. It was the same threat that was threatening both of the officers. It was the same threat that Aaron perceived.
Okay, I'm glad he went
had to
there.
act against. The judge tells you that there's a lesser included offense, the offense of manslaughter. Manslaughter is recklessly causing an individual's death. The law of self-defense and the law of defense of a third person applies equally to manslaughter as it does to murder. If you believe that the actions of Aaron constitute manslaughter, then he has a right to defend himself and defend Carol Darge also under those circumstances. And I'm not going to stand up here and insult your intelligence and waste your time by telling you that Aaron did not fire the fatal shot in this case. He did that. He took this witness stand and took an oath, even though he didn't have to, even though the judge would have instructed you to not consider his not testifying for any reason, even though he knew he had to come up here and face cross-examination by experienced prosecutors. He took the witness stand because he wanted you to hear everything. And he told you what happened. And then he was cross-examined. And he told you again what happened. And we know that what Aaron said is correct because it was the same thing that was said by the other two eyewitnesses to what happened out there that day. We can't really discuss what Aaron told you about what happened without discussing what Zion Carr told you what happened. And remember the circumstances of how Zion Carr testified? He was the state's first witness. And he took this witness stand right over here and took the same oath that everybody else agrees to take. And he answered questions from the state of Texas. And then he answered questions on cross-examination, like any other witness would have to do.
Y'all notice the difference between these closings, right?
Zion Carr's testimony took a real different turn.
I think the defense might already be twice as long
Now Zion's a good kid.
as
You can
the
tell from
prosecutor,
looking at
and they're
him.
not
He's a
going
good
long.
kid. He came in here. He
They're
was
talking
well-spoken,
facts and testimony.
He was intelligent. But you could tell he was under a lot of pressure. And a lot of time had passed. So Zion succumbed to the pressure and testified differently from the truth. But fortunately, we know what the truth is. Because as soon as police got on the scene, they separated Zion from the scene. And they got him almost immediately to an experienced, trained, qualified forensic interviewer named Lindsay Dula. And And Lindsay sat down with him and had a conversation about what he had just seen. And what he saw mirrors what Aaron saw. Because Zion Carr told you he was seated, he was laying on his aunt's bed, further away from the window than she was. And she said, I heard a noise. And she got up and went down by the window and got her gun out of her purse. And then she took that gun and she made sure she had a hot chamber. She already had a hot chamber. So she ejected an unfired round onto the floor, which was found at her feet by crime scene officers. And then she took her gun, and Zion explained to you that she pointed it at the window. And we know from Aaron's testimony and from Officer Darch's testimony that Aaron Dean was on the other side of that window in full police uniform, having been dispatched there by his department. And Zion Carr said, I thought I saw a badge.
Yep.
And Zion Carr said, the officer told her, put your hands up, show me your hands. And she didn't do that. And that's when the officer shot her.
She got in the person about her weapon.
Well, the person.
By the window.
In her room or in a different room?
Her room.
Her room, okay. You said she got her weapon. Tell me about her weapon.
It was a friend, and she's weak and gave the order, shot her, and gave her the gun, and she was crying.
You said she got her gun and she pointed. Did you see her point again? Where was she pointing again?
At the window,
Do you see anything through the window?
yeah,
Tell me what you saw.
I saw a gun out the window, and I thought I saw a bag.
You said you saw a gun and maybe a badge, and then you saw one flashlight outside the window? Okay. Could you hear anything when you saw the flashlight?
Yeah.
Tell me what you heard.
He said, put your hands up.
Did you hear anything different than put your hands up?
He put your hands, and gave her, put your hands up there.
To put your hands up, then you heard, put your hands up now. And then what happened?
And then she didn't do it, and then they shot her.
Did-
Because she wanted to stay.
Did they go after the suspect?
And then the police came in at our door.
They came to her door.
The lady phone, police coming in, police, and I said, I don't know what to do. And she said, I'm not ready. And I said, well, look, Jimmy, she didn't say nothing. She just told them, other than she was from the thing. I'm not saying she said, look.
That's tragic. It's tragic what happened. It's tragic that Zion saw it happen.
But Zion
Zion saw
describes
enough to even
self-defense.
know that it was the male officer, not the female officer, that had to shoot his aunt. That's what Aaron said. It's a mirror image of what Aaron Dean told you about what happened out there. And we know that it's true because that's what Zion said shortly after it happened. And that's what Aaron said happened out there that night. And the third eyewitness that you heard from about what happened out there was the body cam video. You heard Grant Fredericks the expert from Spokane, Washington, who is an instructor at the FBI Academy and many other places about forensic video. He obtained what's called a first instance copy of that video. He compared the hash number of the video he received to the audit trail from Aaron's body-worn camera and ensured that he had the original video, the best copy he could get. And he interrogated it.
He's crushing it, guys.
Based
Like,
upon his interrogation of the video, he came in here to court and told you what he saw on the video. And he saw
I don't know if
the
I've
same
ever seen a
things
more organized
that Zion and Aaron
closing.
saw. He saw the woman in the video, the woman on the other side of the window from Aaron,
Not a huge amount of charisma, but there's enough.
with a dark object in her hand. The dark object, you know from the statement of Zion and the testimony of Aaron Dean, was a Tatiana Jefferson's fireball, a deadly weapon. The kind of things that police officers are trained to deal with. You heard the term officer safety mentioned several times during trial. Fort Worth police officers spend a week in a school called officer survival so that they know how to deal with situations like this. And they also know how to deal with situations like this from their general orders. And their general orders tell them, based upon the law of the state of Texas, the law of the Supreme Court of the United States of America, the statutes of the state of Texas, the right to self-defense, the right to defend a third person, that they have the right and they should meet deadly force with deadly force. And you recall during jury selection, we asked you, does an officer have to wait until he's dead before he exercises his right of self-defense? Of course not. That's the whole reason we have a right of self-defense, is to defend ourselves.
Perfect time to get pissed.
To make sure that no one uses a deadly weapon on us, to save our own lives, to save the life of a third person. That's why that law is on the books. And Aaron had the right to do that night. And that is unfortunately what he had to do. Several witnesses told you that police work is inherently dangerous work. It's a balancing of risks. Police officers go out every night and deal with situations like this. Fortunately, most of them do not involve the confluence and continuum of events that happened in this case that unfortunately led up to this situation.
Remind them one more time that it's always unlawful to point a gun at a police officer.
Mr. Smith from across the street.
Attack her on that east side thing and get out.
In his mind, he wanted to go check on his neighbor. But that's not what he told them. He told them that there was an open door over there and he wasn't sure what was going on. He told them about the cars parked in the driveway.
Weave the east side part into this.
Now, police have rigid rules about how they deal with that kind of situation. When someone calls the police take the information given in the call and they code it. And they dispatch their officers accordingly. And in this case, the buzzwords that Ms. Talbert, the call taker, heard was open structure. So Aaron and Carol were dispatched on signal 56, which in police jargon is an open structure call. And they are told in their general orders, generally, how they are to deal with an open structure call. And they went out there and they dealt with their open structure call. And you know from your experience as a citizen, and when police officers are called out on a call, they do what's necessary to do a proper investigation. And their proper investigation in dealing with an open door, an open structure, a silent alarm, whatever it might be, is they go check the structure. And checking the structure requires them to get on the property and have a look at it. And that's what Aaron and Carol did that night. Unfortunately, they did not get a chance to complete their investigation. You heard a lot of criticism of Aaron about how Aaron handled that call. A lot of Monday morning quarterbacking about how Aaron handled that call. Mr. Priest, that was called by the state of Texas to testify in this case, had all kinds of problems with how Aaron handled that call. He did all kinds of Monday morning quarterback. He quarterbacked all week on Aaron.
I like that
What
line.
did we talk about with him? He'd come out here and talk about, well, I didn't like the way they crossed the intersection. They crossed the intersection and they could have been seen by someone. And they're not supposed to do it that way. And that's bad policing. And gee, that's just sorry. That's just sorry work. And he had all kinds of reports to review. And he said he did all kinds of work and didn't take any notes, but by God, he remembered everything and understood it all. Really, all he had to do was go ask Mr. Smith about crossing that intersection and what that was all about. Because Mr. Smith took the witness stand here and told you, it was completely dark out there that night. Completely dark.
Good point.
Mr. Smith testified that he and some of his other family members were sitting out on a porch across the street. And Mr. Smith had called the police, and he was expecting them to show up. And
He said he couldn't see him.
And all he saw were two silhouettes. And he was looking for that, paying attention for it. Aaron got criticized for not seeing him on a porch across the street, on a completely dark street. Then he got criticized for going up to the door and not announcing himself. Then he got criticized for walking around to the back and looking at the back. The general orders call for an investigation. You have a look at the structure. Figure out what's going on. Then start making decisions. If Aaron had walked up and announced himself, and there had been a burglar in the house, what the burglar would have done? Go out the back, of course. You can't have it all those different ways. You can't be wrong about staying at the front. You can't be wrong about going to the back or vice versa. It's like the old trick with the balloon. You squeeze one end of the balloon, the air all goes to the other. You squeeze the other end, it goes back. It's simple. You go out there and do the best you can. And snipers' nests, we talked about that, and I don't know. I don't know how we got that far off reality, but we did.
I knew he was going to call that out.
But they were out there doing an investigation. And Mr. Priest criticized Aaron for not checking the deck lids on the cars. Like what? A burglar crawls in the trunk of the car and hides out waiting for the police? Come on. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, I thought the same thing on that one too.
But then Mr. Priest forgot about something. He forgot that several years ago, he worked on a very, very, very similar case in Fort Worth, where a man was shot by Fort Worth police officers in his own garage. Police had been dispatched out there on an alarm call and went to the wrong house. The garage they shot the man in was the wrong garage. It wasn't the garage of the house they were supposed to be at. And the man didn't put down his weapon, and he was shot by the police. And Mr. Priest, under those mirror circumstances, said that was justified. Uniformed police officer shot a man in his own garage, and that was justified. But he wants to pick apart and nitpick Aaron for what he did out there that night. Oh, yeah. What's the difference? Money. He got paid to be here to say those things.
Damn.
But he forgot about that other opinion. I don't expect we'll be seeing Mr. Priest around here for a while. He's kind of.
I was hanging on what the difference was going to be, and he brought that home.
But he also told you after that police work's inherently dangerous. He told you that he was asked, do officers deviate from general orders? You know what his answer was? Of course. He also agreed you don't have to necessarily announce yourself at a silent alarm. Things changed after he was confronted with his inconsistent opinion on another very similar case. Sometimes when officers usually use deadly force, they say nothing.
I think he's putting a little bit of
There's no
spin
requirement
on
in the
this.
law before you exercise your right
But
of self-defense.
I think he's going to get away with it.
Or do anything else other than exercise your right. And officers have to make those split-second decisions. And they have to decide like that if they're being threatened sufficiently to exercise their right of deadly force or their right to defend a third person. And that's how fast this case went. Mr. Priest had all kinds of problems with how Aaron handled that call. But in the final analysis, when Miles asked him about the actual event of firing the shot, he didn't differ with what Grant Fredericks had said about the timeline and about the right of self-defense. The only thing he wanted to quibble about was he didn't have any evidence to back up that there was a firearm there. But he had apparently reviewed the recording of Zion and hadn't paid much attention to the testimony of Aaron Dean because there was a firearm. Those three eyewitnesses agreed on that. The firearm was pointed at Aaron Dean. A firearm is a deadly weapon. A firearm is the kind of thing that we're allowed to use deadly force to defend ourselves against. Police work is inherently dangerous work. You heard that from several witnesses on the witness stand.
He's going a little long, but there hasn't been a point where I'm like,
Pointing
you didn't need to bring that up.
Firearm at another human being is an aggressive, provocative act. And it's an aggressive, provocative act that draws a response of self-defense and defense of the third person. Aaron's actions that evening were justified under the law of the state of Texas. Aaron was a police officer in full uniform. You saw the photographs of him. He had Fort Worth PD, FWPD across his watch cap. He had distinctive patches on both shoulders. He was wearing a badge on his chest, a distinctive uniform. And when he's wearing a distinctive uniform like that, when any officer is, they have a right, a reasonable right to expect that members of the public understand that they are a police officer. And that they are protected from aggressive, violent, provocative acts of other citizens. They have enough to worry about out there on their job. Aaron got there that evening because he was a Fort Worth police officer. He went to the academy, he was trained. He graduated. He was issued a badge and a firearm, trained some more, sent out onto the street. When Mr. Smith called Fort Worth Police Department to report the neighbor's doors being open, Aaron was dispatched out there on that call. He was sent out there by his department to do a job. And the job was to check that building, check that residence, under the general orders, and see what they had. No one knew what they had. Mr. Smith, you recall, said he didn't go over there himself. He didn't go up to the house and knock on the door. He didn't go holler
He's
out to
hitting
the
on
neighbors to
every
see what was
relevant
wrong.
point
He didn't go past the car.
and
Past
making me
that
remember
number of
little
cars
things that I kind of forgot.
in that driveway. Why not? What did he tell you? Because he didn't have a weapon. He could have walked up to that door and knocked. He could have hollered out to the residents, "Hey, Mrs. Carr, hey, anybody in there? Everything okay? Front door's been open for hours. I've never seen your front door open before." He didn't do that.
AJ Michael.
And he told you the reason was he didn't have a weapon. So he relied on the Fort Worth Police Department to go over there. And everybody in the world knows the Fort Worth Police Department carries a weapon. Every one of them.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's going to take a full hour.
You know from what you heard from the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, Dr. I can't remember if it's Fries or Fries, but it's Fries. He told you that Ms. Jefferson had glass stippling, pseudo-stippling base. She had a gunshot wound in her upper chest area, a fatal gunshot wound that he said would have killed her if she'd been shot like that in a level 1 trauma center.
Man, he's using every one of the state's witnesses
No one was going to be able to save her.
to
out
talk
of that
about
house.
favorable evidence to him.
That's a tragic fact. But
Crazy.
It's a fact. So when Aaron's criticized for running in too fast and not clearing the rooms to get to her, but then you at the same time criticized for not getting to her quickly enough to render medical aid, that medical aid, unfortunately, would not have mattered that night. But we also heard from Dr. Fries, that Miss Jefferson, relative to where the shot came from, was in a slightly bladed stance, with her right turned slightly to her right. And if the shot went from up to down, left to right, went in up here, came out down here. Didn't come out, but lodged down in her lower back on her right side. After he corrected, saw that there was an error in his autopsy report. Because that's how she was situated when she was shot. She didn't have any pseudo-stippling on her hands because her hands were out in front of her, closest to the window, underneath where that cone of glass entered the room. The medical examiner's testimony mirrors the testimony of Zion and Aaron and Grant Fredericks, because the position is correct. It all fits together, ladies and gentlemen. It all fits together.
It really does. He has me
From Aaron's
convinced.
standpoint, which is how you are to judge his reasonableness.
And that's not his
that
job.
evening, He saw a firearm pointed at him, and based upon his training, he reacted. He reacted tragically, but he reacted correctly under the law. The state cannot prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this was not self-defense. They cannot prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt it was not defense of a third person, because it was.
Yep, because it was. Good
We
job.
reasonably believe that his actions, his deadly force, was immediately necessary to counter her use of unlawful deadly force, because it is always against the law to point a handgun at a uniformed police officer.
Good. He reminded them of that.
That's what happened here. It's tragic, but it's not an offense under the laws of the state of Texas. The jury charge contains verdict forms at the end. The proper jury verdict form for your use is the top one, which says, "We, the jury, find the defendant, Aaron York Dean, not guilty." He's not guilty because he validly exercised his right of self-defense on that occasion. And he validly and reasonably exercised his right to defend the third person, that being Carol Darch, who he had every reason to believe, based upon training and experience, was going to be right behind him where her training told her she needed to be. And she was. And she was in the line of fire, just the same as Aaron Dean was. So, nothing that we do here this week is ever going to bring Miss Jefferson back, unfortunately. Nothing can change that. But by the same token, the tragedy should not be compounded by finding guilty a man who was relying on his rights as a police officer and his rights under the laws of the state of Texas. We would ask you to find Mr. Dean not guilty of these charges. Thank you very much for the time and the attention that you've given me this morning.
Absolutely crushed that. May I have a moment to pick myself off the floor, because I just got crushed. That was by far the best. I think that's the best closing I've ever seen. Okay, maybe Johnny Cochran's OJ closing was better. But how do you counter a super emotional argument? You say very calm, you say very collected, and you point out each and every fact. And then that they were able to use the state's witnesses to do that is just crushing. And I'll be quiet again.
I guess it's inherently dangerous to sit in your own bedroom, in your own home, in the middle of the night, while you're babysitting your 8-year-old nephew.
Emotional argument, making
Because she's the one that's dead, not the defendant. And all this talk about training and self-defense, it's not the defendant's point of view. You will not see anywhere in this charge that you're to look at it from the defendant's point of view. You're to look at it from a reasonable person in the same circumstances. Well, you know who's in the same circumstances?
That's the same fucking thing.
Who was looking dead guy? That was a Tatiana. Did she fire? No. He did.
Because he fired first.
We're going to talk about it here in a minute. You're going to see that he didn't even see a gun.
Oh my God, the emotionality of this is just pathetic.
Well, let's talk about how we got there on October 12th, 2019. Because let me tell you, the one person that had no input on any choices that night was a Tatiana Jefferson.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
Not one choice as things unfolded. Because on October 12th, 2019, when the defendant
That does not make her guilty.
he was the one making choices. When he approached that front door, he could have knocked and Tatiana would still be alive. When he approached that front door, he could have said, Fort Worth Police, and Tatiana would still be alive.
I am making a video clip of how you know when you're
guide
losing.
these officers so they get home safely.
I'm taking both these fucking
and the
prosecutors.
citizens of Tarrant County of Fort Worth are protected and served. Tatiana Jefferson was not protected or served on October 12th, 2019.
How you know when you're
The
getting your
defendant's
ass
own
handed
words.
to you? Right here.
They want to argue about Dr. Priest or Mr. Priest or Dr. Coons. Dr. Coons couldn't answer a question. If I would have asked him if the sky was blue, he would have said maybe, perhaps, there are other factors. The man couldn't answer one straight question. What does that say about the defense's witness? Wouldn't even answer one question after he saw the defendant time and time again sitting in that seat, look at you under oath and say, that was some bad police work. That was some bad police work. Dr. Coons watched him admit bad police work over and over again, then stood up here and told you he did everything great. The defendant knew he didn't do everything the right way. And when you look at the general orders for silent alarms, because that's what you can look at, it's in the exhibits. It says, if you see signs of damaged entry,
Forced
you
entry,
shall
dipshit.
call for backup. What did the defendant tell you on Monday? I thought the window had been, the screen door, there was damage. Someone had broken in. There was a screwdriver right next to the door. That's signs of forced entry. Signs of forced entry. His general orders say it. Signs of forced entry, you shall call for backup.
You
But
shall.
he ignored
Oh
that.
my God.
Because you see, you know who the defendant really is as he testified. You know. I mean, I guess I just should have stayed home that night. Someone lost their life. He's supposed to be testifying in his own defense, and he's cracking jokes from the witness stand. I guess I should have just stayed home that night. Well, Tatiana
It
was
wasn't
home,
a joke at all. You
and she's
piece
no
of
longer
shit.
here because of what he did. The choices he made, the choices that she had no input into.
This is hilarious.
The defendant did not call for backup when he saw that second screen door, even though it was in his general orders to do it, shall do it. So he kept going.
I think my internet's back to good.
Gung-ho, hard charger. Ignoring his own safety, ignoring Officer Darch's safety, he leads her into that back.
Sorry.
And I guess Dr. Coon says if you don't want the police in your backyard, better lock your gate. Oh, Fort Worth, better go lock your gates right now.
That's not what he
Or I
said
guess
at
the
all.
police can just go in your backyard. Or was that as ridiculous to y'all as it was to me?
Juries don't like this,
We
guys.
have a expectation of privacy in our homes, just like Ashley talked about. Just like home is where you
God, I wish I could see the jury's faces on that shit.
Home is where you can protect your family. Home is where you can care for your nephew while your mother's in the hospital. But the defendant didn't care about any of that. He was going to get in that backyard. Regardless of that front entryway being completely open, anyone that was in that house,
Even the hand gestures.
anyone in that house could have come back around and shot him in the back. He wouldn't have known it because he didn't care. He didn't care about the general orders. He doesn't care about who's in that house. He's a hard charger. He is gung-ho. He was going to get in that backyard.
Oh my God, there's no evidence of that either.
And Tatiana is sitting there, knowing
And juries juries think in their head of,
life.
I could imagine cops like that, but you didn't once show him being like that. They really, they think through that.
So now they get to the gate, and he opens the gate, and they get inside, and they get to that back window. He'd been shining his flashlights all over the cars. shining his flashlight in the back. Now, again, it's a reasonable person. I want each of you to think, what would you do in the middle of the night if you heard a noise in your backyard and your children, your grandchildren, nieces or nephews, whoever it may be, are there with you, and you know that you are the only line of defense for their protection, and you hear that noise and you see a flashlight in your backyard, and you know that you have a gate and a fence that's protecting.
Why are you whispering now, dude? Did you lose your voice from yelling? Fucking weirdo.
Same thing that a Tatiana did. She's in her home. She sees somebody she doesn't know in that backyard. Zion's on that bed.
There is no evidence that he's been aggressive, and I wish the defense would have called that out. But they can probably see the jury's faces, and they're like they clearly made the choice to just completely ignore
She goes to that back window
that argument,
and look.
because this argument was made the first time
And they want to make
on
a big deal about Mr.
the initial
Brees.
close, and
That
they
case,
completely ignored
that
it.
man was given commands, and that man had the opportunity to observe
Man,
those
you're
commands.
pointing
and
to a
that
blank
man
wall,
did
bro.
not. I want you to remember how long
Oh, I
your
can't wait to
video
make
expert
another
said
clip
from
this.
the beginning of the command to the shot was fired. Half a second. How was she supposed to comply? What was she supposed to do? And pointing a gun at a Fort Worth officer is illegal? Yes, it is. If you're if you're violating the law, she didn't know who was out there. She didn't call the police. And she had no input on it. Up to that point, she was there to protect Zion. And that is all.
Pointing a gun at a Fort Worth police officer is illegal? Yes, it is. If you're violating the law. What? You fucking idiot.
So he's at the
Sorry,
window.
I shouldn't be cussing
Watch
so
it.
much,
Get the
but
body cam back. Watch it over and over.
this
again.
is hilarious.
Look at the audio. Half
What a weirdo.
from the first command to where, and it's put up your hand and show me, bam. Half a second. No one can comply with that. No one. She never had a chance. She never had a chance. There was nothing she could do, nothing that she could have done, could have changed what was going to happen, because that man decided when he got to that home that he was going to be a hard charger, he was going to be gung-ho, and he was going to take command of this situation.
That's not the evidence. You didn't.
She's up there trying to protect Zion.
You didn't get your expert to say that that's what he was trying to do.
So now we're at the window. And they brought this videographer guy in here.
This is
All
this
this
is
other
called
stuff.
oh
Let me
shit.
tell
We
you.
have closing tomorrow. We got to write a
There's
new
a-
narrative.
A lot of evidence that shows this.
And juries don't buy that
He saw
shit.
that gun. He didn't know what he saw. He just shot. He didn't shoot 2 or 3 times to make sure
He
that
didn't
the
shot
threat was
him.
over with. He shot 1 time. And their expert, one
She
trial, he's
dropped.
saying it takes a second, a third, a second and a half for the brain to make a decision and for your hand to react. But no, this one's different. This is different because it's a different
Your
case.
expert agreed with
What
him on his
because
time
it's a different legal
calculation.
theory?
Dumbass. Oh God, I wish the
I'll switch
this is
it
why I
up to
hate
whatever the
the
defendant
this is
needs.
why I hate that the prosecution gets a rebuttal though.
But
They
regardless
should
of that,
only get to rebut what
you
they
know
said.
that
Because
she
now
didn't
he's
have that
making up
gun
new shit that the defense can't
Because I
call
want
out.
you to remember,
And I hate that.
as the defense attorney questioned Dr. Freeze, we talked about the cone of glass. And I'm laying out here State's Exhibit 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 71,
Greg's wait what was
72,
where I said the same thing.
73,
He said
74.
the prosecutor in a questioning voice said, pointing a gun at a Fort
Those
Worth
are
police
hands,
officer is illegal?
When the
And then he
defense
goes,
attorney gave his
"Yeah."
argument just a minute ago, he held his hands up like this. If her hands were in front of her face, they would have been hit with glass. They would have been hit with glass, and you would have saw the same injuries on her hands and forearms as you would have saw on her face. They're not there. You know why? Because the gun was down. Because she didn't know what she was looking at. The defendant testified
Anyone's
she was
good
bent
at
over almost
short clips.
perpendicular to the
If you
ground.
couldn't get me
And
that
then
short
The
clip
videographer
of the
said she's up
Fort
straight.
Worth
Well, she couldn't have been up
pointing a
straight
gun
if the
at
bullet
a
enters here, like
Fort
the
Worth
defense
police
attorney just
officer
said,
being
gets
illegal,
found down lower,
I'll be
gets passed
eternally
through the
grateful.
right kidney in the back. She was bent over. And Zion testified the gun was in her right hand. Use your common sense. You didn't lose it whenever you walked to those metal detectors. How much you've been standing? She's standing like this.
No, she's not.
The gun
Okay.
up like this, she was last. If she had the gun in her hand, it was down. He didn't know what.
What the fuck are you talking about now,
There's
dude?
the green laser you were promised last week in opening statements from defense attorneys. I want you to remember, the defense attorney stood up, looked you in the eye, and said, "You will hear testimony that green laser hit his chest."
Oh, I didn't hear that. That's not good.
Now, one witness stand, including the defendant, was able to tell you under oath that green light hit his chest. You know why? Because he didn't see it.
You know why? Because he
So
was
why'd they tell you
committed
that in
to
opening
telling the absolute truth on
Ask
the
yourself,
stand.
why? I think you know. But then, remember what we talked about in jury selection? You can infer things from people's actions. So now, let's take a look at what happened after he pulled that trigger. Because I tell you, what he did after he pulled that trigger shows you beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed murder and that he didn't see that gun. He didn't know what he saw. He saw a silhouette.
It is.
To view this case from the standpoint, according to the charge, of a reasonable and prudent person at the time, not in hindsight.
The jury has been instructed, your objection is overruled.
He didn't know what he saw. And you're going to hear it here just in a minute as I explain it, because you probably already know. You know because you heard the testimony when he saw this silhouette. And you can take into account what he did afterwards as evidence of what he knew.
You may.
You can take into account what he did afterwards as to what his
He's screaming at the fucking jury. Screaming at the jury does not.
Nothing that says you can't. Because it shows you what he was thinking as he pulled that trigger. At first, he just stands around. There's no other shots. There was a real threat inside that window. Do you think he would have just sat in front of the window? Do you think he might have?
Guys, I wish I could have my camera on. I don't know why my internet decided to
No,
be
he's
dumb.
standing there because he wasn't sure what was on the other side of that window where he just shot. He wasn't sure. And then, as they start moving, Officer Dart says, "We got to get in there." Does the defendant say, "Officer Dart, you need to know there were people inside that house with a gun"? He doesn't.
That is the worst fact for him.
Officer, a good Fort Worth officer, running into that house without telling her there's a gun. What officer would allow one of his partners to run into a house?
She heard the
where they thought a
gunshot.
burglary with him without saying, "Hey, there's a gun in there. Gun, gun, gun." Defense attorney wants to talk about inherently dangerous. He let Officer Darts walk into a potential lion's den without giving her one heads up. You know why? Because he wasn't sure what he saw.
What?
Then, as they're checking the doors of each room of that home, they go peeking in each room. Quick peek, quick peek. They're not clearing the rooms. They're not clearing the rooms. They didn't even check the bathroom. They're not clearing the rooms. And you know why they're not clearing the rooms? Because the defendant never told Officer Darts there was a gun. Officer Darts is just trying to get inside whoever was shot. He never said there was a gun because he didn't know.
I think that is their best
And
argument.
then when they finally get back to the bedroom, and Officer Darts grabs Zion,
But that's not beyond a reasonable doubt argument.
takes him. The defendant walks over to Tatiana, taking her last breaths. And as she's dying in front of him, he doesn't lean over and give her aid. He doesn't comfort her in any way. He doesn't try and stop the bleeding. He looks down between her legs, kicks something, and says, "See what looks like a weapon here."
They should have stuck to this argument.
Not, there's the gun. Not, here's the gun. Not darts, we've got the gun. Looks like we have a weapon here. And that sigh you hear that the defense's expert tried to say was a sigh of relief, was a sigh that he just got out of danger. No, that was a sigh of relief. Looks like we have a weapon here. That is not a declaration of a person that was sure of what they saw. Because he didn't know when he pulled that trigger. Looks like we have a weapon here. That's how you know that self-defense doesn't apply to this case. That's how you know that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not acting in self-defense, because Tatiana was not acting unlawfully. She would have to be acting unlawfully for the defendant.
She was pointing a gun at a police officer.
Self-defense. And again, what is unlawful about protecting your nephew and protecting your home? Even
it's always
the defense's
unlawful.
own witnesses all agreed what she did was not unreasonable.
It wasn't.
And again, you'll never.
That doesn't
see it
mean what he did
before
was.
you look through every page. It's not from what the defendant sees. It's from what a reasonable, prudent person sees in the same circumstances. And I tell you right now, no reasonable and prudent Fort Worth officer would have gone hard charging, gung-ho, past
Here we
those
go.
two doors, into that backyard, creating a situation of danger for not only himself, his partner, and anyone in that home. Because he's the one that made the decisions on October 12th.
I wonder if anyone in the jury box is
2019.
laughing.
He's the one that ended Tatiana Jefferson's life, and he's the reason that we are here. This is a matter of accountability. Tragedy, an accident, that's spilling your milk at breakfast. This is murder. Someone lost her life. Tatiana is no longer here through no fault of her own. And now you're going to decide if someone's going to be held accountable or not. And you're going to have to look deep inside and look at this evidence. And you know, he never saw that gun. He didn't know what he saw. He was hard charging. He was gung-ho. He finally got some action. And he was going to pull his weapon.
He didn't pull his weapon until he saw someone in the window.
Zion no longer has an aunt. Because of that, 2 sisters and a brother no longer have a sister. And that's not okay. So go back there and do what you know is right and find the defendant guilty.
This closing argument, not okay.
Smith, before I excuse the jury, would you remove the exhibits from the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
The judge is looking at him like, what the fuck was that?
Thank you. All right, up until this point, you've been unable to discuss the case amongst yourselves, but that restriction is now lifted. Retire to your jury room, select a presiding juror, let me know if you need anything.
All right. Oh, hold on. They haven't left. 1 second. Sorry, I bring it back.
Hey. No. We're full of that. Yeah. We'll be.
All right, I'm gonna rewind on that and just see if we can catch on it real quick.
Woo! That was on.
Woo! These ladies think that was a great closing because they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Okay, we're gonna watch. I just want to make sure we didn't miss
All
anything.
right,
On
until this point, you've been unable to discuss the case amongst yourselves, but that restriction is now lifted. Retire to your jury room, select a presiding juror, let me know if you need anything. Yeah, yes.
I didn't catch what he asked. I can't hear any of it. I'm cutting it out. Okay, let me bring my camera back up. Oh my. So one of the common phrases all our favorite lawyers like to use is, if you have the facts, pound the facts. If you have the law, pound the law. If you have what is it? If you don't have either, pound the table. That was the first true example that I've seen in a long time of straight up pounding the table. I have rants to go on, but let's go through some of your comments that probably lead to some of my rants, and a lot of what I was seeing is what you're seeing. Is what I was thinking and seeing is a lot of what you're saying. So let's give you all voice to your frustrations, and then if there's any more ranting I need to go through, I definitely will. That is the definition of a prosecutor misconduct. That's the definition of showing that you brought a case that you had no business bringing. We know. My hands are turned. Let me see if I can change my camera just a bit. Sorry. We know that a lot of us were on the fence going into that. I was on the fence. I admit I was somewhat on the fence. I was a little bit pro defense. After that closing, I am completely and wholly on the side of acquittal. And my feeling is that they were able to read the jury's the jury, and that the jury was already there. Because you don't do that shit if you think you have the jury on your side. There's no reason, because if the jury's on your side, all you're doing with that is bringing them a little bit over the finish line or risking losing them. There's no way they had the jury on their side. All right, anyway. Let me pull up. I'm going to get a couple feeds pulled up so that I can make sure that we don't miss a verdict. I thought this was going to be a long verdict. This verdict's going to come back way quicker than I thought, too. My guess now is that this verdict is coming back much quicker than I had originally anticipated. Okay, let's go through your comments. Let me get Twitter up too. I just want to make sure that I don't, when we're on verdict watch. Oh, and also, yeah, let me change. Sorry, I got several things to do, and then we're going to pull up the comments. Let's hit a couple comments first. Oh man, sorry. All right, I want to hit a couple comments first, and then I'll get done what we need to get done. And I do have feeds up so that we will not miss the verdict, I promise. And it's not going to come back this fast. I'm just trying. Okay, here's where we're at. I want to get all of your comments during the whole thing. All right, I'm going to start right here. Yeah, if this was 2019, he would have been convicted. Because that very politically charged argument. Okay, and this is what Wombat Melmy was referring to here. And this is a good point. There might be a few comments before this, but that's okay. Let's go back to the very beginning of the prosecution's initial close. She started out with you should be safe in your home. I'm kind of okay with that argument. Sorry, I get so ADHD sometimes. I'm kind of okay with that argument, but then she went right into that he doesn't care about people on the east side of Fort Worth. There wasn't one shred of evidence that is true. There's not incriminating statements of him saying anything like that. I mean, let's take it to the extreme. Think about what they did to Mark Furman on the stand, right? All the statements that they had on him. That showed a bias towards certain people. There's not one thing that showed a bias, no one actual piece of evidence that showed that he had a bias towards a certain section of Fort Worth, Texas. I initially thought the defense should have hammered her on that. And we can go back kind of through some of the details, but we have to please also remember there is not one African American, one black juror on this jury. There's at least 7 white jurors, and potentially more. I don't want to make this a race thing. That prosecutor just did, to an extent. At first, if I was the defense attorney, I would have absolutely hammered her on it because I think the jury makeup would have been receptive to hammering her on that. In hindsight, and after watching what he did, I think it was more powerful that they completely ignored it. And then the defense completely ignores those arguments. The prosecution gets up on rebuttal. We all know the word rebuttal means that you're supposed to refute what was just said. And they started arguing the same thing, even though it was completely ignored by the defense. I honestly think that was probably more powerful. Good on them. What else do we have? This is a travesty. Yeah, I mean, I might go off and on a rant and would definitely know why I think it's a travesty, right? Isn't the question, was he reasonable to think his life was in danger? Yes, but so, and of course, my feed went haywire at exactly the time the prosecution spent 2 minutes on what I thought was their one good point. And that was in the jury instruction. It said, self-defense is only justified if faced with deadly force, and that deadly force is unlawful. That's kind of weird to me. And I was like, ooh, why didn't the prosecution spend every ounce of their time on that? But then the defense got right up, and I would assume correctly pointed out that pointing a gun at an officer is illegal under any circumstance. So she was doing something unlawful. But I think and let's talk about not what the defendant saw, what a reasonable person perceived, right? And the prosecutor yelled and screamed that 4 times. I don't think that the jury. Let's come back to this real quick. Side note: absolute right call to have the defendant take the stand, because their closing didn't include anything that he said, like hardly anything at all. So now the defense looks forthright, and they didn't hurt themselves. Amazing. Anyway, I make that point to say I don't think a reasonable jury would view Aaron Dean as an unreasonable person based on the way he testified. he said he did more wrong things than his expert did. I think he considered himself not doing a perfect job in more areas than the state's expert. Maybe I'm exaggerating there, but yes, this is the question. And yes, I think the jury's going to deem that he's a reasonable person. Call potential crime. House looks like potential crime is happening. See potential criminal and harm. Suspect had a deadly weapon. Seems reasonable to me. That's it. I know exactly what this is in reference to. That was the 10 minute at most. I think it was 10 minutes. Initial closing by the state. Now we saw what they did, and it was their strategy all along, and it's been their MO through this case. They held their powder. I fucking hate that. I'll rant on this. Prosecutors are supposed to be seeking justice. Holding your powder for rebuttal for your rebuttal case in calling witnesses, and then holding all your powder saving what's 5/6 of your argument for rebuttal is not the way this is supposed to work. And we rely on prosecutors to do the right thing in that. Holding back all their argument for rebuttal and making argument that was completely outside of rebuttal is just disingenuous. The defense completely ignored them on their race baiting, aggressive cop narrative. Completely ignored them on that. And yet they came back on rebuttal and had the same narrative. That's gross. And yeah, that's it. Like, that's why she went 10 minutes. And let's be honest, I don't think that's the greatest strategy, because the jury is paying more attention to the initial opening of the state, or initial close of the state. And the jury said, that's it? And then they come in rebuttal with this fiery, yelling speech, and the jury's like, well, what the hell? You didn't even say anything the first time. I've been doing my housekeeping matters, telling everyone what we're doing today. There's no way we have a verdict today. I have completely changed my mind. I think we have a verdict. And I base that on the fact that the prosecutor is looking at the jury's faces. The prosecution team is looking at the jury's faces. To make argument like that, and for Attorney Smith to yell, scream, and at some points yelling and screaming right up against the jury box means he can see their faces and he knows he's losing. There's no other explanation for that. He's too seasoned of a trial attorney to say, oh, he's just super emotional about this case. He's not. He's too seasoned for that. I think he is probably a little bit emotional about this case, and I think that probably seeped in to his strategy decision. But he knew exactly what he was doing by yelling. And you don't scream at the jury to help them get over the finish line. You scream at a jury to try to pull it out, to salvage it. And prosecutors should never be trying to salvage it. That's not their job. Their job is to present a coherent case that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. That grossed me out. I have no problem if the defense attorney acts like that if he thinks he needs to. It's not going to work. But if that's what a defense attorney needs to do, fine. Prosecutors should never be doing that. Scrolling down, and there's more comments. You guys got fired up when he started yelling. I found this. So this was in reference to when he said, Professor, I keep forgetting, it's something that the defense's use of force expert argued with everything and was saying, well, in some cases, that's truthful, because he didn't ask him a black and white, one single black and white question. Policing decisions are never black and white. This, and I read this, the sky isn't always blue. So that would have been, sometimes it's just completely black, sir. I didn't think about that. I don't know if the jury would have either, because we all know his point. His point was, even if you asked him a completely black and white question, he would have hedged his bets on it. Craig, that's hilarious. That, yeah, it wasn't a completely bad question. But even going to what the point he was trying to make, it was disingenuous, because police work isn't black and white. I think one jury member was probably ducking from a little bit of spit coming off of his lips, man. Like, Jesus. Like, I'm not there. He could have seen the jury, every member of the jury leaning forward as he yelled and got closer to them. I'm not there. If he saw that, then he knew he was doing the right thing. I highly, highly doubt it. Well, and he's not doing the right thing, even if that's the case. That's not how a prosecution team should act. This could literally have been a thought going through a jury member's mind. Because the jury members aren't as emotionally tied to these cases as some of us might like to think they are. They pay attention. Juries pay a lot of attention, and they take their jobs seriously. But the jury hasn't been working this case for 3 years. They're not nearly as invested as that prosecutor is. And they're like, whoa, bro, who pissed in your Cheerios? Not one shred of evidence of him being an aggressive officer. I already hit on that, so I won't talk about it again. But God, that pisses me off. And I don't know why the defense didn't object to that. It's not like they would have then opened the door to evidence coming in. The evidence was closed. Why not be? And they objected once to at a really good time. They won it and had it struck from the motion, struck from the record. I think they could have got the same ruling if they would have said, objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence. And then he could have done a little bit of rant. Because the judge did let speaking objections go during closing. He could have said it. Facts not in evidence. There is not one shred of evidence that Officer Dean is an aggressive gung-ho officer. And the judge would probably overrule that, but he got it. He would have got it out, and the jury would have heard it. There was one more. I don't want just things that agree with me. I thought there was something in here that didn't agree with me that I would like to bring up. So I'll bring it up as soon as she found it. But let's talk about this real quick. This was another thing that drove me absolutely nuts about the prosecutor, and it's what drives me. Like, I'm serious. They debated this case based on they tried this case based on the commentary of the idiot on WFAA. Sorry, I shouldn't be mean, but they're trying this on like the media narrative that things in criminal law are mutually exclusive. This isn't Atiana Jefferson versus Aaron Dean. This isn't who was right and who was wrong. This was Aaron Dean justified in firing his weapon in self-defense? Yes. Yes, she chose to arm herself. She chose to let it not be known that she was armed. I don't really hold that on her. It was split second for her too. She had people in her backyard. Now, where the defense did a good job of pulling people with that thought back is by replaying Zion's interview. The first time they played Zion's interview, it was super quiet, even in the courtroom. Because they objected or made a motion later the next morning saying we need to have all of these things played at 100% volume. Zion's interview was only played at 60%. So we couldn't hear it that well on TV. I don't know how well the jury could hear it. I bet you they could, but they did a great job of playing it again, tying it into his very tight narrative of Zion said he saw a gun raised. Zion saw a badge, and he called Zion a liar. He called Zion a liar in the nicest terms possible, without losing the straightforward message of Zion got up and laid on a stand, which was a great job. I told you guys would spur me on to comments here. I already pulled up Greg's wait what, but let's talk about it one more time. The wait what? Oh, now I forgot. I'll come back to it. I'll remember. Greg, you probably remember. Okay, good. Something I can kind of argue with. Not her job to call the police. I mean, she definitely could have. She also has every right to go out there and fire on somebody in her backyard up and until she sees an officer in uniform. Once she sees that that's a uniformed officer, she no longer has the right to protect her docile by using deadly force. I don't know if I disagreed with you too heavily on that, but oh yeah, this was it. This was the wait what? Okay, and I want to try to reenact this. Firing on a Fort Worth police officer is illegal? Yes! Unless you're not breaking the law. It's completely illogical. What the fuck? If it's always illegal, then you're breaking the law by doing it. And so, is he trying to make the argument that if you're in no way breaking the law, you're just hanging out in the mall, buying stuff, not stealing, buying. You then just happen to walk by a police officer and draw your gun on him. That's where it became illegal. Like, I don't understand his logic in that. And he screamed it. If anyone has that clip, I want it because it's fucking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So passionate about a stupid point. And let's be honest, one of the reasons why I love doing this is and one of the reasons why I love Twitter is to make fun of people that are super, super passionate about things that are factually wrong. I'm fine with you being factually wrong. You start calling people other names, screaming at other people when you're factually wrong, and that's when we get to make a lot of fun of you. Yeah, some of this you guys were talking amongst each other, and I won't be able to fully understand it, so I'll skip those, but that's still good. Okay, finally, a devil's advocate here. She had no idea he was a cop. You have both people pointing guns at an unknown target. I agree. And that's why I would argue that both were justified in firing. Here's where that argument got a little harder. That became a little harder hurdle for me to clear today, was in closing. One, when I learned that it's absolutely illegal to point a gun at a police officer, even if they're in your docile, makes it a little harder. And here's exactly why. And this is why they were genius. They played Zion's testimony again. Zion clearly saw an officer's badge, which would lead me to believe that someone close to the window would see that badge too. But let's go with this. lead me to believe is not reasonable doubt or beyond a reasonable doubt. And therefore, I think I would still acquit her if she would have shot him. That does not, and this is the disingenuous part of what the prosecutor said. The prosecutor tried to make it mutually exclusive things. He tried to make it Atiana Jefferson versus Aaron Dean. He forgot that he's the representative of the state of Texas and the people of Texas against Aaron Dean, who has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what Aaron Dean was unreasonable, not mutually, I should not mutually exclusive. I should say mutually exclusive from the fact of what if Atiana Jefferson was justified. I wish. I mean, I in some of these closings, I'm like, I wish they would have used my exact words, because the prosecutor, the defense attorney, did a pretty good job of explaining how they're not mutually exclusive. I would have liked him to use the word mutually exclusive, but that's just I know it's just, I just like I do have this weird thing where I like them to use my own words. Yeah, he kind of asked for jury nullification. I saw when you posted this, and right when you posted this, it was at a point where I'm like, dude, this is a weird argument. This is like, well, okay, let's take it at a more broad level. They pretty much argued. One could view the prosecution's closings as arguing, yeah, what he did was okay. I mean, what he did was probably justified, but she was in her home, and this is absolutely horrible. You have to convict. And in that sense, that is kind of like, that is jury nullification. It's kind of reverse of what we would think of it, because usually jury nullification is finding a defendant not guilty, even though the technicalities of the law would have you vote guilty. But yeah, this is kind of like jury nullification in reverse argument, like, or an argument for jury nullification in reverse. Crazy. And the state should never be doing that. The state has one job: search for justice and follow the law while doing it. God. And to know what you're pointing at. But the thing is, and this is how reasonable doubt works, there is no evidence to show that he didn't know what he was shooting at. You and I could speculate that he might not have known what he was shooting at. His actions when they went into the house gave me an idea that he might not have seen a gun. And I think that the prosecution's argument was pretty good there. His actions after showed that he might not have saw a gun, but might not is not beyond a reasonable doubt. And that was their best argument. Once the alien starts, I need to go to Charlie Brown. Yeah, like I went into, oh my God, you're in a hysterical human being mode. Like, I couldn't focus on what he was saying. I was just like, you look like a clown. And it wasn't just yelling. It was hand motions and pointing at a wall saying, this man. And I'm like, oh God. And trust me, juries think the same way. All right, I'm gonna make a couple updates here on my video description. Make sure that I'm not missing anything in terms of alerts, and then we will get right to okay, cool. Sorry, just make sure we don't have anything going on. I do need to quickly update my video notification. We'll go through the rest of the comments. I'll probably take a short break after that, and then we will jump right into Nebraska versus Hock as we monitor for jury verdict as well. Oh, and I'm gonna have to run to make a quick system update so that I can make sure that we're monitoring for verdicts as well. So give me just a moment. And actually, let's do this. Let's go through the rest of the comments. I'll take that quick break to do everything, and then we'll come back for Nebraska versus Hock. Okay, so the "you shall" reminded me of church. That was church. That was church for sure. You shall. Yeah, I think he was a bit reckless too, and that's the wow. That's why I love bringing up all your comments, because this triggered another thought. That prosecutor didn't make any argument that would say, okay, if you don't think he's guilty of murder, find him guilty for manslaughter. Holy crap. That's what happens when you get too emotional. He didn't talk about the law at all. My God. Hey, and if you're here, haven't already hit the like button or subscribed or made sure that you have notifications turned on, please do so. It certainly helps me out. And especially if for some reason I have to start a new stream or something like that as we go through Verdict Watch, I don't see why I would. That you'd be notified right away if I do have to do that. Okay. And we also get to bring out the funny comments too. It is. It's like, it's not lawful law. Like, oh my God, I've never seen anyone rant scream like that. Let alone a prosecutor. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone make an impassioned argument in such way. And again, the defense did the perfect job. If you don't come back firing with fire or anything like that, calm, collected, very logical in terms of paying attention, focusing on the law and being logical as you did it. And God, it was super organized. It got a little unorganized at the end, but I was okay with it. I thought it was pretty on point. I mean, he kept bringing up another topic and another topic. I'm like, okay, like I don't like when they do that, but every point he brought up was super valid and super relevant. And he used the prosecution's witnesses really against them. I mean, straight up, Zion became their best witness. I've never had a teacher yell at me like that, like, or yell at the class like that. I totally see where everyone's coming from, but yeah, like, I mean, I get the point, but I think it was even more over the top than that. Yes, they should have stuck to. I think they should have stuck exactly to their argument on, and I don't care what your point was, but to me they should have stuck to that really good point that they brought up about unless she was doing something unlawful in the jury instruction. Like he had no right to fire on her unless she was doing something unlawful. Arguing that what she was doing wasn't unlawful. I think a point about I think they should have stuck to that. And I mean, you could throw a little bit of emotion about like you should not be unsafe in your home, but not like they did. Yeah, maybe legally he's guilty for manslaughter, but the prosecution didn't even give the jury any like the prosecution. So what you want to do, as on either side, is you want to give, and I'm going to use bullets as the example. You want to give the jurors that are going to be on your side as much ammunition as you possibly can to help them bring other jurors along. And they gave them absolutely no ammunition for the manslaughter, for going with a lesser included of manslaughter. Maybe they didn't know manslaughter was a lesser included until yesterday, just like I didn't. And that's very possible. I mean, they could have added manslaughter to the jury instructions as a lesser included during the charging conference. I like this point too. I think if the state would have done a good job, they might have been able to get him on manslaughter. They absolutely did not prove manslaughter beyond a reasonable doubt. It was a terrible, terrible job. And maybe we're thinking there's too many facts. Because if they had the facts, they probably would have pounded those facts. But in like the general overview of the case, the general analysis of the case, I think they had enough. Yep. So, okay. So here was your point, and that's exactly right. Why would? And the prosecutor did make this argument, so he must have checked in on the stream earlier and grabbed this from you, because I think this is a very valid point. If you see a gun, you yell, "Drop fucking gun," not "Show me your hands." The prosecutor made that point, but it got lost in his yelling and his ranting and raving. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe the jury heard that, because that is a good argument. And I'll take the break on this one. I don't know. I really don't. I was in this. I didn't know where my head was on this until the closing. I don't think you can convict based on the prosecutor's performance in closing, unless you got a really studious jury that's going to go back over the evidence despite the go and make a decision for themselves just based on evidence was presented. You're not going to get a conviction. And that's the prosecutor's job. That's not the jury's job. The prosecutor's job is to say, this is what you need to go look at. This is what you need to go look at. This is what you need to go look at. Remember when so-and-so testified to this? And they didn't do that. And who knows? They see the jury's face. Maybe like, oh, emotional arguments, where we go, and we got this. It's just unlikely. All right, everyone. I'm going to take a quick break to use the restroom, to get a couple things set up so that I'm making sure that we're set and don't miss anything for verdict watch. And I will be right back. I'll put a banner up too, but I shouldn't be gone no more than 10 minutes, hopefully faster than that. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I had to switch headsets, so I was worried that you can't hear me, but I think we're good. Real quick, just side note, we'll get right into this. Well, excuse me. We'll get right into this. Hold on one sec, sorry. All right, I'm back to normal. We'll get right into this Nebraska versus Aaron Hock trial, but one side note I just noticed in the law and crime poll, it's 62% guilty, 20%, 28% not guilty, and I think 1% hung. A case like this, that's kind of favorable to the defendant based on what we normally see in the law and crime shop. All right, so let's get started with the midwife delivery death trial. We'll get started right away with opening statements, and let's go. I'm a little worried about my sound. So please tell me if the sound is good.
Amy Jacobson and Demetria Herman, Deputy County Attorneys, and we also have Sir Wayne Wardlow, who's a Senior Certified Law Clerk on behalf of the state.
All right, and can the attorneys for Ms. Hook place their names to record?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Stu Dornan on behalf of Ms. Hock, who is present. Also, there is co-counsel at table. We have Hermine Hayes Klein. We have Keith Dornan, and we also have our paralegal, Shelby Hale.
All right, are the parties ready
What
to
is-
all read statements?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Jacobson.
Judge, we're here today
Out for
because of
y'all.
Amy Hock's arrogance. She put herself out to be a skilled midwife and led a family to make decisions that
This
endangered
is
their
a
child.
judge trial or a bench trial.
She's charged that she caused or permitted a minor child, Vera, to be placed in a situation that endangers her life or physical health or deprived her of necessary care, and it resulted in the death of Vera No. This begins a couple years before Vera was born. You're going to hear evidence that Emily and Creighton are the type of family that wanted to do natural childbirth, and they were seeking to find a midwife to do that service for them. They found Angee Hock and enlisted her help for the birth of their first child named Sabra. Angee Hock is unlicensed, purports to be trained in childbirth. She has contracts for her clients, and in fact, you will see the contract that the Noes signed in order to use her help. In her contracts, she tells them that she provides them with concrete knowledge, ancient wisdom, and current research, so women can take back their power by making fully informed choices. She says things like, I work directly for you.
Have her in the
The
leopard print.
contract says I do have
She's in the
boundaries for
leopard print.
specific situations that I am comfortable working with based on my knowledge and experience. She also told them I am trained to recognize, treat, and refer potential problems before they become an issue wherever possible. She talked in the contracts about having a training in the art and science of breech birth. In her contract, you'll see that she tells them she's had training in routine breech presentations. The problem with this case, Judge, is you're going to hear from state's experts that are going to tell you that breech presentations are anything but routine. They're very dangerous, and they're best served in a hospital setting. She says in the contract that if the birth moves beyond normal or the range of her expertise, she's happy to consult with other midwives, physicians, and other medical professions. This birth of Vera was way beyond Ms. Hock's expertise, but she told them she could do it. So back to Sabra. They were laboring at home with Sabra, and they went several hours. And eventually it became clear that Saber was not going to be able to be birthed vaginally. So at some point, Angee Hock told them, you're not progressing. You need to go to the hospital. And because they trusted Angee Hock, they did what she said. Okay, we'll go to the hospital. They went to the hospital and Saber was born by an emergency C-section. Fast forward to then when they were pregnant with Vera. They were very pleased with Angee Hock's work. They trusted her. They liked her. There's a doula. You're going to hear from that doula. Her name is Mickey Heffley. She was present both for Saber's labor and then she was present for this labor. They liked both of them. They were friendly. They really liked them. Felt like they cared about them. They were being advised, Creighton will tell you when he testifies, that he was being advised to not do a vaginal birth after cesarean, that it'd be safer if the birth was done in the hospital. Now, that's not the end all. There are hospitals that will probably do a vaginal birth after C-section and allow someone to try a trial of labor after C-section. But the Noes decided they were going to use a midwife again, and so they hired Angee Hock again with all the promises I talked to you about a moment ago. On the evening of June 14th, around 9 o'clock, Emily's water broke. And she called her husband to come home. And of course, her husband did come home. They also called Angee Hock. The plan was for Angee Hock to come in the morning. Of course, sometimes labors take a long time. So a decision was made that she was going to come in the morning. She comes from Kearney. She has her business out in Kearney, Nebraska, Nebraska Birth Keepers. She has a website. That's how she advertises her unlicensed
It's pretty close to Omaha.
Midwifery business. So she arrived along with Mickey Heffley at about 6 a.m. Things were going fine. They found Emily laboring in her bed. Creighton was with her, and things went fairly well throughout the day as she labored along. Sometime in the late afternoon, early evening, things started to progress further. Contractions intensified. And at some point, Angee Hock decided to check to see how it was going. And when she checked, she says something about a cord and also we have toes. You're going to hear Mickey Heffley tell you that that's what she said. That's a very serious situation, Judge. And she told Emily and Creighton that your baby's breech and gave them the option of going to the hospital. But the part of this that's the crime part is she told them, I can do breech births. I've done this before. I have experience. I can do a breech birth. What you never hear her say to them, that they never heard her say, is they never told them that breech births after a cesarean section increases the likelihood of uterine rupture.
I don't like to be judgmental.
Creighton No will tell you he never
kids,
heard the words
all of
prolapse
whom were
cord.
born in hospitals.
That's very important because obviously, as well you can imagine, you'll hear from Dr. Bowen and Dr. Lessman, who will tell you that just by virtue of being breech, of course, your cord's coming out before your head. And when that cord comes down, it's risking the chance of getting cramped and stuck, because when the rest of the body comes through or the head comes through, it's going to squeeze against that cord, and that cord's not going to have any way to live, any way to get air. There are multiple different breech presentations. She never explained them about any of those things. The information was simply, you can go to the hospital, it's your choice, but I got this. I know how to do breech deliveries. Tragically, she didn't know anything about doing breech deliveries. They labored on after they had a conversation about it. Emily and Creighton talked about what they were going to do, and they believed in Angee Hock. She put Vera in a situation that endangered her life or physical health and did not provide Vera with the necessary care. So they labored on, and eventually Emily went into the bathroom by herself and eventually called out for help. And when Mickey Heffley walked into the bathroom, she sees Vera's legs. She's about out from her waist down. Again, you'll remember what I said about the cord coming out ahead of that. It has to. The cord can't come out after the head if you're coming out feet first. And things were
bench trial, so she's talking directly to the
pretty
judge.
tense at that point. Angee Hock is trying to do maneuvers to get the baby to deliver, isn't able to do that. They move her out in the hallway, and she tells Creighton to call 911. Mickey Heffley dialed 911, handed the phone to Creighton, and the paramedics showed up. Things are frantic at this point because you have a woman who's acting like she knows what she's doing, but it's a very dire situation. When the paramedics get there, they will tell you, you're going to hear from 4 of them, 2 paramedics and 2 EMT firefighters, and they're going to tell you that a breech situation is very, very emergent. They heard on the way that it was breech, and they knew they had a problem. And when they arrived, they described the baby basically hanging out from the neck down, one I think will describe to you. They have got to get her to the hospital. They try a few maneuvers to try to get the baby out. Angee Hock's kind of running the show. They don't know who she is. They don't know if she's a nurse. They don't know if there's a doctor. One of them will describe that she had some kind of uniform on, a Nebraska birth keeper's uniform of some sort, or a T-shirt. And she wanted some trauma shears. Give me some trauma shears. EMTs are not trained to do episiotomies, but that's what Angee Hock wanted to do. And it took a couple of scissors to do it. She broke 2 scissors as she tried to cut the perineum of Emily so we could help deliver that baby. They got her in the squad and took her to the hospital, and Vera was born shortly before they arrived at the hospital. They gave some final pushes and Vera came out. She wasn't really breathing. They started CPR, and eventually they were able to get a heartbeat back in the hospital. This is about the defendant's arrogance. This isn't about midwifery law in Nebraska. It's not even about whether she was licensed or unlicensed. It's about the fact that she believed she knew how to deliver a breech baby. It's about the fact that she made the nose believe she knew how to deliver a breech baby. And it was a very dangerous situation and placed Vera in a situation that endangered her life. A life that started as soon as she was being born. You heard the water break. At that point is when that baby is going to transition from uterus out to the world. This wasn't an in utero baby that was dying. This was a baby that was being born and died because of her negligence. Thank you, Judge.
On behalf of Ms. Hock, Mr. Dornan?
Yes, Mr. Keith Dornan is going
Okay,
to give
Mr.
over.
Dornan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Angela Hock
Ooh,
is being
much
made into a
about-
scapegoat.
I'm not well versed in that, but
An infant
my goal is to learn
whose
exactly
parents
why you're right.
exercise their right to have a home birth. Scapegoating one person for the actions of others is an ancient tradition. It goes like this. A goat is selected to bear the failures of the people. A high priest places their hands on this scapegoat, confesses the failures of the entire community, symbolically placing them on the scapegoat's shoulders.
Weird
Then, a priest leads the goat out into the wilderness.
judge. I could
the edge of
see
the
you doing
high
it,
cliff,
making
and pushes the scapegoat
saying
over.
it to a
killing
jury, but
This is what's happening to Angela
this
Hock.
dude's weird.
The state of Nebraska
And I
the
love him
medical
for it.
establishment have failed mothers like Emily No and her child Vera. They have failed to make mothers like Emily feel safe and heard.
Defendant
when they
is
seek
Angie
medical
Hawk.
advice
You can
about their
barely
pregnancy.
see her right now.
They
But
have
she's in
failed to
leopard
establish
print.
laws
Yeah, she's in
regulating
leopard
midwifery
print.
that respect a
Oh,
mother's
and don't
right
worry,
to choose a
the
home
thumbnail
birth.
is already built for
And
this
their
trial.
failures contributed
And
to
I
the
got her in.
risks
I have her in
that
leopard
Emily
print.
and Vera faced in childbirth. The state of Nebraska is placing their failures to make childbirth safer on the shoulders of their scapegoat, Mrs. Hawk, and they intend to sacrifice her. But the criminal law in Nebraska does not allow scapegoating of Angela Hawk in this way. Legally, this prosecution for felony child abuse ignores several important realities. First, the agency of Emily No, her right to control where to put her own body, precludes the imposition of criminal liability on Mrs. Hawk under these circumstances.
At this point, this is opening statements. I realize this is a bench trial and the court can sort through it, but this sounds an awful lot like an argument.
Mr. Dornan, is across the level of argument, but go ahead. Objections overruled.
Yeah.
Second,
The evidence will
the
show.
evidence will show that some infants die due to complications of childbirth, despite the best efforts and intentions of everyone involved. Here in Nebraska, about 1 in every 200
Terrible
babies
mics. Two
will
mics that are
not
picking up the
survive
lawyers whispering to each other.
It is impossible
this
to
is fun.
eliminate the risk of death for a child during labor. And third, charge of felony child abuse. The evidence will show that the charge of felony child abuse is not legally applicable to these circumstances. At the heart of this trial is a story of a young couple who wants a family. But before I tell this story, I want to be crystal clear about something. Angela Hock is not pointing a finger at Creighton and Emily No, blaming them for the tragic accidental death of their child. Creighton and Emily No are good parents who love their children. They loved Vera No every moment that she was developing inside of Emily, and they loved her for every precious moment they had with her after she was born. Creighton and Emily No are not responsible for the death of Vera. They are grieving parents who have been callously dragged into this criminal process against their will. As I tell this story, I want you to focus on the different people and institutions whose actions played a role in Creighton and Emily's decision to have a home birth. Specifically, you should think about what the state of Nebraska did that forced Creighton and Emily to choose an unlicensed midwife for their home birth. You should think about the medical culture that made Creighton and Emily distrust hospital care. And you should think about the thoughtful decisions made by Creighton and Emily about the births of their children, choices that they had every right to make. It is only by considering all the facts and circumstances surrounding this process that you can judge whether Mrs. Hock was the legal cause of Vera's death. In other words, when you consider all the facts, was it Mrs. Hock's actions and her actions alone that placed Vera No in a situation where her death was probable beyond a reasonable doubt? Vera was not Emily's first child. Evidence will show that when Creighton and Emily became pregnant with their first child, Sabra, they did what all good parents do. They educated themselves. They sought out the opinions of medical professionals to understand their options with respect to giving birth and the risks associated with those choices. They went to obstetricians who talked to them about childbirth, their options, and the risks involved. The evidence will show that they sought out prenatal care. They did everything that responsible parents do when they are expecting. But Emily No has panic attacks in hospitals because of bad experiences in the past. She has PTSD in regards to hospital-based medical care. So the No's explored their options for giving birth outside the hospital with midwives. They visited Kansas to consider giving birth at a midwife clinic there, but ultimately decided to give birth at home with a traditional midwife named Angela Hock. Before making that decision, Creighton and Emily sat down with Mrs. Hock in her home, and they talked through an agreement that stated their understanding was that Mrs. Hock was an unlicensed and uncertified traditional midwife. That agreement described Mrs. Hock's midwifery training, and it made it clear that Mrs. Hock would never make medical decisions for the birthing parents. Creighton and Emily chose Mrs. Hock for the primary reason that she would respect Emily's medical decisions. During labor at home with the couple's first child, Sabra, Mrs. Hock suggested that the couple transfer to the hospital because she had concerns that Sabra's heart rate was indicating fetal distress. Creighton and Emily chose to go to the hospital, and Sabra was delivered by C-section. During this process, Mrs. Hock never told Creighton and Emily what to do. She respected the fact that it was Emily's body and ultimately Emily's decision whether to transfer to a hospital. Even though Sabra was safely delivered at the hospital, Emily did not come out of that experience feeling safe. Her voice was not heard, her rights to information and consent were not respected, to the point that her husband described her as being dragged off to surgery. That experience further traumatized Emily, and it deepened her aversion to seeking hospital care unless it was absolutely necessary. In 2018, Creighton and Emily became pregnant with Vera. Once again, Creighton and Emily sought out prenatal care for their unborn child. Again, they consulted with an OB, a Dr. McBee at Offutt Air Force. They had ultrasounds done. They told their OB that they wanted a home birth, but the OB recommended that they have a C-section because of the potential risk of complications. These complications were in part due to Emily's previous C-section. They talked with Mrs. Hock about a home birth, and she also advised a C-section for similar reasons. Later, after they had an anatomy scan done, the couple was advised by their OB that the pregnancy appeared normal, that there would probably not be any issues, but that obviously there were still risks involved. The couple talked to Mrs. Hock as well, and she gave similar advice. At that point, Creighton and Emily had a decision to make. They could go forward with their OB, Dr. McBee, and schedule a C-section. Or they could move forward with Mrs. Hock and schedule a home birth. Those choices were mutually exclusive. It was either one or the other. There's no middle ground where they could plan a home birth but have an OB on call in case of emergency. Creighton and Emily were forced to choose between those options because the state of Nebraska refuses to recognize traditional midwives who assist at home births. In Nebraska, a licensed midwife can only work under the direction of a physician, and they can only assist at births that occur in a hospital setting. You can't be a licensed midwife in Nebraska and attend a home birth. The state has made this impossible. The practical result of this is to drive midwifery underground. Because the state refuses to regulate the practice, there is no integration of care between hospitals and traditional midwives. OBs and hospitals refuse to work with traditional midwives because they are unlicensed. Ultimately, Creighton and Emily chose to have another home birth with Mrs. Hock, and that meant they would have scant support from the medical community. There would be no OB on call in case there were complications at birth. There would be no ambulance equipped with the proper tools and trained personnel to transport Emily to the hospital if complications arose. And if she needed emergency hospital care during labor, she would have to arrive at the emergency room and be treated by unknown doctors with no background on the situation and no relationship to her personally. This was a reality that Mrs. Hock had no control over. Mrs. Hock is not responsible for Nebraska's policy decisions regarding midwifery. She is not responsible for the increased risk those policy decisions create during home birth. Most importantly, Ms. Hock is not responsible for the decision to have a home birth in the first place. That was Creighton and Emily's decision to make, and they had every right to make it. All Mrs. Hock could do was provide Creighton and Emily with accurate information about their options and the risks associated. Mrs. Hock did provide accurate information, and that information was consistent with the advice given to them by their OB, Dr. McBee. Once the decision was made, Mrs. Hock accepted that decision and supported the parents and their unborn child to the best of her abilities. Tragically, complications arose during the birth of Vera, and she presented in the breech position. This was not preventable. Sometimes babies present in breech, and all anyone can do is respond. In a hospital setting, OBs strongly recommend a C-section in the case of breech, but ultimately, it is the mother's decision to make. If a mother refuses a C-section, the hospital staff must assist in a vaginal birth, just like Mrs. Hock. When Vera first presented in breech, Mrs. Hock informed Creighton and Emily that their baby was in breech and informed them regarding the additional risks that can arise during a breech delivery. She advised them that the identification of a breech presentation could be a reason to go to the hospital for the delivery.
She informed them that she was trained in physiological breech delivery and would continue to assist them if they decided to stay at home. The evidence will show that Creighton and Emily carefully considered their options and chose to labor at home a bit longer to see if the baby would be born. When the baby was not born quickly, the group started preparation for Emily's transfer to the hospital. As Creighton was packing a bag, Emily went into the restroom alone and closed the door. For the next 10 to 15 minutes that she was inside that restroom, she is the only person who knows what happened. She was quiet inside the bathroom, and when her husband asked through the door if everything was all right, she called back that she was fine. When Emily suddenly called out to Mrs. Hock for assistance, the bathroom door opened, and it became clear that Vera's feet and torso had emerged from Emily's body. At that point, Mrs. Hock directed that 911 be called and stepped forward to try and help Emily deliver Vera. When the ambulance arrived, the EMTs and paramedics were not equipped with the proper tools and training to deal with the situation. They were not prepared because the medical community has taken the position that all births should occur at a hospital. But EMS did the best they could, just like Mrs. Hock. And as they drove Emily to UNMC, Vera was born. When Emily and Vera arrived at the hospital, doctors and staff started to look for someone to blame. The position of the medical community in Nebraska is that all children should be born in a hospital. In the opinion of the doctors at UNMC, if Emily had gone into labor and given birth at a hospital, then Vera would still be alive today. OBs are very familiar with medical malpractice because they often face accusations by parents that they are responsible for an infant's death. Dr. Lessman, the OBGYN who provided care to Emily and Vera, sought out law enforcement and told them, in her opinion, this was a preventable death and that Mrs. Hock's actions were negligent. Dr. Lessman did this based on her understanding that she had a mandatory duty to report the practice of medicine without a license. The evidence will show that Dr. Lessman told law enforcement that, but for Mrs. Hock, Vera would still be alive. Dr. Lessman expressed an opinion
You didn't hear me
that
say
Mrs.
no
Hock was
problem taking
negligent
over
based
chat.
on her understanding
When
of
people know what they're
civil
talking
medical
about,
malpractice law.
I
But
want
civil
them to chime
medical
in.
malpractice law is not
And
criminal
we'll talk
law.
about that in just a little
In
while.
criminal law, the standard by which people are judged is incredibly high because the penalties for a criminal act are much, much harsher than the penalties for medical malpractice. When an OBGYN suffers the tragic loss of a newborn under their care, they do not face criminal
Paper you
charges.
wrote in law school.
They may be sued civilly,
This is like a
but they
paper
aren't
you wrote in law
handcuffed and
school.
hauled off to jail.
Completely different
That is
style
because
than
the
the
law
prosecutor
recognizes
who
the
made an
inherent
opening
risks involved in
just
childbirth.
as any normal
It
trial.
would not be
with a little
proper
bit
to
of
criminally
style.
charge an OBGYN based
I
on
think
an
kinda-
allegation that they failed to meet the civil standard of care their profession is judged
I
by.
think he's probably.
But
fine
that is
with
what the
either.
state is doing to Mrs. Hock. They are attempting to prove that she is guilty of a criminal act based on an allegation that she failed to meet a civil medical standard of care. The state charged Mrs. Hock with felony child abuse resulting in the death of a child. That crime requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt that this child would have lived if only Mrs. Hock had not acted as she did. The state cannot meet that burden because every childbirth has inherent risks. It is a tragic reality that infants die in childbirth. Some of those infants who die, like Vera, were delivered in a home birth. Some of those infants who die are delivered in a hospital. Regardless of where they are delivered or who assisted at that delivery, there is an inherent risk of death in each and every childbirth. Charging a midwife under this child abuse statute is an aberration. The state would never think to charge an OBGYN with felony child abuse based on the facts of this case. If an OBGYN had come upon Emily as she was in labor and rendered the exact same care that Mrs. Hock provided in this case, they would not be charged. And there are very good reasons why such a charge is not appropriate. Felony child abuse requires the state to prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt: that the defendant negligently caused or permitted a minor child to be placed in a situation that exposes his or her life to physical or mental health to probable harm or loss, and the defendant's actions must be the proximate cause of death. The state cannot meet those elements. First, the statute refers to a minor child. A minor child and an unborn child.
Objection. Again, this is argument.
But a defense is entitled to present their theory of the case too in the opening statement. So objections overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Dornan.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use.
Thank you, Judge. A minor child and an unborn child are two legally distinct entities. This is not a moral or a religious definition that speaks to the value of life or when life begins. This is a legal definition. Nebraska law makes a legal distinction between a child who has exited her mother's body and taken their first breath and an unborn child still inside the mother. This legal distinction is clear in Nebraska law.
I thought he was making
the Nebraska legislature has created
jury?
some laws that they intend should be applied in cases where an unborn child is harmed.
Oh, dude,
Those
do not make this
statutes include murder,
argument in front of a Nebraska
manslaughter,
jury.
or assault of an unborn child. There are also statutes designed to protect unborn children from abortion once they have reached viability. These laws reflect the legislator's belief that an unborn child is a life that deserves legal protection. The reason that the Nebraska legislature made specific laws protecting unborn life is because of their understanding that a child is legally distinct from an unborn child. In the American legal tradition, that is the default rule, the common law rule. And that is why this prosecution is so troubling. Defense counsel is not aware of any legal precedent in Nebraska for charging a midwife or anyone else with child abuse based on actions they undertook to assist with childbirth. Simply put, the child abuse statute in Nebraska is designed to make it a crime to abuse or neglect a living, breathing child that is outside of the womb. It is an essential element of the crime charged that Vera was legally a child when she was put in a situation that endangered her life, and the state cannot prove that element. The prosecution must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mrs. Hock's actions were the proximate cause of Vera's death. The state's theory ignores all the factors beyond Mrs. Hock's control that contributed to that death. Some of those factors were inherent. All childbirth carries the risks of death, and when a baby presents in breech, those risks increase. Other factors involve the parent's agency. The state's theory ignores the fact that Creighton and Emily had a right to choose a home birth. Some might disagree with that choice. Certainly the medical establishment disagrees with it, but they cannot deny their right to make it. At every single decision point, Creighton and Emily Know were empowered to make a decision. Mrs. Hock could not and would not force them to make any particular choice. That is not her role. Creighton and Emily are not to blame for Vera's death. They are not responsible for her death. But legally, the choices they made preclude Mrs. Hock from being criminally responsible for the death of Vera Know. Vera's death was a tragic accident. Creighton and Emily Know are victims of that accident, and their loss and suffering is immense.
He was like, "Hey, can I just have your essay?"
Accidental death.
So I have the notes on
She
it.
continues to grieve the loss of Vera.
It's good
The
argument.
criminal justice system is not the
Weird
appropriate venue
presentation.
to address the
But he is
death
in
of
front of
Vera
a
Know,
judge, so.
because the child abuse statute was never intended to be applied in these circumstances. The evidence will show that Creighton and Emily were going to have a home birth, regardless of whether Mrs. Hock agreed to assist them. The evidence will show that Mrs. Hock accurately described the options and the risks, and the evidence will show that Mrs. Hock respected the decisions of Creighton and Emily and provided care to the best of her abilities.
We're still on Aaron Dean verdict.
Thank you. Is the state ready for the first witness?
Absolutely talk about Aaron Dean.
You may.
2 points on this. One, this is the reason why I started my channel. Twitter has no idea what they're talking about. Some YouTubers have no idea what they are talking about. And I was sick of yelling at my screen, telling them that they had looking at my screen with nobody listening, yelling at the TV, saying you have no idea what you're talking about. Second point is it was probably a really, really solid closing argument to the public. Juries are different than the public. Juries have just put in hours and hours of serious thought, attention in the trial, and most jurors aren't on Twitter. It was not a good in a jury trial. But if you're talking specifically to the public, he did a great job. So did Ms. Dean.
And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Ms. Jacobson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, state your name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Of course. My first and last name is Crayton James Noe. That's Crayton. Last name Noe, Noe.
How old are you?
I am 29 years old.
Question?
Like,
Your Honor, before Crayton testifies, I would ask the court to consider advising him of his constitutional Fifth Amendment rights.
No. So
Yes, Your Honor.
proceed. Go.
What do you do for a living?
I am currently serving in the United States Air Force. And proceeding further information on that, I'd like to state that I am representing myself and not in any sort of capacity of the United States Air Force.
Is that something you have to do when you're called to testify in something outside your employ?
Yes.
Okay, all right. What do you do generally, what is your job with the Air Force?
I am currently a religious affairs airman.
What does it mean to be a religious affairs airman?
A religious affairs airman holds crisis counseling and confidentiality up to 100% for other military members serving the United States.
And how many years have you served the United States?
I've served for over 7 years now.
Sir, are you married?
Yes, I am.
What is your wife's name?
My wife's name is Emily.
Great
Sarah.
mic audio.
How long have you been married?
I've been married
Good
for about
camera
8
work.
years.
How long
Just
have you
so
known
refreshing.
Emily?
For about 10 years.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 living children and 1 that passed away.
Okay. Who was your first child? What's her name?
My first child is Sabra Alabama Noe.
And then your second child?
Is Vera Avamir Noe.
And is Vera the child who passed?
Yes.
And how old is Sabra?
Sabra is 5 years old.
And you have had 2 other children since Vera passed, is that
Yes.
right? How old are they?
My son Harold is over a year now, and our newest daughter, Avamir, is just born in August.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to direct your attention back to, around the time when you were pregnant or your wife was pregnant with Sabra. What year would that have been that she was pregnant? When did you find out she was pregnant?
She was pregnant with Sabra back in 2017.
The names of his kids, I find
making a
interesting.
birth
My
plan
kids have
for
weird
Sabra,
names.
Did you consider using midwife services?
Yes, we had several options, including midwife services.
All right. So you considered things other than midwifery?
Yes.
Okay. What was the reason you were thinking about using midwifery?
It was to find a connection and gain a trust and understanding patient care for my wife, Emily.
Were you specifically interested in giving birth at home, or were you also looking into using midwives in a hospital setting?
It was an option, both options.
Did your wife have
He
some
seems very pro midwifery.
hesitations about going into a hospital setting?
Yes.
Testifying against a midwife right now.
Is that because she suffers from PTSD from hospital settings?
Along with extreme anxiety, yes.
So, in preparing for Sabra's birth, did you eventually land on someone you wanted to help you with your birth plan?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Angela Hock.
Is Angela Hock in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Could you please identify her for the court? Tell them where she's seated and what she's wearing.
She's currently sitting on the right side of the room wearing a white leopard shirt.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
How did you and Emily go
Such
about
a
finding
fun
Angela Hock?
identification. Of the
My
defendant.
wife, Emily, had found Angee Hock on Facebook through groups and word of mouth. And we proceeded to reach out to her from there.
Are you aware of whether Angee Hock has a website with her services?
I would assume that she has a website with her services.
Did you ever remember you personally looking at her Nebraska Birth Keepers website?
Me personally, no.
You left that up to Emily?
Yes.
Once you found her, did you eventually meet her?
Yes.
Where was Angee Hock located?
To my knowledge, in Kearney, Nebraska.
At some point, preparing for Sabra's birth, did you actually travel to Kearney to meet
Very
her?
clear and
Yes.
like
And at this time, were you living here in Omaha?
Yes.
Were you stationed out at Offutt Air Force Base?
Yes.
and this is the dad, by the way.
How many times do you think you traveled to Angee Hock's home in Kearney to meet with her?
In total, including Vera's pregnancy, I would say 4 times.
Okay. What kind of things happened when you went to Angee Hock's home?
We would meet with her for prenatal care, a visitation to catch up on how Emily's pregnancy was going, and to continue to work on our birth plan.
What do you mean by prenatal care?
Whatever expertise or knowledge that Angee would provide us, we would listen, and we would simply listen and take into what she was saying.
Do you know whether she was a certified midwife?
To my knowledge, she was, I did not know whether she was certified or uncertified.
Okay. Did she express to you she had training in midwifery?
She expressed that she had experience in training.
Super careful in how he answers. I don't know if maybe there's some other legal.
Did
or
you eventually
civil
sign a
stuff
contract
going
to
on,
use her
or-
for Sabra's birth?
To my understanding, I signed a
Specified somewhere
contract to
before
use
too,
her
like-
for Vera's birth. I do not explicitly recall if I signed one for Sabra's birth.
At any rate, at some point, did you decide that you and Emily that you were going to use Angee Hock to help with the birth of Sabra?
Yes.
When was Sabra born?
Sabra was born November 23rd, 2017.
During Sabra's birth or her laboring, did Angee Hock come to assist?
Yes.
So would she have had to drive from Kearney
Yes.
to here to Omaha?
Yes.
Was anybody with her during Sabra's birth?
Hit the like
yes.
button.
Who was with her?
Subscribe,
A
please.
doula.
The like button will really
Nikki.
help.
I only know her.
I
first
imagine
name.
we probably have a little
I don't
more
remember her last
entertaining
name.
verdict
And
to watch
a,
than
another
other places.
assistant attended with her.
Was that assistant in part serving as photographer for the
Yes.
occasion? Okay. Had you met Mickey before?
Yes.
Where did you meet Mickey?
We met Mickey at, I believe, at Angie's home.
Did you like Mickey?
Yes.
What did you like about Mickey?
Mickey provided a more motherly and maternal side of practice. Being a doula, she supported more of an emotional side, and especially attended to Emily's needs. And that's what we really liked about her.
Like what kind of things? Attended to her needs. What do you mean?
Just Mickey's overall personality, the atmosphere that she created, along with working with Angee, the two of them were a really great team, and that's why we had trust in them and we wanted to use them.
You said you had trust
Convictor
in
of
them. Why
child
did
abuse.
you, specifically about Angee Hock, why did you have trust in her?
She was
Pro-defense, huh?
willing to listen and understand Emily and the traumas
Mine
that
on
she
this, I
has
promise.
experienced through hospital settings. And so that was a really big part of what we were trying to seek out, was a patient care relationship between Emily and her provider.
How long did Emily labor with Sabra? Do you remember?
Emily labored with Sabra for 56 hours.
That's a long time.
It is.
Was Angee Hock there the entire 56 hours, or did she come
Dad are like,
several hours
what?
into the circumstance?
I can't.
To
oh,
what
God.
I remember, she was there the whole entire time.
And was that in the same house that you labored with Vera?
Yes.
Was Sabra able to be born at home?
No.
What happened at home? At some point you went to the hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go to the hospital?
The labor stalled out. Sabra's head got stuck, or she stopped coming. I don't know all the extensive knowledge behind the terminology, but the labor progression stopped. And due to the stalling labor, Angee advised us to go to the hospital.
Same midwife.
And Angee told you to go to the hospital.
They ended up going to the hospital.
No.
Why not?
Because she advised us to go to the hospital.
Did you trust Angee Hock?
Yes.
And did you drive to the hospital that day, or did you call the ambulance?
We drove.
So you're saying the head stuck. That means that Sabra was coming out head first, coming out in the normal way she should have come out?
Yes.
What hospital did you go to?
We went to Bellevue Medical.
And at Bellevue Medical, what happened there?
We arrived shortly after being told to head to the hospital. Bellevue is about a 20-minute drive. So we arrived there shortly. And when we got to the hospital, we walked in. We told the medical staff that we were currently in labor and that Emily was 10 centimeters dilated. And from there, the medical staff took their time, didn't see it as an emergency. And to my understanding, 10 centimeters means that that Sabra was crowning. And again, the medical staff just took their time, didn't see it as an emergency, didn't seem to have any urgency in the matter. And about 10 minutes of waiting in the waiting area, they finally actually checked Emily and gave her a vaginal inspection to see how far along she was in the labor. And at that point, then it became an emergency. Urgency started to work into the medical staff.
What happened next?
They got us into a maternity room and they started to assess what they should do. They didn't inform us due to the emergency that was in session. So a lot of it was we were just along for the ride. Being first-time parents and being in a hospital setting that neither of us had been in before, a lot of explanation and what was going on was just kind of skipped over in our sense, in our understanding.
I always want to just be along for the ride when I'm in a
Did
hospital.
they take your wife in to do a?
I guess I
emergency
trust
C-section?
doctors more.
Yes.
My brother's a
Did you get to
pediatric
watch that?
oncologist.
Yes.
Where'd you watch it
I
from?
probably trust
I was put
doctors,
into
and I have I have
linen
several
closet,
doctors in the family.
and
I
I
probably
got to
trust
watch from the
doctors more.
side,
But he's like,
without
why are you
anybody
questioning
there
experts?
to inform me what was going on. I've seen C-sections on medical sites, YouTube, things of that nature, just to educate myself. But having nobody there to tell you what is
YouTube,
going on,
OB,
especially in the sense of
GYN.
an emergency,
That's why.
caused me some trauma as well.
It was scary.
It was.
And when you say linen closet, were
I
there
can see
actual
why
linens there, or were you just
totally
using
be
that as a
scary.
term for a very small room?
I would have been scared.
As far as my understanding, it was a linen closet.
But somehow you were able to view what was going on.
Yes, there was a small window that was on the door, and
That's in the closet. I'm sorry, that's so
And-
funny.
Was Saber born healthy
yes,
and beautiful?
yes,
And how old is she today?
she's 5 years old.
4 under
After
5.
that, eventually
Wow.
you became pregnant with Vera. Is that true?
That is correct.
When did you first learn that Emily was pregnant with Vera?
I learned that Emily was first pregnant with Vera around August, I believe.
So she was born in June.
I apologize. I said August. I'm very much have trouble with dates, especially when it comes to the conceiving time frame.
Right. Okay. So she was born in June of 2019.
Yes.
So did you find out after the first trimester, sometime during the first trimester?
Sometime during the first trimester.
Okay. All right. So maybe at Christmas time.
Seriously
December
hard time
previous year, maybe.
counting the 9 months back.
All right. So
On conception too. I don't know why.
when
Like
you were
there's like a
pregnant
block in my
with Vera,
brain on it.
did you
So I
again discuss with
Yeah.
Emily about what the birth plan
It
was?
made me
going to
feel
look
good about
like?
myself.
Yes.
I get
Were
it.
you ultimately were you wanting to again try to do a birth at home?
Yes.
Now, did Emily do any prenatal care with any doctors prior to Vera's birth?
Yes.
After going to those doctors, were those doctors recommending that you do a home birth?
They were recommending the risks and assessments that come with an at-home birth, along with doing a hospital vaginal birth and along with a C-section.
In risks. That's
Did
not
you understand
recommended.
that there were some concerns about doing a vaginal birth after C-sections?
To my knowledge, there's always concerns when it comes to any type of labor and delivery.
Ultimately,
You know
did
that there's
decide
more
that
risk.
you and Emily decide that you wanted to give birth vaginally at home again.
Yes.
And when you made that decision, who did you want to use as a midwife?
We wanted to use Angee Hock as a midwife
Why was that?
because we had a relationship with her. We enjoyed our experience that we had with Sabra at the home birth. And due to the traumatic hospital experience following Sabra's birth, we wanted, again, that comfort of home and that trust and reliable relationship with Emily's provider.
So, is it fair to say that Angee Hock knew that Sabra was born via C-section?
Yes.
You told her about those things?
Yes.
Did you discuss with her about the dangers of doing a C-section, or I'm sorry, doing a vaginal birth after C-section?
I would say that a part of Angie's risks and assessments and the discussions we had with her, that those proceeded, yes.
Okay. So you talked to her a little bit about the possible risks of that.
Yes.
The risks.
I'm going to show you, and I'll need to approach your court reporter to mark an exhibit.
Alrighty, this should at most be civil. Welcome to Trial Junkie, where we hate every state prosecution we ever come across. I promise I'm not. I will be pro-prosecution. We're hit some trial where I am, I promise.
Take a minute just to flip through the pages there. Tell me whether you recognize that.
I mean, then on to the nitty-gritty facts of what happened during labor.
Yes, I do recognize this.
What is Exhibit 128?
It is Angee Hock's birth keeper contract.
And in this Exhibit 128, are there some, this is a copy of the document you signed, correct?
Correct.
Because there are some points in here which I think we have your initials and Emily's initials, and then ultimately your signatures on the final page. Is that right?
That is right.
I guess I might offer you the 128.
I don't want to be on those channels where comment on how everybody looks, every witness looks, but we're in leopard print.
128 received.
We're going to try to go through some of this here.
Goes along with the entire character of this case. I think it's fitting.
All right, and see how that says Nebraska birth keeper on top here?
Yes.
Is that what you understood her business was called?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you under my manifesto to see the second sentence here. It says, I provide concrete knowledge, ancient wisdom, and current research so women can take back their power by making fully informed choices. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever explain to you what ancient wisdom was or concrete knowledge?
I would say that my experience and knowledge could not explain exactly what all that entails or covers.
Did you always get the impression
Someone in the
that
chat, help me. What does it mean?
Ms. Hock knew what she was doing?
I think we all kind of know what it means, but
Did you ever lack any confidence in her advice or anything leading up to Vera's birth?
No.
The contract also, if I put down here about your birth keeper, it says I work for you directly. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you feel that way, that she was working for you?
Yes.
Did she express that to you, that she was working for you?
I would
going black, by the
say
way.
the
This
assumption
feed is
is
way
there,
better
yes.
than anything we had for the Arantine.
Did it ever feel like she put other people in front of you?
My bandwidth at all.
And on the bottom of that first page, see how it says, however, I do have boundaries for specific. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm going on to the second page. Situations that I'm comfortable working with based on my knowledge and experience. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says, occasionally I may choose not to work with the client or refer them out of my care at some point. I am trained to recognize, treat, and refer potential problems before they become an issue whenever possible. What did you take that to mean?
That Angee had every right to refuse a working relationship with her client.
When
I personally couldn't ever imagine making the
did
choice
she talk to you about some of the training
not
she
to
had?
have my kids in a hospital.
If she, I would say that yes, she talked with us about the training that she had, but I do not have any real in-depth knowledge on any of her training.
I just don't understand
when you were laboring with Sabra and she said,
usually I
to
understand where other people
go to the
coming from.
hospital.
I just kind of don't understand why.
Is that kind of one of the things that you felt like she was recognized to do, that she could figure out when there might be a problem?
Yes.
When you say you went to the house to meet Angee, were there times that there were other people other than you and Emily there?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
It was her home was open to the individuals that she worked with. She would have multiple clients or other patrons that she supported. And so not everybody in her home at the time that we would either see or meet up with were using her explicitly.
Okay. I'm going to go down the page a little bit further. And that middle paragraph, you see ESN and CJN, are those your initials?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see, if you look at this, I know you probably haven't looked at it recently, but it looks like she's gone through and she has, well, number one, talked about being uncertified. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that she's unlicensed. Do you see that as well?
Yes.
And then do you see how she's just listed some of her trainings?
Yes.
Okay. You would have read this when you signed this, is that right?
That's correct.
One of the things in here is, I can find it now. See where it says art and science of breech birth?
Yes.
Prior to Vera's birth, did you ever have any specific conversations with her about the dangers of breech births?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And here it talks down to here where it says alternative remedies and routine breach presentations. Any conversations with her? Again, I just asked the same question about breech presentations or the dangers that come with a breech birth.
Not specifically, no.
And obviously, you were told about her breech training because you signed this document. Would you agree with me?
I would agree, along with all the other information that is there, along with her experience, it sits on the same level of knowledge, yes.
And prior to Vera going into labor with Vera, you had no reason to believe Vera was breech. Is that right?
That is correct.
Oh, man, this channel is going to kill me on the ads.
And Emily, was she doing some prenatal care with doctors at Offutt or through your insurance?
Yes.
Through the airport? And I guess we already talked about that. That you had conversations with them about a vaginal birth after C-section.
Yes.
I also want to show you in this contract, third page, you see where it says, I currently will be bringing my nursing baby to your birth and possibly another sibling to watch them. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. On the day of Vera's birth, we're going to get to it.
That's so weird.
Did she bring her nursing baby that day?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? The fact that she'd be bringing a baby into the situation?
That her nursing child needed their mother. And so we wanted to give her that same respect and same care and responsibility that she was giving us.
Okay. Did it bother you at all that there was going to be an extra child there?
No.
That would have bothered the absolute shit
And
out
at
of
the
me.
bottom of that page, see where it says, except for extraordinary circumstances, I will remain with you throughout birth and beyond. See that?
Yes.
Was that the way it was with Sabra? Did she remain
Mine
with
says
you?
that.
And then after
Crazy.
Sabra was born, did you continue to have contact with her?
Yes.
Not
we
calling them
continue
crazy.
contact.
Saying it's crazy how people can have different mindsets.
I want to go to page 4 of Exhibit 128. I want to look, see where it says limitations.
Yes.
That first line talks about, as parents choosing a home birth with Nebraska Birthkeeper, you are taking responsibility for your own pregnancy and birth, and therefore you are responsible. Is that something you appreciated about midwifery, that you could make your own decisions about how your birth plan looked?
Yes.
And here at the last sentence of that, it says, I'm here as a consultant and expert in normal birth. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you expect with her consultation that she knew things and had an expertise in normal birth?
Yes.
Would you consider normal, well, what would you define as normal birth?
I would consider a normal birth anything that is not listed as high risk.
Okay.
So reading
So
that
you're-
contract,
Is a breech birth a normal birth?
I'd have
in
a
your
hard
mind?
time.
According to my understanding, if a breech birth
Liable
is
in a
not
civil
listed
court.
as high risk, then that would be considered, to me and my knowledge, a normal birth.
Go in this case. So.
And here on the next page, you see where it says, I will attempt to remain with you as allowed by the hospital or family.
Yes.
And right here, about third paragraph down, I do not make decisions for you. I will
Man,
help you
birth
get the
keeper and
information
oath
necessary
keeper.
to make informed decisions, and I expect members to
So they're on
respect my
two
advice and requests. but you
Totally
are the
separate ends of the
final
political
decision
spectrum,
makers.
but it's
You see
just
that?
Yes.
keep thinking oath keeper, honestly, birth keeper.
Did you
What does
respect
birth
her
keeper mean?
advice in both Sabra and Vera's birth?
Yes.
And here's a paragraph where you put your signatures, where she's having you initial that she's not responsible or liable for any problems. Do you see that?
Yes.
In Aaron Dean case, I think the jury still might be eating
And
lunch.
finally, if we go on through this, we're not going to go through every line, but at some point, she defined for you what services she's giving you And ultimately, there's also a portion here on the last page about.
Oh, no, we're at 2 hours of deliberations now.
I recently joined forces with the Daily Wire.
Unfortunately, the only channel this is on is
Did you
Court
see
TV,
that?
and obviously they're just
Obviously, these for Sabra's
running
birth,
ads.
is that right?
That's
Sorry.
correct.
How much did you pay for Sabra's birth?
What is on the contract is.
If
what we
anyone
pay
wants to
for
donate at
Sabra's.
pay.trialjunkie.live,
And, you know, I should have asked you when I got up
link
here,
is
but
in
we'll
the
just make it clear.
description.
Because you were
First thing
talking
I
about
do
whether you
is
don't
pay
know if you
for
signed a contract
YouTube
with
Premium.
Sabra, but this is May of 2019. So this would have been the contract that you entered into for Vera's birth. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I now want to take you to the night that Emily first started going into labor. When was your baby due, Vera?
I do not have the exact date on when Vera was supposed to be born.
When she went into labor, was that
Dad.
at or around the time? This wasn't a concern that she's going into labor early. It was about around the time she was due.
Correct.
Okay. How did the pregnancy go with Vera?
With Vera, the pregnancy went very well.
Okay.
Same exact pregnancy that with Sabra.
No
No issues.
No issues.
No problems. For 9 months, no concerns.
Where were you at when Emily went into labor?
I was at work at Offutt Air Force Base.
Did you get a phone call?
Yes.
And did you come home?
Yes.
Approximately what time was that?
I received a phone call in the evening.
Okay. And what do you learn from that phone call?
I learned that Emily's water had broke.
Did you come right home?
Yes.
By the time you got home, was Angee Hock there yet?
No.
Okay. How did you reach out to Angee Hock, or did Emily reach out to Angee Hock?
Emily reached out to Angee.
Okay. What time did you understand Angee was going to arrive to help?
Sometime early morning.
I missed.
When did she
They
arrive?
said, sorry.
Around 5 a.m.
Okay. When she arrived, was anybody with her?
Yes.
Who was with her?
Mickey was with her, along with Angie's son.
Okay. How old approximately was Angie's son at that time?
I couldn't say. Old enough to still need his nursing mother.
Okay. You weren't surprised by that because we saw a moment ago that the contract included that might be it, that she might bring her nursing child, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you remember where you were at when they arrived?
We had opened the front door for them.
Okay. Where were you?
Assisting with inviting them into our home.
Okay. I mean, did you actually come to the door, or were you upstairs and they just came in, or what do you recall?
We came to the door.
Okay. Was Emily up moving about at that time, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Sabra?
Sabra was already with her godparents.
Okay. That was probably part of the plan when you went into labor, that Sabra was going to go with someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any animals around?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Which kind of animals did you have around?
We have cats and dogs.
All right. Once Mickey and the defendant arrived, what happened next?
We proceeded with our birthing plan, which, to my remembrance, basically Angee and Mickey take care of us, provide great hospitality, make Emily as comfortable as possible, and we proceed with labor and delivery at its own course.
Okay. Did they stay there throughout the day?
Throughout the day, yes.
At any point did they leave?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately what time did they leave?
They left for around lunchtime.
Okay. All right. So up until lunchtime, how intense was it with the labor?
I would say as intense as any other normal pregnancy.
Were you staying with your wife the whole time?
The whole time.
Okay. So the defendant and Mickey went to lunch?
Yes.
Do you know where they went?
No.
How long were they gone?
I can't say exactly how long they were gone, but they were gone for a period of time.
Was it an hour? Was it 2 hours? Was it a few minutes?
It was. I would say it was an hour.
Okay. Did that surprise you that they went out?
I would say I wasn't surprised.
Okay. Did it bother you that they left?
No.
Okay. Now, had you paid your contract we talked about? Did you pay something in advance for Miss Hock's services?
Yes.
Well, how much did you pay?
$700 for the
I guess
deposit.
nurses don't always
Well,
like
she
when
and
you're in
Mickey were gone. Did things progress
a
normally?
labor
or did they
suite.
intensify,
The
or
nurses
what
don't
happened?
stay with you the whole time.
I can't remember.
They're going to multiple
exactly,
rooms, so I guess it's not that weird.
how things progressed while they were gone. Again, like any other normal pregnancy.
Did they come back eventually, or did you have to call them to come back?
We messaged them to call back.
And why did you do that?
At the time, we had felt that we wanted to reach out to them and see if they could come back.
Okay. And did they?
Yes.
But why?
How'd things go once they got back?
From there, when they came back, started up with the normal birth plan of, again, hospitality, taking care of us, making sure Emily's comfortable, and her labor and delivery was proceeding as normal.
Where was Emily doing most of her laboring in the house?
Most of her laboring is getting up, walking around, moving baby with medicine ball, rubbing her back, rubbing her feet, just taking care of her, making her as comfortable as possible.
Was she sometimes lying on your bed?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 1 through 62. And I showed you these before we came up here this morning. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And you had a chance to look at these various photographs?
Yes.
Were these pictures taken a few
Well, my
days
courtroom.
after I'm sorry, Vera Stassi?
Yes.
Did law enforcement come out and take these pictures?
Yes.
Do these pictures fairly and accurately depict the way your home appeared on around that time?
Yes.
Do any of these pictures, I mean, imagine maybe different things, clothing or things might have moved around, but is the furniture and the major things in this house in the same way they were when Emily was laboring?
Yes.
At this time, I'd offer exhibits 1 through 62.
Exhibits 1 through 62 are received.
Just want to go through a little bit of some of these pictures a little bit. So you just get an idea of what your home looked like. This is exhibit 1 is the front of your home. Is that right?
That is correct.
And exhibit 2 is just a closer up of the front of your house. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Looks like a
Now,
Nebraska
I'm
home to
interested
me.
in the stairway. I'm showing you exhibit number 3. So what's the vantage point here? Like if you were the photographer, would your back be to your front door?
Yes.
So when you come in the front of your house, the stairway is just right there. Is that fair?
That is fair.
In exhibit 4,
Understand how the layout of the house is that relevant. I mean, it's
What are we
early on the
looking at
case.
here?
It may be. But
That is as soon as you enter the front door and you turn to the right. That is where our dining room is, and the bottom of that same exact stairway.
so through this door, that's the dining room.
Yes.
And is this gate for the animals?
Yes.
Okay. So if I go back to 3, I think I'm kind of understanding it now. When you step in the door, you can walk straight down the hallway, but you kind of have to go to the right a little bit to head up the stairs.
Yes.
And exhibit 5, this is a vantage point of going up the stairs. Is that right?
That is correct.
Meet Filmora 11, the video editor that can do more.
And I just can't get enough.
I don't know why it's doing that.
That helps a little bit. Exhibit 6, now we're just going straight up the stairs. Is that right?
That is correct.
And 7, kind of more of the same. Now in exhibit 8, tell me what exhibit 8 is.
That would be right in front of the bathroom door, facing our guest bedroom.
Okay, so along the right here, are these the steps?
Yes.
So if a person walked up the stairs, and went to the right into this door, follow what
Yes.
I'm
Somewhere
asking?
with this.
In Exhibit 8, is that the bathroom?
No, that is the guest bedroom.
Okay. If they got to the top of the stairs and went straight forward to this door, what's that door?
That is the upstairs closet.
Okay. How do you get to the bathroom from the top of the stairs?
You would have to perform the same routine as the front door. You'd go off to the left a little bit, and the bathroom is right there.
And we're probably seeing that. So if you went off to in Exhibit 9, off to the left, you'd see this bathroom.
Correct.
I hope she's
So the
going
rooms
somewhere because this is odd.
upstairs are to the right. Is that your master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Right in front of you is the closet door. To your left, you get to the bathroom.
Correct.
And is there another bedroom up there?
Yes.
Do you have to go beyond the bathroom to get to the other bedroom?
Yes.
In 10, this is the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
So now Exhibit 12, this maybe gives us a vantage point. And so is this the top of the stairs? I'm pointing at the left side here.
No.
What is that?
That is a secondary closet upstairs.
All right. So now we've come up the stairs to get
That's
to
weird.
this. Or is this your master bedroom?
That's the master bedroom.
Okay. So where's the picture taken at? Is there taker at? Is there?
So if the photographer were to turn right around, that would be our guest bedroom.
Guest bedrooms behind that photographer?
Yes.
Okay. So probably the photographer to the left of the photographer right now, you go down the stairs.
Correct.
Okay. And this is
Our bed.
Okay. Exhibit 13 again. This is the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
I just want to get to Exhibit 21. Is this still the master bedroom?
No.
What bedroom is this?
That is our guest bedroom.
How many beds are in the guest bedroom?
There should only be one bed in that bedroom.
I'm going to show you here in a second because there's 21, Exhibit 22, Exhibit 23, Exhibit 24, and now Exhibit 25. Is there the second bed in there?
Yes.
Okay. So when we're looking back at 22 and 23, this room actually has that second bedroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. So 2 beds in that guest bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of off in its own little nook, almost its own room within the room.
Yes.
Okay. Was this room being used by Mickey and the defendant?
Yes.
What was it being used for?
It is a guest bedroom. So for, again, Mickey and Angee provide hospitality and care for their clients, and we wanted to provide the same for them.
I thought this was
And fair
going
to say, for
judgmental
instance,
about their house.
in the
You don't have
circumstance
to
of
think
Sabersburg, they were there for
Oh my
6
gosh.
hours. Well, they probably didn't come right at the start, but at some
Keen
point
eye.
you probably need to rest.
Yes,
Is that fair
she
to say?
probably have
Yes.
a manicure.
During Vera's laboring,
Ma'am, your fingers
did-
are going to be on court TV.
Did Mickey or Angee Hock ever rest?
Yes.
Where would that happen at?
That would happen in the guest bedroom.
I want to now take you to
Yeah, they went to naps in our guest
point during the
bedroom.
labor that Emily asked if Angee Hock would check her. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What happened in that?
Angee Hock would periodically check Emily to make sure that labor and delivery were progressing as normal.
And what do you mean by check her? What would she do?
Angee has experience and knowledge in the ways
Soap
that
would
she
be good.
checks her clients with how they're most comfortable, and she proceeds to make sure that labor and delivery is progressing as normal.
Did she have any tools or anything that she uses that you recall?
Let's be real. If I was
That
going to be
I
on,
recall,
if
she
I knew my
had
trial
a
was going to be
way
on court
to,
TV,
keep track of the
and I knew I was going to be showing
baby's heartbeat.
pictures on a overhead,
Times for that day, did she check?
I'd get a manicure.
It's okay.
Yes.
Everything going well during that labor?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a point at which you learned that Vera was breech?
Yes.
Where were you all at when that happened?
We were in our master bedroom.
Okay. And what exactly did Angee tell you about that?
She checked Emily, through a vaginal exam and proceeded to inform us that Vera was breached.
When you say vaginal exam, did you actually observe that?
From my point of view, I did not directly observe it.
But you knew that's what she was doing?
Yes.
Yeah, don't do it, bro.
And when she told you Vera was breech, what else did she tell you?
She said that she could feel a foot.
Did she say a foot, or what do you remember saying?
As far as I remember, a foot.
Okay. Did she say anything else?
Not directly following that.
Did she say she felt anything else? Did she say she felt a cord?
No.
You just remember she felt a foot.
Yes.
Okay.
Leading
Did she
right
have
there.
a conversation with you about how to proceed next?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
At that time, she had informed us that we had a choice. We could choose
Bench
to
trial,
go
though,
to the
they're
hospital, and at that point,
leading's not that big of a
known
deal.
to be an emergency or any sense of urgency, or we could stay and we could deliver the baby at home with Angee.
You said a while ago when I was showing you the contract that you didn't specifically remember in that contract that she listed that she had some breech training. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you she had training in delivering breech babies at this point in time? On that
Yes.
day? What did she tell you?
From what I recall is that Angee reassured us that she had breached training and that she had attended a course for it as well.
Did she tell you whether
She had done it before.
delivered any babies?
I cannot recall.
How long do you think she talked to you about that?
I would say no longer than a 2 to 3 minute conversation.
And before I forget, your home where this was happening, was that in Douglas County?
I do apologize. I believe it's in Douglas County or in Sarpy County.
Okay. All right.
Counties.
So
That's
she
not
talked
that
to
weird
you
for him
for
not to
3
know
minutes?
that.
I would say yes.
Okay. Was she talking to both you and Emily?
Yes.
During that, was Mickey with her at that time?
I believe at that time, Mickey would have been close enough to at least hear. And
Air Force, so I would imagine
or
he's
Mickey would have been in the
stays
guest
on
bedroom
base a lot.
attending
So
to,
it's not that
Angee's
weird.
son.
Okay. Did she tell you that her experience giving breech births was with simulations?
No.
Did she talk at all about the umbilical cord?
No.
Did you ever remember hearing a word like prolapsed umbilical cord?
No.
Did she tell you about that if there is a prolapsed umbilical cord that it can cause oxygen deprivation to a baby's brain?
No.
Bleeding.
She knew that your first baby was C-section, right?
Yes.
Did she, at that moment when Vera was presenting breech,
Kind of where it
did
matters in a bench
tell you
trial.
that the risk of uterine rupture after a C-section was higher during a breech birth?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes maximum evidence.
Overruled, you may answer.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did she tell you that the risk of uterine rupture after a C-section was higher during a breech birth? Did she have a conversation with you about that?
I cannot recall.
Did she talk about that there are different kinds of breech presentations?
I cannot recall.
Did she tell you that there's complete and incomplete breech and frank breech, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
And she was only talking to you 2 to 3 minutes. Is that true?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, is that what you just said? I don't want to put words in your mouth. That
Yes, 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes spent talking about the fact that Vera was breech.
Yes.
Did she explain to you that during a breech delivery, when you've had a C-section prior, that baby needs to be delivered once it presents breech in about 30 to 60 minutes? Did she tell you that there was some urgency to the delivery?
I beg your pardon.
Objection?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Well, she asked, did she tell you this? So overruled, you may answer.
Could you repeat?
Is
Well, did she tell you that?
yes or no question? That's leading.
After C-section, when
What
a
are you
baby
talking
starts
about, Judge?
presenting breech, that there is a sense of urgency that the baby would need to be delivered within 30 minutes or maybe top 60 minutes.
There was no sense of urgency.
After that conversation, that 2 to 3 minute conversation with you and Emily, did you talk alone with Emily for a while?
Yes,
How long did you two talk?
I would say 5 minutes tops.
What decision did you make about going to the hospital or staying to labor at home?
The decision was that the hospital would have been another traumatic experience and that it would have caused more anxiety and more trauma to my wife and I. And we decided to stay at home and continue labor and delivery with Angee.
So why isn't he being charged with child abuse?
Did you do that because you believed Angee could help you?
Yes.
Did you have confidence in her abilities?
Yes.
Did you understand in that moment how dangerous a breech birth was?
This is bad testimony
If you
against her.
understood how dangerous it was, would you have made a different decision?
Yes.
After that, I assume Emily continued to labor for a while.
Yes.
How did that go? What was happening?
Labor and delivery continued as such.
Were you doing some of the more of the same things, making her comfortable?
Yes.
Was Angee Hock making her comfortable?
Yes.
Was Mickey keeping her comfortable?
Yes.
Was Angee Hock doing any maneuvers or putting her in different positions or?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember about that? What kind of things were done?
The normal, I would say the experience and maneuvers that Angee Hock had used with Sabra to move her around were the same maneuvers that she used for Vera to move her around.
And so we're clear when we're talking about maneuvers. Not everybody's given birth.
Nearly enough facts
is
for
it
me
just a
to
matter
really
of
make this
women's
argument.
body?
Is that argument that he should be charged?
I would say that it's
we got to get deeper in the trial. But my initial take is, yeah,
see
if
Angee
you're going
Hock
to charge her, why aren't you charging the parents?
trying to maneuver with her hands?
They made
or-
the same decisions.
Right. And
No,
what do you
there may
remember?
be other facts that totally change that. But
They were explained to Emily exactly what position she was going to be put into, how long she might be in that position for, and what the overall goal of that position may be.
Was Angela Hock making Emily comfortable, as far as you could tell?
As far as I could tell, to progress labor and delivery, yes.
How long would you say that continued? Well, at some point, did
the
Emily
Dean
get
trial, by the way,
Yes.
I am
How long
actively
would you
watching it.
say that doing the maneuvers and continuing with making her comfortable on in the bed there or wherever you were at, how long did that continue before Emily decided she wanted to go up into the bathroom?
45 minutes.
So we're now, so about 45 minutes, is it fair to say? Well, if you had 5
No
minutes, you
movement.
and Emily talked, that's the 2 to 3. Angela Hock talked to you about breach. We're now maybe 52, 53 minutes into.
There's the long crime mod. I can't remember her real name. She uses her real name on Twitter.
So Emily went to the bathroom. Why did she go to the bathroom?
She
I'm
was
fan,
feeling
but
like she
she's an
needed to use
amazing
the
mod, and I trust her when she gives updates. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. I'll try to figure this out for the next stream.
Did you follow her?
If we want to get rid of that,
I followed her.
the first donation to
Privacy at that point?
pay.trialjunkie.live. We'll go to YouTube
Yes.
Premium to make sure we don't have
you
this
know?
anymore.
Yes.
Was it your impression she was actually needing to go to the bathroom, either urinate or have
Yes.
a bowel movement or something? Is that yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
Kara, where are you doing the verdict alert from?
How long was she in there?
She was in there no longer than 15 minutes.
Where were you at when that was going on?
Upstairs.
Okay. Where was Mickey at?
Upstairs.
Where was Angee at?
Upstairs.
Which rooms were they in?
We would periodically switch
I
around.
thought it was actually a different person,
and
but
in that
she's awesome.
time, it felt like we needed to move around a lot more. but we would periodically move from hallway to bedroom to bedroom.
And I probably didn't ask a very good question, but the point that Emily went into the bathroom, where were the three of you?
We were all upstairs.
Okay, just kind of hanging out, waiting to see what happened next?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Angee's, the defendant's child?
I do not exactly recall where he spent most of his time, but from my understanding, he spent most of his time in the guest bedroom.
Okay. And did it seem like Mickey and the defendant were taking turns going into the guest bedroom?
Yes.
Did the child get in your way at all?
No.
Well-behaved child, was breastfeeding baby, so not a child that was running around.
Correct.
All right, 15 minutes passes. What happened?
Well, he could have been 3.
Was the bathroom door locked? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge, no.
15 minutes passed, you say, and so now we're into.
Yeah, Kara, I have
2 or 3 minutes past when
I actually have
the breach
any
is
long
gonna-
crime tweet notifies me.
Did anybody check on Emily during that?
Which was kind of annoying, but it's
I would have
worth
went
it.
to the door to ask her if she was doing okay.
Did she always indicate that she was doing okay?
As far to my knowledge, yes, she was doing fine.
It's an unlicensed midwife,
Yes. How did that go?
J. Michael.
She called out for Angee, and at that point, the door was open, and Angee proceeded to assist Emily as much as she could.
How did the door get open? Do you remember?
I do not recall.
Close enough. You can hear the attorneys
Change
whisper
coming
to each
out of
other.
Yes.
Where do you remember Mickey being?
I don't know what they said there,
Mickey
but
was attending to Angie's son.
What happened next?
At that point, Angee proceeded to assist and help Emily with the final stages of labor and delivery. At that point, when the door flung open, I was able to see Vera outside of my wife.
Into the Air Force, he
And she
did
was
make that statement right at the beginning. He's testifying on
my wife's
behalf of himself.
yet.
No way reflects
And
the Air Force. But
I
other than that, I don't know.
to move towards assisting with Angie's child, so then that way Mickey could go and assist.
Did you feel out in that moment Mickey would be more help to your wife than you would have been?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it's hard to think about, but how much of Vera do you think you saw? Did you just see legs? Did you see more than legs? What did you
I
see?
could identify limbs. Yes.
Do you think you saw any arms?
For the holidays, be extra marked down to the
I need to
can't
see
say no
more
price
ads.
of
Not that I can recall.
How was your wife doing? Do you remember?
She was in stress.
Do you remember where she was in the bathroom? Was she leaning over? Was she on all fours? What do you recall?
I recall her in the bathroom, but not her exact position, no.
When you say the door flung open, who opened the door? Did Emily open it for you, or do you remember?
Not that I can recall, no.
But the door came open. There was no struggle to get to the door.
Correct.
Once you took defendant's child, what happened next?
At that point, Mickey had already started calling 911, and Mickey had handed me her phone. I had continued the 911 call to make sure that the ambulance could arrive to our house and assist.
When we go through things slowly, I just want to be very careful about the times here. When we go through slowly, it's hard to get the exact time. So how much time passed, do you think, from door flinging open, Angee Hock getting in there to let's call 911? How fast is that?
I would say that at that point, it was an emergency.
So contrast that when breach is first identified, this is not an emergency, but now we're at emergency. Fair to
Yes.
say? All right. And Angee said call 911, and did you hesitate at all to call 911?
I do not recall if I hesitated because Mickey was already on the phone with 911.
Back to my original questions I asked earlier, though, if Angee Hock, this woman you trusted, said it's time to call 911, Would you call 911?
Kara, that's awesome.
Did you give her advice?
Yes.
I don't think it's that expensive. So
Did you greet the ambulance when they got there?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have had to at some point go down the stairs, is that right?
That's
Did you talk
allow
to them
ads to run.
at your house and talk to them on 911
Yes.
as they were arriving? How long did it feel like it had taken them to get there?
It felt like 10 minutes.
You know, I'm going to back up for just a second because I forgot to ask you something. I apologize. At some point, were you packing Emily's bag for the
Yes.
hospital? When did you start doing that?
As soon
What
as
if I made money on
Emily
YouTube?
that I needed to pack a bag.
And when was that? Was that when you were calling 911? Was it sometime before that, or?
I would say it was
Kara, thanks so much.
when it was told to call 911.
What happened when the EMTs arrived?
4 of them went upstairs. I stayed downstairs, and they proceeded to assist however they assisted upstairs. And then they put Emily on a stretcher and got her out of the house.
I take it you were at the bottom of the stairs?
I was going to make the same
Yeah.
comment, but I was a little worried. I was going to sound like a
Is
medical
that because there were so
simpleton.
many people up there at that point?
There's a few people in the chat that could probably
You're doing
definitely
math
answer
right.
this for us.
You
I mean, the
said
only
there
thing
was
I'm
4
thinking is they didn't have ultrasound
And I assume, is
equipment
Mickey still up there?
there,
Yeah.
so you wouldn't know.
Is it still up there?
But
Yes.
again, I've only
Yes.
been,
Ms. Jacobson, I think
my
we're going
kids
to take
are all
a
delivered
mid-morning
in a
recess. We'll be in recess for 10
hospital,
minutes.
so I honestly don't
Thank
know.
you.
All right, this is the awesome part. We get to skip recesses.
EMTs arrived.
See if I can figure out what I'm doing. Come on, it's lagging. Just a question or two, but we want to get caught up. So
Did you ask if you could ride in the ambulance, or was that not even an option?
I do not recall if I asked or not.
Okay. But you got in your vehicle. Did you follow the ambulance to the hospital?
I was close behind the ambulance.
Did they take off before you were able to get the bag and get into your
Yes.
car? Okay. All right. What happened when you got to the hospital?
When I got to the hospital, I had entered the operating room that my wife was in. They were at that point delivering her placenta, and they were conversating with us, letting us know exactly how much pain she was going to feel, the process to expect, how long it was going to take for her placenta to be fully delivered, and that part of the end part of labor and delivery was still continuing.
Were you feeling relatively comfortable with the medical help you were getting at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Was it still a pretty stressful situation?
Yes.
When you got there, were you able to see Vera when you got there?
No.
Did you learn whether she was still alive or not?
We did not learn until after Emily had delivered her placenta.
How long was that?
I would say I'm not too sure how long.
all listed in the contract
Something-
was an
were you told
exhibit.
Its condition?
I can tell you it wasn't a master. I can
That she was not going
confidently tell you that
and
nothing
that the
listed was
hospital
a
had
master's
her on
in
life
nursing
support, and we
or
were
anything in really
allowed
nursing in general.
to spend
She's an
the weekend
unlicensed midwife.
hopefully to see any signs of life, and unfortunately there was none, and we were told to say our goodbyes on June 17th.
Was Emily still admitted into the hospital by the time you said goodbye to Vera?
At that point, Emily had been discharged from the hospital.
Did Emily stay a day or two though?
We both stayed a day or two from June 15th to June 17th. We were at the hospital.
Going back to the moment that Angee Hock identified a foot and that your child was breech, did she explain to you that there would be risk of death to Vera if you tried to deliver breech?
Not that I recall.
Did she explain to you there could be risk of death to Emily?
Not that I recall.
And again, the amount of time she spent explaining the dangers of proceeding with breech took 2 to 3 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
And did that include the time she was explaining to you that she was trained in doing breeches?
Yes.
What specific dangers, and again, I'm back at that time when she identified Vera.
Witness.
What specific dangers did she tell you about?
I do not recall any specifics except for the risks and assessments that she would cover in that time frame.
So were you concerned this wasn't going to go well after Angee Hock explained to you that she could deliver breech?
No.
Did you have confidence in her?
Yes.
Very good
I
point.
am going to show you. Mark exhibit 65, 66, 67, and 68. Take a look at those and tell me if you generally recognize what those are.
Just softening my position on this a little bit in terms of.
I believe this to be the study that Angee at Angee Hock's home.
And then, was this where you would have gone to meet with Angee Hock, sign the contracts, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, you talked also about times that you would have group meetings with other parents. Would those happen in this little study, or would they happen elsewhere in the house?
They were happening elsewhere in the house.
Perhaps the living room or somewhere like that?
Yes.
I'd offer exhibit 65 through 68.
This is why I play a lawyer on YouTube and I don't try to play a doctor on YouTube. I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff.
You see exhibit 65?
Yes.
And this obviously looks like got a little couch here and a couple chairs.
Yes.
And 66, that's just looks like we're taking an overall view of the room. Is that fair?
Yes.
So this is just kind of a, I don't know, standard size office someone would have in a house.
Yes.
Fair to say? Okay. 68, that's another angle of that chair.
Office compared to the rest of the house, like I like the office. Ask. What did I forget to ask?
Did Angee Hock ever come to the hospital?
No.
Vera? Did you talk to her again after this happened?
Yes.
When did you talk to her?
We updated her on Vera's situation.
Did she ever come back out to your house after this happened?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
She came out on Tuesday following that Sunday, June 17th.
Do you know if she ever came to the hospital to talk to the medical professionals about how Emily's labor had gone?
Not to my knowledge.
How did you feel about her coming to see you after this?
We were receiving. We wanted to meet up with her and we wanted to inform her on how everything went. Again, sharing that same care and hospitality between each other.
Have your feelings changed since that time period to now?
No.
Okay. Did you learn more information about the dangers of breech births since that day?
Yes.
The things you learned about the dangers of breech birth, did Angee Hock tell you about those back in June of 2019?
Object, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I would object to that too, but I think it's fair.
I have no further questions of this witness, Judge.
I have no further questions to her co-counsel. That was interesting.
Good afternoon, Mr. No.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask, when did you first talk with Emily about giving birth outside the hospital?
Could you
You
rephrase the
a
question?
few little things on
Did you and Emily
this
talk
cross.
about giving birth outside the
lawyer's
hospital before you ever
has to
became
be
pregnant
super
with your
new.
first child?
Yes.
And why did you consider having your baby outside the hospital?
It was an available option that we could choose how we wanted to proceed with labor and delivery.
Would you say that privacy is important to Emily?
Yes.
What was your impressions of the options for where and with whom you could have your baby?
That all options for labor and delivery were available to us to choose.
And what were those options?
They could be at birthing clinics, they could be with other midwives, they could be assisted home births, we could do it in a hospital, C-sections, whatever option available at the time was part of the discussion.
And were you aware that some people in Nebraska do give birth outside the hospital, even though home birth midwives are not licensed in this state?
Objection, relevance, stating facts outside of evidence and testifying.
Could you repeat the question?
Were you aware that some people in Nebraska give birth
She
outside
had
the
four
hospital, even though home birth
four
midwives
bases,
are not
and
licensed
all
in
of
this
them were
state?
overruled.
Yes.
She did
Were
not
you
want
aware
that question
some
answered.
people in Kansas
Fast.
give birth outside the hospital, even though home birth midwives are not licensed in that state?
Objection, relevance.
Could you repeat the question?
Were you aware that some people in Kansas give birth outside the hospital, even though home birth midwives are not licensed in that state?
As far as to my knowledge, yes.
What were some of the options that you explored for your first pregnancy with Sabre?
Again, we explored birth clinics, hospitals, along with working at Offutt Air Force Base with those clinic providers and other birth clinics around the state of Nebraska.
And did you visit with obstetricians at Offutt Air Force Base during that pregnancy?
Yes.
Did you and Emily inform Emily's obstetricians at the Air Force Base that you were considering giving birth at home with a midwife?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
And do you remember how they responded?
No, I do not.
Do you recall discussing the risks and benefits of home birth with any of Emily's obstetricians at Offutt Air Force Base?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
And do you recall being told by any of those doctors that you aren't allowed to give birth at home?
No.
Would you say that Emily's doctors discussed home birth with you and Emily as just another medical option with risks and benefits on both sides of the choice?
Yes.
Did you drive to Kansas to explore your options for childbirth?
Yes.
And what options did you explore in Kansas for the
100%. Now the question in my head, does that make it criminal or not?
Along with another midwife.
And I'm not ready to answer that yet.
Why did you decide not to give birth in Kansas?
The reason for the decision was because we would have to make the drive all the way down there before labor and delivery, as well as the midwife we had originally picked to work with had more of a traditional relationship and outlook on how a midwife would perform labor and delivery with my wife.
What were some of the qualities that you were looking for in a care provider, or that you and Emily were looking for in the care provider that you would choose for that pregnancy?
We were looking for patience, understanding, someone who was willingly to understand that Emily's trauma and past with hospital environments.
And what can you tell us any more regarding the nature
But
of
it sounds
your
almost.
history with hospitals?
My thought was, wow, this mom
Hearsay.
can't put herself first
Could you
over her
repeat
child.
the question?
Can you tell us
Which
any
most
more
parents would
about
never
your
do.
impression of why
I
Emily
don't
was
think it's that simple, but
As far as I know, Emily is diagnosed with PTSD and extreme anxiety when it comes to hospital environments.
that's probably
The
why.
extent of what led to the PTSD and the high anxiety for the hospital environments is not to my knowledge.
Do you believe that the trauma that she has that is associated with hospitals is related to respect for her medical decision making?
Could you?
Now the question is, did anyone catch the elf on the shelf that decided to hang out with me today? Or the
Was
two?
one of the reasons why you
Three.
decided not to give birth with the midwife in Kansas because
Probably too small.
she wanted to make decisions about Emily's labor and birth that you and Emily would not agree with?
The reason we did not work with the Kansas midwife was because she wasn't in agreement with me being in the labor and delivery room. But do I believe that she would have ignored Emily's decisions? No.
Thank you. And when do you recall meeting Angee Hock for the first time?
I recall meeting Angee Hock sometime during the third trimester of our first daughter, Sabra.
And where did you meet?
It's changed now that he's
Met
on
with
cross.
And
Questions hasn't really, but
was that her family home where her family lived?
Yes.
And was her family around the house when you came to visit for your appointment with Angee?
Yes.
Did you meet with her in a private space?
Yes.
Was anybody present in that room other than you, Emily, and Mrs. Hawk during
No.
those conversations? And visiting with and Mrs. Hawk at her family home, how did that compare with the circumstances in which you had visited with other home birth midwives? Did you also meet them at their homes?
We met the Kansas midwife at her home.
well, I'm going to switch my audio. I'll be right back.
Her practice out of her home, very much similar to Angee Hawk's.
Okay. And now, Mr. No, I would like to revisit with you the agreement that you signed before working with Mrs. Hawk. Should I use our copy for that? I think one copy has already been admitted into evidence. I could use the same copy or offer another.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. And Mr. No, did you sign something like this for both Sabra's and Vera's pregnancies?
As far to my knowledge, I would have signed this, yes, for Vera's pregnancy.
And how about for Sabra's?
I do not recall.
Okay. Then I would like to offer into evidence the deposition of Creighton No, dated November 29th, 2022. Do we have? Oh, yes. This is
Well, you don't have to offer it in evidence. You just need to confront him with it.
Okay.
Yeah, you just confront him with it. Come on, lady. She starts making a lot of these things.
Yes.
It's hard to hear you, Counselor. I know you're soft-spoken. Have you had a chance to review a document that looks like this?
Yes.
And can you identify this document?
Man, they're
Yes.
very microphone
This is
conscious.
deposition.
What a refreshing treat. Kara, the elves are wearing fake mustaches today.
Yes. Mr. No, were you sworn under oath when you gave this deposition?
Yes.
And can I refer you to page 45 of that document?
Yes.
Can you see where you were asked? Can you see? Do you recall being shown the same agreement that you signed with Angee Hock during your deposition?
Yes.
And do you see the exchange in the deposition where you are asked, have you ever seen it before? On page 45?
I am lost on the document here.
So if you
Yes,
it's
I do see it.
45 and line 10.
Did anyone hear her co-counsel say, "Tell him the lines"?
May I read the exchange that was happened in the deposition and you can tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yes.
Question, have you ever seen it before? 5 years ago, I believe. Answer, 5 years ago, I believe, but I do not recognize the document. Question, do you ever remember reviewing it prior to signing it? Answer, yes, I do remember that this would be a document that we would go over and that we would sign it together, my wife and I. Question, and when you say we would go over, what do you mean? Answer, Angee, my wife, and myself would go over the document with Angee and then we would sign it together. Question, so did you actually...
I don't understand. This is improper impeachment. She's just reading the, I don't.
She's getting there, so go ahead. Objections overruled this time.
Yeah, she shouldn't have been reading that much, though.
Question, so did you actually look at the document when you were together in person during one of your prenatal appointments? Answer, with Angee, correct? Question, yes. Answer, yes. So the first appointment that we had with Angee,
Come
the
on,
very
lady.
first one we met with her, she would have brought this out and we would have gone over it and signed it together. Question, and do you think you signed something like this document for both Sabra's and Vera's pregnancies? Answer, as far as I can remember, yes. Mr. No, do you believe that you reviewed and signed this document with Angee prior to hiring her to give birth with her with Sabra?
I believe when I was shown this document, I was uncertain of what I was reviewing for both Sabra's and Vera's contract. So when I was given this document, I had to reflect back on over years of time to see if I recognize the document, as well as I do not have a copy of Sabra's in the first place. But this is the only copy of a contract that is provided for Vera's birth.
Do you have any memory of your prenatal appointment with Mrs. Hock during Sabra's pregnancy?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with her during that pregnancy?
For Sabra's pregnancy, we met with Angela Hock once.
And do you remember what you did at that appointment?
I remember that we went to her study and we had a
It's crazy they only met once.
We wanted
So who's providing the prenatal care?
a relationship with Emily's provider for labor and delivery.
And do you believe that in that appointment, you would have, as you said in deposition, reviewed Angee's agreement for services and signed it?
I would believe I would have had an understanding of the services and the agreement that Angee Hock was going to provide for us.
Do you have any memory of whether you reviewed and signed a written document in that appointment?
A written document? No.
Are you saying that you have no memory, or are you saying that you know that you didn't?
So the defense's argument is that that law or those two laws is what
Have you had a chance to review
forces
the
midwives
that
underground.
was signed for Vera's birth?
In the short amount of time that I was given, yes.
And would you say it reflects the same understanding that you had with regard to Mrs. Hock's services in both of your children's pregnancies and labors?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Was there anything very different about your expectation or your understanding of your agreement with Mrs. Hock during Vera's pregnancy as compared to Sabra's pregnancy?
I can't believe her website is still up.
Outlined in the contract?
Or did your
One website I
understanding
can
of
believe
the
that is
nature
still
of
up
her
is
services change when you cared for your
trialjunkie.online.
second pregnancy,
Make sure you
or
go
was it the
bookmark
same?
it so you can keep up with everything I'm
The
doing.
second time that we hired her, the only difference is that she brought her child.
Other than that, was your understanding and expectation for her services the same both times?
Yes.
Okay, then can I refer you back to the agreement?
Yes.
Kara, I don't know.
Can we look
I would
together at
assume civil suits are coming after, but I mean, really, I don't know how much she would have to go
Yes.
after.
So you've testified that you reviewed this together with Mrs. Hock prior to signing and initialing it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The paragraph that you initialed with the header, as I provide traditional midwifery services, I remain unlicensed and uncertified as a certified midwife. What did that sentence mean to you?
That with Angie's experience and understanding of delivering at-home babies, that she was a viable option for us to use for at-home assistance.
Did you understand that she was not a
That was
healthcare
avoiding the
provider
question.
who was licensed by the state of Nebraska?
To my understanding, yes.
Is that what unlicensed, did you understand that that's what unlicensed meant, that she was not licensed as a healthcare provider by the state?
I do not remember exactly my understanding at that time.
Thanks, Kara.
Okay. And then can I refer you to the paragraph starting "my team" below that?
Yes.
You've pointed to the last sentence, along with a student or assistant, I currently will be bringing my nursing baby to your birth and possibly another sibling to watch them. Was it your understanding prior to Vera's birth that Mrs. Hock would be bringing her nursing baby to the birth if necessary?
Yes.
This is
And did you
dumb.
decide to proceed with that understanding?
The judge saw the contract. Like, it's not being done in front of a jury. The judge gets it.
Can I refer you to page 4 of the agreement?
Yes.
I guess you still got to dot your I's and cross your
The
T's in a
sentence,
bench
as
trial. But
parents choosing a home birth with a Nebraska birth keeper, you are taking responsibility for your own
well, I don't think
pregnancy
she's
and
an
birth,
RN.
and therefore you are responsible. What did you
I'm almost
understand
positive she's not an
yourselves
RN.
to be responsible for?
That we are responsible for our pregnancy, how that child is conceived, how they are taken care of, how our
Sorry.
appointments are handled.
I hope he's
as
responsible
well
for
as
how the
understanding
child's conceived.
the needs and comfortability of my wife.
Did you understand yourselves, therefore, to be responsible for making decisions throughout the pregnancy and birth for your family and for your baby?
Yes.
If I could refer you to the next page, page 5 of the agreement.
Yes.
This attorney is so soft-spoken. Thank God they have good mics in there.
Did you read the paragraph starting, I do not make decisions for you?
Yes.
Did you read the line in that paragraph that said that you are the final decision makers?
Yes.
Kara, that's where I'm at.
Was that
I mean,
important
but it's not
to
civil.
to be
And I think
respected
J.
as well?
Michael brought up a good point to pull me
Yes.
kind of back from that, is that she put herself forth as an expert, and they trusted her.
You initialed the paragraph, pregnancy through delivery is a beautiful experience. However, sometimes it does not go as planned or expected. What did you understand that to mean?
That when we have a birthing plan, that at times it can go outside of those.
The funny
outside of
comments come up. That's the rules.
And was it your
And this
understanding
isn't wrong.
that you might go outside of your birthing plan because unexpected things might occur during a labor or a birth?
Yes.
Why did you and Emily decide to hire Angee from among the different options that you had explored?
From among the different options that we explored, Angee was the most viable option for Emily with her current conditions through PTSD and extreme anxiety in hospital situations.
Would you say that Angie's commitment to respecting Emily's needs and her decisions in giving birth at home with a midwife what was important to your decision? I beg, let me try again.
Here's the thing.
Would you say that Angie's commitment
All of
to
this could have
respecting
been
Emily's
avoided
decisions
by
and her
simply not being
needs
weird.
was important in your decision to hire her?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the kind of differences in what you would expect giving birth at home with a midwife rather than at the hospital?
During the time of Vera's pregnancy or in general?
Yeah, but I mean, she's facing prison.
In either Sabra's or Vera's pregnancy.
Could you repeat your question?
What was
please?
your understanding of what would be different in giving birth, laboring and giving birth at home with a midwife versus giving birth at a hospital?
So the understanding was that we could provide the care and comfort of being at home for Emily. The hospital environment would not be a traumatic trigger for her PTSD and her high anxiety.
And were you aware that there would be less medical equipment available in the home setting?
Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing this again after having
Were you aware that
to
you
have
had
an
some
emergency
fetal heart
C-section the
tones
first time.
periodically, and rather than on a continuous fetal monitor?
But the thing is,
available at the hospital?
Yes.
is that
Were you
first
aware that
time
there's no capacity
supposedly
for surgical
caused a
delivery at
huge
home,
amount
and
of
that
strife
surgical
and
delivery is only
PTSD for them.
available in the hospital setting?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
Did you and Emily feel that the benefits of giving birth in an environment where Emily felt safe, where her
Okay, good.
decisions
I'm
and
not
needs
the
were
only one that
respected,
thinks
and where she
I
was
don't
provided
care
with
about this
traditional
stuff.
midwifery support
Put
for
your kid
physiological
first.
birth? For you and Emily, in your circumstances at that time,
But now we're
outweighed the
attacking the
benefits of giving
parents.
birth
We're
at the
not
hospital
attacking the
as
midwife,
licensed
right?
providers and all
The
of
midwife
the
is the one
equipment
that
and resources available in that setting?
is on trial.
I would say that at that time, since we were still having a normal pregnancy for both pregnancies, yes.
Mr. No, were you always aware that the death of a baby or the baby's mother is a possibility in childbirth?
The more we talk about this, the more I
Were
think
you
that
aware that complications
defense
can
attorney
arise
that
during childbirth
suggested
and
that
that
he
they
be
can arise
advised
even
of his
after a healthy
Fifth
normal
Amendment
pregnancy?
rights
Yes.
was probably a good idea. The judge
Um,
was not happy with that idea, but I'm sure
During
they've covered
Sabra's
it in
birth, what do you remember
motions
about
and
the
eliminated, but
conversation
in
and what the
pretrial
decision was
conversations. But
transferred to the hospital?
I
kind of seems like a
remember
good idea.
that Angee checked her heart rate and it had spiked a little bit. And in that process, Emily also stopped having contractions and the birth was starting to stall out. And from there, Angee had said, I believe that it is time for you to go to
This
the
is
hospital.
100% correct and has already been established
Mrs. Hock informing you and Emily
in
that
court.
she had concerns about the baby's heart rate?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Do you recall her communicating that what she was observing with the baby's heart rate indicated that Sabra might be experiencing some distress in utero?
Yes, but not to the extent of an emergency or any sense of urgency.
But was it your impression that concern for the possibility that Sabra might be developing distress was a reason for the suggestion that a hospital transfer might be a good idea at this time?
The reason for us transferring to a hospital was because Angee had said it is time for you to go to the hospital.
Do you recall discussing that option, discussing with Emily whether to go to the hospital?
Discussing whether to go to the hospital during Sabra's birth? No, there was no
This is weird.
discussion. It was, you need to go to the hospital. We grabbed Emily's packed bag and we left immediately.
We did what she told us to do the
Again,
first time,
no sense of
but because it was a little bit
emergency
more of a discussion the second time, God, these parents should be on trial. I'm sorry. J. Michael, I totally get your point why they're not. But my emotional brain says these parents should be on trial.
You've talked some in your testimony today about what happened after the hospital transfer, and so I won't ask you to tell that story again. Did Emily consider herself to be traumatized by the way that Sabra was delivered at the hospital?
The hospital environment, yes, was traumatizing. The way that the medical staff at Bellevue Medical took care of us was traumatizing.
And what about the way that they cared for you was traumatizing?
Me specifically, or my wife and I?
Let's start with yourself.
With myself, I felt as if I was put into a linen closet without anybody to explain what exactly was happening, that they
Amber, I
without
totally
anybody
see
to
what you're saying.
exactly what's going on or happening. For my
Um,
wife, it was a sense of urgency.
the only kind
and
of,
in her cry
and not to
of
like split
despair,
hairs, but
they also
they didn't
continued
lose a
to
baby the first time.
progress to deliver Sabra.
And she was saying
When
she
you
had
say
PTSD
cries
from the
of
first time
despair,
because
they continued
they didn't
to
answer her
deliver
questions
Sabra,
well enough.
what do you mean?
She probably,
Emily
and I
has
don't mean to,
PTSD and
she
high
has
anxiety,
PTSD. I'm sure she does.
extreme anxiety when it comes to
Oh,
hospital
Amber, and I didn't
environments.
catch that part.
So Emily is
I am very
triggered
sorry for
by
your loss. I
hospital
didn't catch.
environments.
I read too fast sometimes.
Did she cry out
Yeah,
in
first and
despair
foremost, before talking about that,
her care at Bellevue?
very, very sorry
Yes.
for your loss. That's terrible.
And when you say during her cries of despair, they continued to deliver Sabra, are you saying that nobody paid attention to those cries of despair?
The viewpoint that I had from the linen closet was that they had taken the anesthesia mask and instead of placing it gently over her, they had to seal it down because they were causing trauma to my wife.
How did you and Emily decide when to have your next baby?
Could you repeat your question?
After Sabra was born, how did you decide when to continue your family and have your next baby?
We continued through a natural process.
Was it your intention to have a large family?
Yes.
When do you remember talking with Emily about what you wanted to do for the birth of your second child?
I do not exactly remember when the conversation started for what options we were going to pick.
Do you think it started before you conceived Vera?
I would say yes.
And what do you remember about the discussions about planning for the birth of your next child before the child was conceived?
That every option.
I don't want to sound like
to
a
have
broken
vaginal
record,
birth,
but I can't tell you all how
C-section,
much
have it in a hospital,
more
have
pieces
it
in my
a
life
clinic, have
because
it
this
at home birth. All
because
those
this court
options
feed
were
is
still
good.
viable and readily available to us.
Between the time after Sabra was born and before you conceived Vera, did you and Emily have any preference regarding how you would want your next baby to be born, or did you consider yourselves to sort of be back to the drawing board and reassessing all of your options?
Back to the drawing board.
Okay. And so then how did you go about exploring your options during Vera's pregnancy?
The same exact process that we went through with Sabra.
And can you tell us what that involved?
Kara, I didn't catch the
birth
first hospital.
again, calling birth centers and going through
Second
Vera's
hospital was Bellevue, if that's
previously.
helpful. But
And when you say birth clinics, what is that?
A birth clinic is, there was a birthing clinic in Bellevue, Nebraska. It closed down due to them pulling those midwives into UNMC's medical practice or system. I do not know any extent or further knowledge on how that process works or how birthing clinics are monitored or what regulations go through to make a birthing clinic a birthing clinic.
Was a birthing clinic a place where midwives did the care?
As far as to my knowledge, yes.
And was a birthing clinic a place that was neither a home nor a hospital?
Correct.
And where did you visit birthing clinics only in Nebraska during Vera's pregnancy or outside of Nebraska also?
We went to Des Moines for another birthing clinic.
Okay. And did you, why did you decide not to give birth in a birthing clinic?
The reason being, I don't exactly remember why we did not choose to go through a birthing clinic.
Do you remember believing that a birthing clinic was pretty close to a hospital environment or more medicalized than a home birth environment would be?
Yes, depending on which birthing clinic you attended. There are, again, birthing clinics that have in a very, very home setting where they give you a full-on bed, a nightstand.
I don't love to discuss decisions on how he
a birthing tub
his
for
kids
you
were
and an additional person to
delivered,
have
but
enough room to be
I
in.
like him as a witness.
There are also
He's
birthing
super
clinics
clear.
that have small
When he needs to repeat
operating
the
rooms
sentence and his
that
answer, he does.
are
I'm learning a
more
lot about birthing centers and
designed to be hospital, have a
midwifery and all of that from him.
Were there any birthing clinics that you seriously considered in Vera's pregnancy?
No more. I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Were there any birthing clinics that you and Emily seriously considered for Vera's birth?
For Vera's birth?
Yeah.
It was the same exact decision-making process that we have for Sabra's.
Okay. And why didn't you choose one of those birthing clinics with the bed and the nightstand and the tub?
There's multiple reasons. It could have been insurance didn't quite cover it. It could have been that we weren't getting quite the home-esque feeling. Again, multiple clients use birthing clinics. So if you're, if the labor and delivery of, if your due date doesn't align with, or excuse me, if your due date lands on somebody else's due date, it depends on a first come, first serve basis as well. Multiple reasons could have led to why we did not pick a birthing clinic.
Okay. And did you visit with any obstetricians during your pregnancy with Vera?
Yes.
And where?
We visited to the OBGYN team at Offutt Air Force Base Medical Clinic, and that's where we did.
Amber, again, my apologies for not catching the most
Were you
important part
usually with
first.
Emily during those
Seriously.
prenatal appointments?
Yes.
Were you present with Emily when she met with Dr. McBee, her prenatal provider during her prenatal obstetrician during Vera's pregnancy?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what Dr. McBee recommended for Vera's delivery?
Dr. McBee, excuse me, Dr. McBee still gave us every option, such as a vaginal birth along with a C-section, and her
He's definitely
understanding
young.
for the risks and assessments was that
And not to
we
keep dropping hot
decided
take
to
after
work
hot take here,
strictly with Dr. McBee, she would
but
only
my sense is
provide
he does whatever his wife tells him they're going to do.
Okay. And so is it your testimony that Dr. McBee said that the only kind of care she would provide with Emily for childbirth was surgical delivery?
My testimony for Dr. McBee is that as a medical practitioner, she provided us both options, but she said if we decided to work with her, she would only give us a C-section. And hence, we never picked.
Because she knew what the hell she was doing.
So I do not fully know what her final decision would have been or exactly what she would have picked, but what she was putting on the table for us as options was that we could pick
I've
birth,
never met
or
anyone
we could pick a
who
C-section.
didn't have a C-section
Informed us the risk
the
and
second
assessments
time around
of,
when they had
but
it
if we
when they had a
did
C-section
end
the
up
first time
picking
around. I've
Dr.
never met
McBee,
anyone. I mean,
she would
again,
only give
I'm
us the one option.
don't know what I'm talking about when it
So
comes to this
therefore,
stuff, but
are you testifying
I thought that
Dr.
was kind of common
McBee
knowledge.
informed you that vaginal birth was an option for Vera's delivery, just not one that she, Dr. McBee, wanted to perform?
Yes.
And then what do you remember about what Dr. McBee told Emily about the risks of cesarean surgery, the recommended treatment that she was offering?
That as far as to my knowledge, the risks and assessments that the medical provider provides.
And what do you remember being told about those risks?
That there are risks and assessments that come with understanding how a C-section works, the pain of it, the recovery of it, things of that nature. I don't exactly remember distinctly what she said or what she recommended.
Do you remember her talking about a risk of death from cesarean surgery?
If, as far to my knowledge, death is always a risk when it comes to labor and delivery to the baby and to the mother. As far to my knowledge, she would have mentioned it in her practice. Do I exactly remember when or what appointment or what day? No. But according to her practice as a medical practitioner, she would have said it.
Do you have any specific memory of her talking during Vera's pregnancy about the risks of mortality or morbidity to either Emily or Vera from her recommendation for cesarean surgery?
I do not recall.
Do you remember her talking about how the risk of Emily and her baby dying during pregnancy or childbirth would increase with each surgical delivery that she has?
I do not recall exactly what those risks and assessments were.
Did
I think
Dr.
it's
Bateman
important for us
confirm
all,
that cesarean
including
surgery would
myself,
increase the risk of your baby
to
dying in
remember that
childbirth
the parents aren't on trial here.
I do not recall.
And I say that more than like we shouldn't be making judgments on them. It's totally fine with me if we are. This free speech chat, and we're not the finder of
Were you
fact.
and Emily aware that
I say
Vera
that
would
more than
face
like
risks
this
during
is a
childbirth, no
weird
matter
court
how she
case
was born, and
when
that
we're not
different
really
providers had different
talking about the
perspectives
defendant's
on how to
actions.
weigh and compare the risks of your options?
Yes.
And was it important to you, ultimately, the law gave you and Emily the authority to weigh those risks and decide yourself how to value them and what was the best course of action for your family?
Could you repeat your question?
Was it important to you that Emily be respected as the person who gets to weigh all the risks and make the decision?
I would say that it was important and that she be respected in what she wanted for her.
Say that another way. I think the defense is doing a pretty good job
And
about
do
making
you recall if
this
Dr.
about the
McBee
parents
encouraged Emily to weigh
right
the
off.
risks and make her own informed decision about whether she wanted to have a cesarean surgery or a vaginal birth?
I would say as a medical practitioner that she would have given Emily the tools and the knowledge to understand which options were available to her, and she had the free choice to pick which options.
Do you recall ever discussing with Dr. McBee where Emily would go for childbirth if she declined Dr. McBee's offer of cesarean surgery?
No, I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall her ever asking where Emily would go if she declined her offer of cesarean surgery and Dr. McBee withdrew care for vaginal birth?
I do not recall.
Okay. And what do you remember about reconnecting with Mrs. Hock during Vera's pregnancy?
I remember that Emily reached out to her.
I feel bad for asking
letting
this
her
question,
know that we were expecting
but they had 2 more kids.
her due date.
I wonder if they had them in a
and
hospital.
asking if, her availability.
And what was your next contact that you recall with Mrs. Hock during Vera's
I
pregnancy?
bet they did.
During Vera's pregnancy, we had visits with Angee Hock, and we continued creating a birthing plan for Vera.
How many times did you visit with Mrs. Hock during Vera's pregnancy?
I would say 4 times.
And where did those visits occur?
They would occur when my schedule allowed it to occur. We were only able to make visits when my schedule was available, and we had to drive to her for those visits.
Did all the visits occur at Mrs. Hock's house?
As far as I can remember, yes.
And what do you remember happening during those appointments?
That we would update Angee on our pregnancy, how Emily was feeling, things of that nature, and just.
I don't think the parents are going to get charged from a sheer standpoint of
having sort of gone back to the drawing board. And
the defense
reconsidered
brought up
their
maybe we
options
should
and
read
explored them.
this gentleman make sure that he's aware of his Fifth Amendment rights, and he does not have to testify as to anything that could incriminate him. And the judge was like, no, we're not doing that, which tells me it's
what do you mean by
been said, at least been said without being said, that they're not being charged, because the judge wouldn't have him waive Fifth Amendment rights if he could potentially be charged.
Cleaned up as well, took care of Emily and I, gave me the connection and the relationship of understanding what it meant to be a father from the very beginning.
And would you say that those kinds of personal touches that you've just described and the sort of personal nature of the relationship was part of what you valued in hiring a traditional midwife for childbirth?
Yes.
What else do you remember about your prenatal appointments, if anything?
That we would meet with Angee.
When I watched part of
So
this
before
the
Emily
first
went into
time, I
labor with
thought
Vera,
that
what was your
co-counsel was
understanding of what
whispering
was
to her a
going to
lot
happen
more,
when
but
she did
maybe
go
not.
into labor?
The
I might have just
same
caught the 2
exact,
points where he did.
Relationship, or excuse me, the same exact experience that was provided for Sabra, is that as soon as we knew or were aware that Emily was going into labor, that we would contact Angee and Angee would come out.
And did you know who was going to come with her?
At the time, we knew that Mickey was going to be attending with her.
And you testified previously that Mickey also participated in Sabra's labor?
Yes.
And were you asked for permission on whether Mickey could accompany Angee to the births?
Yes.
And what did you decide?
That was appropriate.
And were you asked again for Vera's birth if you wanted Mickey to come again?
Yes.
And were you glad to have her come as well?
Yes.
And why?
Again, Mickey provided a very emotional support role, that more maternal role, and that's what Emily was also seeking.
Mm-hmm. And so what do you remember about Angee and Mickey arriving at your house during labor with Vera?
That they had arrived early in the morning, and that they had brought Angee's son with. We were notified and asked if that was still okay. We said yes, that was still okay. And they showed up.
And what happened after they arrived?
After they arrived, they started again providing hospitality and care to Emily and I, taking care of us through her labor and delivery.
And was Emily having contractions?
I haven't caught that, Miss Chris. That's a good point. Because they did have OB appointments in this.
As far to my knowledge, when Emily would tell me or express how consistent they were happening, to my knowledge, she was in labor.
Would she demonstrate that she was in pain by exhibiting pain through her body language or her facial expressions?
Could you rephrase your
Did you know that she was having contractions because she looked like she was in pain or moved like she was in pain?
I wouldn't say that it's pain. I would say that she communicated to me that she was having contractions and that she was in labor.
Were you helping her time the contractions like dads sometimes do in labor?
No, I was not.
So was it more that she would say, "I'm feeling one now"?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Okay. And so you testified that Angee and Mickey arrived early in the morning on the 15th, is that right?
As far as I remember, yes.
And labor labor went all day until the emergency that night, is that right?
As far as I remember, yes.
And so was it your experience in this labor and also your previous physiological labor with Sabra that labor involves periods of waiting?
Yes.
Was there a fair amount of waiting around that day?
I would say that labor and delivery was progressing as normal.
And did the role of, was there much to do other than wait for Emily's body to go through its process of birthing the baby?
There was plenty to do in the sense of supporting my wife, taking care of her, making sure that she is comfortable, listening to her needs while she is going through labor and delivery.
How often was Angee interacting with your wife?
As often as Angee felt she needed to.
And what did those interactions involve?
The same interactions that she had during Sabra's labor and delivery.
What did those involve?
Taking care of Emily, maneuvering her, comforting her, such as myself.
Did you observe whether Mrs. Hock sometimes checked the baby's heart rate through?
I thought you said chuck the baby.
With the appropriate tool.
And what was the tool that you observed her using?
I believe it's a monogram.
Okay. Do you remember her performing any vaginal exams soon after she got to your house? Did she perform a physical exam of Emily, to your recollection?
To my recollection, the comfortable exam that Emily was experiencing, yes. I was not at a point of view where I could identify exactly what she was checking for or what tools she was exactly using for vaginal exams.
Were you usually in the room when Mrs. Hock was examining Emily, or would you step out of the room for those encounters?
No, I was in the room.
Okay. And when you say she performed the exam that Emily was comfortable with, would Mrs. Hock ask permission of Emily before touching her?
Yes.
And was it
course.
the nature of their communication in labor with Sabra and with Vera that that Mrs. Hock did not touch Emily without her permission?
I would say the nature of that was that Mrs. Hock had the respect and understood Emily to the point where she would always ask. And I believe that she would respect that out of any client that she would take care of.
And so,
respect that for.
do you remember Emily asking Mrs. Hock to examine her or perform a vaginal exam at a certain point?
I do not recall Emily making any specific requests. I believe that the communication was decided upon between Emily and Angee talking to each other.
That's you guys
And were
can't.
you present when
the chat,
Angee,
the words in the
informed
chat are going
Emily
to
that
get.
the baby was breech?
Yes.
And you've testified some about the conversation, but I'll ask you again. What do you
Oh,
remember about that?
she knew it was breached
What I
at some
remember
point.
is that Angee gave us the option to go to the hospital or to stay and continue labor and delivery with Angee.
And do you remember
she was
Angee
breached?
communicating that breech delivery is considered more complex and risky than head down or vertex delivery?
To my knowledge of risk and assessments, I believe she would have said it, but do I exactly remember the distinct conversation? No.
And even if you don't remember the exact words that were spoken, did you understand that the reason she was talking about a hospital was that a breech birth can be riskier?
I would not say that it was riskier. I would say that she was giving us the choice and option to choose either.
Bro, it was riskier.
Again, there was no sense of urgency or emergency.
Yes.
Nothing really doing in the.
Can I refer you back to your deposition, Mr. No?
Yes.
If you could open it again to page 149 to 150.
Nothing happening in the Aaron Dean trial, by the way.
Yes.
If I can refresh your memory with the exchange on this topic at the bottom of 149 and on to 150, maybe I will read it to you and you can tell me if it cues your memory in any way or what you make of it at this time. Question: and do you remember in that discussion if Angee communicated that breech delivery can be more complex and risky than a head down or a vertex delivery? Answer: according to her knowledge and her expertise, she probably made us aware, but again, she gave us an option. Question: and did you have an understanding that those potential increased risks?
I don't think she'll testify. I think we can get almost all the same facts from him, and there's no need to put her through it. I mean, I believe that she had PTSD. Like, and there's no need to put her through
Or
this.
stay for labor and delivery. Does that recollection help you to think that it was communicated to you and Emily that there would be increased risks with a breech delivery compared to a vertex standard delivery?
According to my understanding, again, we were given an option, and my understanding was that we had the option to go to the hospital or stay and continue labor and delivery with Angee.
Okay. And Did you and Emily have a private conversation to make that decision?
Yes.
Do you recall what you
Yep.
discussed?
I recall that we discussed our options, whether going to the hospital or staying and continuing labor and delivery, and we decided to stay.
Okay. And in that decision-making process, was it still the case that you and Emily still wanted a healthy outcome for your baby more than anything else?
Yes.
And do you believe that Angee also wanted a healthy outcome for your baby?
Yes.
What happened after you decided to stay home?
We made our decision to stay. We notified Angee about our decision, and labor and delivery continued as normal.
This part's not going to be fun to listen to.
Actually, I want to ask you a couple more questions about the conversation about whether to go to the hospital. Did Angee communicate to you that she had heard any concerning heart tones that made her concerned that Vera was experiencing fetal distress?
Not that I recall.
And did that contrast with labor with Sabra, at which you were informed that there were concerning fetal heart tones indicating that the baby might be in distress at that time?
The situations for Sabra's labor and delivery and Vera's labor and delivery are completely different. They
That's
have
coach.
no commonalities at all.
And
They
how
are two different labor and deliveries.
Good try, bro.
But if you compare the discussions that you had or the circumstances in which the decision was being made to go to the hospital with Sabra's birth, was it your
They
understanding?
were both
at the
your
time
wife,
that decision-making
same
process
midwife,
that
both
Mrs.
had
Hock
complications.
concerns due
Both
to the
ended
heart
up at the
tones
hospital.
that the baby might be
Not that different.
experiencing or developing distress at that time?
During Sabra's delivery, Mrs. Hock told us to go to the hospital. And we went to the hospital.
He doesn't like these questions.
Conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
That was
So
asked and
what
answered.
do you
though.
remember happening after the decision was made to stay home?
That labor and delivery continued as normal.
Okay, and what did that involve?
Again, taking care of Emily, making sure she's comfortable, things of that nature.
Was she continuing to have contractions?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
And so were you waiting to see if the baby would be born safely at home?
We were continuing to take care of my wife. Yes.
Was there anything that you could do to help the baby get born faster?
That experience and knowledge is above my understanding.
So although you could support her emotionally with what her body
Yeah,
was
this is defense.
did you have to wait for the body's
Cross-examination of the
to
dad.
sort of know what was going to happen next?
According to my knowledge, I do not believe I can answer that.
Okay. What do you recall was happening prior to Emily entering the bathroom?
That labor and delivery was progressing as normal.
Okay. And so what had happened? What were the events in, say, if you recall, what were the last events that you remember?
He's getting a little dodgy and a little bit
And notified us
defensive
that she
here.
was going to the bathroom.
What were the last events you remember prior to that, prior to her notifying you that she's going to the bathroom?
Again, that labor and delivery were continuing as normal. This happened 3 years ago with quite a lot of stress and trauma. I do not exactly remember every step, every detail, every minute depiction on what happened right before that.
It's completely understandable. And if I ask you any question for which you don't have a memory, please feel free to say so.
Good response to
Nobody
him.
expects you to remember things that you don't remember. I'm only asking if you do.
Thank you.
So do you remember her saying that she had to go to the bathroom?
I remember her saying that she was going to the bathroom, not identifying what she was using the facility for.
Got it. And did you feel any worry or concern at that moment?
No.
Had she gone to the bathroom? At other moments in labor?
As far To my memory, yes.
And when she went to the bathroom at other moments in labor, did anybody go into the bathroom with her?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did they wait outside for her to come back out?
As far as I remember, yes.
And so on this occasion, when she went into the bathroom, did she go in alone?
Yes.
Did you try to go in with her?
No.
And did anybody try to go in with her?
To what I remember, no.
Do you recall her asking anybody to go in with her?
No.
And
Yes.
And then while she was in the bathroom, where were you?
I was upstairs.
Where upstairs?
Excuse me. I was upstairs. Again, there's 2 bedrooms and a very small hallway, and Emily and I had stayed in the master bedroom. So I was in the master bedroom at that time.
And do you have a recollection of where Angee and Mickey were during that time?
We would have been walking around upstairs waiting for Emily to come back out.
Did anybody seem worried or alarmed about the fact that Emily was in the bathroom?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you think that you checked on her, maybe going to the door and calling through it or checking?
Yes.
So, and what do you remember about that?
I would have asked her how she's doing or if she's doing okay. I don't exactly remember what I said, but I would have checked on her.
And what do you think she responded?
She would have responded that she is fine.
Did you hear any more? Did you hear her saying anything else from inside the bathroom?
No.
Did you hear her making any sounds inside the bathroom?
No.
Was she saying anything or making any sounds during the 15 minutes or so that she was in there that suggested that she might be birthing a baby in there?
No.
Well, that was fun. I have no idea what that happened, but I'm back.
I remember that I called for Angee, and the door was flung open. And at that point in time, I could recognize a limb of some sort that was Vera's hanging outside of Emily's body. And from there, we were told to call 911.
Miss you all too.
And when the door opened and you could see Emily and Vera, were you standing in the doorway?
I don't exactly remember where I was standing.
Do you recall where Angee and Mickey were?
They were upstairs.
Were they beside you at the doorway?
I would say that they were upstairs.
Was there any? Were you at that doorway long before them?
I don't recall.
Do you remember them standing next to you in the doorway?
It's a small upstairs. We would have crossed paths or stood next to each other at some point in time up there. Yes.
Do you recall observing any hesitation in Mrs. Hock mobilizing to that door when your wife called for her?
No.
And it's your recollection that what do you remember about the decision to call 911 or how that happened?
That it was announced for someone to call 911. Mickey was already on the phone by my memory, and she had Angee's son in her hands while trying to make the phone call. Took Angie's son as well as the phone because Mickey
What a mess.
I continued the phone call to get the paramedics to our house and gave Nikki the ability to assist as much as she could.
So sad too.
Was Angee the first person to enter the bathroom with Emily?
As far as I know, yes.
When you were standing calling 911, was Angee in the bathroom?
As far as I know, yes.
do you recall Angee directing someone to call 911 when the door opened and the scene was visualized?
Yes.
Wombat Melmy, I'm letting the
Do you
chat
remember
answer
anything
your
about what you
questions
said
because
to
they
the
know way more
EMTs
about
when
this
you
than I do.
called?
That I directed them where our house was located and what the situation was.
Did you tell them that? What did you tell them about the situation?
That we were having an at-home birth and that they needed to come to our address.
Did you tell them any more details of what the situation involved?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. And then you testified that you took Mrs. Hawk's baby and were holding him in your arms. Is that right?
Yes.
And were Angee and Mickey in the bathroom with Emily?
As far as I know, yes.
Is there anywhere else they could have been?
In the hallway. It's right next to the bathroom.
And were you somewhere where you would not have known whether they were in the bathroom or in the hallway?
Yes, at one point I had gone down to direct the ambulance to come to our house and direct the EMTs. Yes, I had to go downstairs to our front door.
And do you have a sense of, so you call 911 and there's a time after that when 911 arrives, only a few minutes later. Was there a period when you were still standing observing Angee and Mickey working with Emily and Vera before EMTs got there?
Again, I did not call 911. Mickey had called 911, handed me the phone, and I took Angee's son and we went downstairs. I do not recall how long it took me, if I stood there for a moment. I remember that I went downstairs to direct the EMTs to our home.
When you took the phone from Mickey to continue the call with 911, did you then walk downstairs while still on the phone with 911, or did you stand in the doorway for that call?
As far as I remember, at some point I had gone downstairs while on the phone and carrying her son. I do not remember if I stood there and continued the conversation, or if I went all the way downstairs and then started the conversation. Again, Mickey was already on the phone calling 911.
I understand. Okay. And so then when you're on the phone with 911, you walk downstairs to receive them. Did you wait downstairs until they arrived?
Yes.
Okay. So the next time that you saw what was happening in the bathroom, were the EMTs there?
Yes.
So therefore, during the period while waiting for the EMTs, you were not observing the room. Is that right?
I was not upstairs. Correct.
Okay. And then what happened after the EMTs arrived?
Good call. I mean,
EMTs
I
were
honestly
upstairs
think he's
to
doing the absolute
assist.
best he can.
And
in
again,
testifying, I
could
think
hear
he's
that
doing
Emily
a
was in
good
distress. I don't
job.
exactly remember
Super
what
clear,
she
really
had said,
articulate.
or if she had screamed out, or anything of that.
With the exception of
specific
one or two
nature,
questions,
but
he
I could tell that
directly
she was
answers the
in
question.
distress.
But
And
I think he's
then
unclear about
after
what
about
happened
10 minutes, they had Emily on a
in his own
stretcher,
mind.
and they had taken her out of the house.
So the 4 EMTs enter the house and they go upstairs to the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you go upstairs with them?
No.
Did you waited downstairs?
Yes.
And so the next time that you saw Emily, was she coming down the stairs on the stretcher?
Yes.
So therefore, was there ever a period when you were observing Mrs. Hawk trying to get Vera unstuck?
No.
Okay.
Court being a long crime are approaching 4 hours on our verdict watch, or 4 hours of deliberations, but that feels wrong. I feel like it's 3 hours.
So do you have any knowledge of the maneuvers that Mrs.
Oh, it's over
Hawk
3.
tried to perform with
It
Mickey's
might be close.
assistance to try
We
to
might
get Vera
getting close to
unstuck?
4 hours.
No.
Yeah, we are. We're approaching 4 hours of deliberations.
So you were downstairs when the EMTs entered the bathroom, that's right?
Yes.
And so you testified that you could hear Emily's voice and you registered that she was in distress, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you hear what anybody else was saying?
No.
Hey, Wombat Mommy, if you get a chance, not to send you somewhere else, but if you get a chance, watch the opening arguments. They're
any
pretty
of the
darn
EMTs
informative.
speak with you at
Because
any
this is a
point,
bench trial,
either
they're allowed to
at your
say more,
house
and
or
it
as
gives
they
a
were leaving,
pretty
or
good
did anybody stick
overview of the
around to talk
case.
to you after the ambulance left?
No.
Don't do it now. Do it later,
What happened
tonight.
I had grabbed Emily's packed bag after the EMTs had left with my wife in the back of the ambulance, and I hopped in my personal vehicle and followed them to the hospital.
Okay. And when did you see Emily again?
When I got to the hospital,
And how were you reunited?
I went through the emergency entrance, and they had taken me to the operating room that she was in.
And what do you remember being told?
I remember being told about the care that she was receiving at the time, when they were talking through how her placenta was going to be delivered, making her aware of how painful it was going to be. They were presenting a lot of care and hospitality that was vastly different from Bellevue Medical.
And do you remember any conversations?
He's just fucking trashing Bellevue.
When you and Emily arrived at the hospital?
I've heard bad things about
Emily's
Bellevue.
history of
I have a
trauma?
lot of family in Nebraska, and I've heard
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
I've heard
Do
jokes
you
about Bellevue
remember,
before.
being questioned at all together with Emily by any of the providers at UNMC?
During what time?
Let's say during the night of the 15th into the
So
16th.
UNMC's in Lincoln.
Yes.
He's
What do you
in
remember?
Omaha.
I
well, I guess
remember that
they might have a branch of
a lot of
UNMC
people
in
had
Omaha.
talked to us. At that point, we were already told that that the hospital was going to monitor her for 72 hours. And if there were no signs of life, that we were going to have to say our goodbyes. So we were getting talked to by quite a few individuals. I do not exactly remember what nurses, what doctors. Obviously, there's 3 shifts of nurses. So a lot
This
of
part is just heartbreaking.
faces and names that I can't
No
even
matter our
recall or
opinions,
remember.
this sucks.
Do you remember being questioned about the fact that you had started labor at home?
Yes, it would have been a part of the process, I would assume.
Do you remember being questioned by the police
Yes,
at the hospital? Was it your impression that that was part of the process?
yes.
Why?
I
Why would it-
didn't know any better. As in, with Sabra, when we got to the hospital, the
This is
nurses
interesting.
asked questions about labor starting at home, but there was no police investigation.
When you transferred to the hospital with Sabra and were questioned about having started labor at home, did they ask you for the name of your midwife?
If they did, I don't recall.
Okay. mm,
I wonder where
how
she's
were you
going
able
with
to
that
be
part.
with Vera during
That's
her
going to be something that
hours
comes up
she was
later in
alive at
trial.
UNMC?
Exactly when we were there for 2 whole days.
And were you able to be with her in the NICU?
Yes.
Why are you asking this? This is not helpful. I mean, bench trial judge isn't going to be emotional.
Yes.
But even judges have feelings.
Do you
man.
remember asking if the police interviews with you and Emily could be held off while you spent your final hours with your daughter?
Yes.
Was that request respected?
No.
Oh.
Mr. No, was it your and Emily's intention for Vera to be born healthy and alive, just like every parent that goes in to give birth at UNMC?
Yes.
I don't understand
Do you
how that
believe
wasn't
it was Angela
respected.
Hawk's intention to support a healthy birth and a good outcome.
Fuck
for
you, I'm
Vera?
not talking
Yes.
to you.
Opinion for the court.
He's pissed.
Do you
And I don't
believe
think
that
it's
it was
at the
Angela Hawk's
defense attorney.
intention to support a healthy birth and a good outcome for Vera?
Yes.
When the emergency developed,
He's
in
not
the
pissed at the
bathroom and
defense
door
attorney. He's
opened,
pissed at the cops.
do you believe that Angee stepped forward to do whatever she could to help Vera get born?
Yes.
Do you believe that there was ever a time at which anybody involved with this birth did not care about Vera or her well-being?
Yes.
Do you believe, but let me make sure you understand my question. Was there ever a time at which anybody stopped caring about Vera during this birth? Or did everybody care about her the whole time?
At what point?
Was there ever a time when anybody was not caring about
Yes.
whether Vera,
This
when
is
was that?
this is terrible.
There were several points, yes, from my wife and I's point of view that the care for Vera had stopped.
Would you like to elaborate?
No,
Okay. Did that
You're in
happen at
court,
home?
bro. You kind of have to.
it happened in the hospital.
Okay. Then leave it.
But at
They
all points, do
hate
you believe
doctors.
that Angela Hawk cared about your baby's well-being and was doing everything toward that end?
This guy's total tone
Toward
change.
the end.
Toward the
Yes.
goal of her
Towards
being born
her
healthy and
end,
alive.
yes.
This is heart wrenching.
No, you've testified that you and Emily
But they have to
were
defend
aware
a
of lot
client.
of options that pregnant couples face during childbirth for healthcare. Is that
His
right?
testimony here is
Yes.
not good for the
And
state.
that you've testified that you were aware that pregnant couples can have their babies at home, they can have them in the birth clinics with midwives, or they can have them in the hospital. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that in Nebraska, families choose all of those things, whether or not licensure is available for home birth midwives.
Yes.
Is that right? And were you always aware that it's an option to give birth at the hospital?
Yes.
And so did you or Emily need Angela Hawk to tell you that hospitals were available or were options?
When?
Did Angela Hawk make clear to you and Emily that she would support a decision to go to a hospital if that's what your choice was?
When the time came, yes.
Was there ever a point at which Angela Hawk indicated
Told
that
you
she
not
would
to.
not support you in going to the hospital if you wanted to go to the hospital?
When the time came, no. Or
What?
I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Did you ever feel like Angela Hawk prevented
Good job
you
catching
from going
yourself,
to a
dude.
hospital?
No.
Did you feel like she would support whatever medical choices you and Emily made, including the choice to go to the
I
hospital?
kind of feel
at
like
any
this
time
guy
if
thinks
you
she
felt
shouldn't
that was
be
the right thing to
charged.
do or what was needed?
Are you referring to a specific moment or are you saying
No.
in general?
I'm saying in general.
Maybe
do you
he's just
believe
straight
that
up
Angela
honest.
Hawk would have supported Emily and you in your medical decisions during your home birth, including a decision to transfer to the hospital?
Yes.
Has this criminal proceeding against Angela Hawk helped you and Emily to heal from the trauma of Vera's birth?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Hawk, do you believe that, Mr. No, I beg your pardon. Mr. No, do you believe that Angela Hawk is responsible for Vera's death?
Sustained.
Oh, fuck you. You can answer that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And recross, or redirect, excuse me.
So here's my other problem with this. If she's responsible for Vera's death, why is she not being charged with manslaughter and being charged with aggravated child abuse instead? Aggravated child abuse that results in the death of a child is murder. I don't get that part. I think they're trying to. Oh, I almost said they're trying to split the baby. I said that they're trying to split the baby on it, and it's not right. God, I can't believe I said that. There was no pun or anything intended on that.
Vera's death, have you educated yourself a little more on the risks of breech presentations in childbirth?
Could you explain on?
If you're going to go
education?
down what he's educated then you're
now
going to have
know
to be able to allow them
that
to ask if he
trying
thinks
to
she's
deliver
responsible.
Vera, when she was feet first, was a very dangerous situation?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruling the answer.
No, see,
Could you repeat the question?
that
Have you learned since
He just
Vera has
overruled that.
passed that it is dangerous to try to deliver in breech presentation the way Vera was presenting?
Yes.
And while you say that you think Ms. Hawk had good intentions, do you think she had the knowledge
You can't like the judge is going to have
to
to let
give you those
the defense
recommendations
ask
at the point in which
their questioning
Vera
you.
was presenting breach.
Objection, Your Honor. He has no basis for that opinion.
Okay, good. The judge is like, oh, okay, I see. Sustain.
Do you think you were given the correct advice from Angee Hock to make a decision about whether to go to the
Object.
hospital?
I believe
Object.
Your Honor, foundation, opinion, relevance.
Oh,
I
he
believe
overruled it.
that she fulfilled
You have to let her answer
what she was
ask the question
explaining
then.
in her contract.
Would you agree that you weren't told that
Again, these objections don't matter
there was
nearly
substantial
as
risks
much
of
in a bench
rupture
trial. The judge is
if-
going to
if
hear
you
and take in what
continued with the
he
breach
deems
presentation?
legally relevant anyway.
Objection asked and answered.
Well, it's been asked and answered, but you may, objections overruled, you may answer.
As far as I remember, I do. According to my knowledge, I do not recall.
She did not give you all the risks, correct?
Correct.
She only spoke to you for two to 3 minutes.
Object.
Is that right?
Overruled.
Yes.
And during that 2 to 3 minutes, part of it was spent with explaining to you that she knew how to deliver breech babies. True?
Guess one thing that I hate is inconsistent judges.
Did she ever list any specific risk of what would happen if you continued with this breech presentation at home?
Not that I recall.
Kara, I had the exact same thought, and I did a little bit of looking into it, and I think the reason why he can have that haircut is, from what I understand, his role
Ms. Hock
as active
was a
duty
little
is
more
that he's
knowledgeable and could have given
pretty
you
much
better
a
information
chaplain.
that day.
He has a religious role in the Air Force. So I think that's why. Or maybe the Air Force is just getting way too lax.
Do you believe she accurately described all of the risks that could have happened when she discovered Vera's foot?
As far as I.
Wait, hold on. Objection.
Objection, opinion, and relevance.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Sir, you may sit down.
I think he let another attorney ask.
We're going to take our recess for lunch, and we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Why did he let another attorney ask that question? All right, y'all. I'm going to take a lunch during the recess, but it's going to be like a 2-minute, maybe a 5-minute lunch. So I will be right back. And when of course we're fast forward right through. And here, let me do that first so we know that we're on. That we're coming right back. Oh man, they took a long lunch break.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. I will be back very, very shortly. And we're back. Let's get started. So this is after the lunch break from day one, which I think was yesterday, maybe the day before. This is going to be the doula.
So the microphone does lift your voice a little bit. So if you maybe pull it closer to you or scoot up to it, or yeah, there you go. Please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record.
Michelle, Michel, M. Heffley, Hueftle.
Do you have a nickname?
I go by Mickey.
How do you spell Mickey?
Micki.
I'll call you Ms. Heffley if that's okay. But is it fair to say that if there has been a witness referring to a Mickey, in this case, that was probably you?
I would say probably so.
Okay.
I don't know.
You were the doula involved in this case, correct?
I was.
Okay. All right. Are you currently employed or are you retired?
I'm retired.
All right. I want to direct your attention to, we're specifically here to talk about the birth of Vera No, but I'd also like to know whether you were present for the laboring of Sabra No. No.
Yes.
Okay. I want to take you, well, let's go back this far. Do you know someone by the name of Angee Hock?
I do.
How do you know Angee Hock?
I met her at my daughter's birth.
At your daughter's birth?
My daughter had her child with Angee present.
Okay. Was Angee serving as her midwife?
Yes.
After you met her there, did you begin a relationship that included you possibly helping and becoming a doula alongside her working as a midwife?
Yes.
Okay. How did that relationship form?
We had carried things out to the vehicle after that, after my daughter gave birth, and we're just visiting about all kinds of different things. And Angee said, "Have you ever considered being a doula? You're so compassionate. You're so kind. You did one. It was so neat to see you support your daughter." And I said, "Well, no."
But after she planted that idea, did you think that might be a good thing to try?
I had previously been going to study.
Bye, Wombat Mommy. Have a good night.
And my computer died, and I was not able to afford a new one, so that just kind of got set aside.
Okay. At some point, did you reconnect with Angela Hock to serve as a doula with some of her clients?
Yes.
Okay. Is Angela Hock in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just identify her for the record? Just say what she's wearing, maybe her and where she's seated.
She's seated at the table over there, and she is wearing a print blouse, white, black, and gray, it looks like.
Right. I'd ask to reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
At some point, did you meet someone by the names of Creighton and Emily No?
Yes.
When did you meet them?
I don't recall for sure. Excuse me.
Were you present for the laboring of their first daughter, Sabra No?
Yes.
Do you think you met them before that?
I am not positive. Hello.
Sometimes it picks up louder. Okay.
Yes.
You're not positive if you met them before?
No.
Did you go to their residence to help with the labor of Sabra?
I did.
Before we get to that, I want to show you. Actually, yeah, first mark me with it.
They approach.
Hey, well, they approach. Everybody, please hit that like button. I'm sure you already have. I'm sure we have way more likes than concurrence right now, but if you haven't, please do so. And if you haven't subscribed, please do so. We're on every day watching a court case. Right now, we got two things going on. We are on verdict watch for Texas versus Aaron Dean, and we're catching up on Nebraska versus Angee Hock.
Become part of the group that functions. I don't know how to describe it exactly.
All right. At the top here, do you see where it says a private membership association? Do you see that?
My bifocals, excuse me. I do.
So did you have to become a member in Ms. Hock's organization to work with her and work as a doula?
I don't know as it was required. I think I asked because there's some training material.
There's some training material? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What kind of training material?
Just some different information on that, of different events happening and stuff.
Where's that training material located?
I'm not even sure because if I access the site, I only accessed it once.
Okay.
I'm not good with technology.
Well, was it a site? Was it a website where you would get this information?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that the
Oh, we all know the rule. If we talk about websites, I got to bring it up. Feel free to go on over to trialjunkie.online whenever you have a
Did you
chance.
access information
Bookmark
on
it.
her website?
Keep up with trials I
don't
plan on
recall
watching, and I
exactly.
plan on building that
Okay.
site out to be a lot more
I don't
informative
recall exactly.
as we go.
If you became a member of the association, were you able to get a password and get onto the Nebraska Birth Keepers website?
Yes.
Are there
Does anyone else
on
think
that website
Nebraska
that
Birth
are
Keepers
only
is
for
a
people that are
weird name?
members?
It strikes me as weird, and it's probably just because of Oath Keepers, but
If you know.
I don't know.
I don't like it.
I want to ask a couple more questions about this. It looks
What
like
birth
on
are
the
you
first
keeping?
page, you see, is that your signature?
Yes.
And is this the date of the 11th day of November, 2017?
Excuse me, my Bible. Yes.
And then if I go to the back page, it looks like you signed again, and here it's November 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Do you think you signed two different documents with Ms. Hock?
Over 4 hours,
I really don't know.
past the 4-hour deliberation mark in the Aaron
Right
Dean
off
trial.
Exhibit 129.
Objection, Your Honor. We're not sure how this document is relevant to the charge in this matter. Predates the events of the birth, and it's not between either of the parents and Ms. Hock.
Objection overruled. 129 will be received.
I mean, it's a bench trial. The judge is gonna be like, "I want to see everything." If I deem it's not relevant later, I'll deem it's not relevant later.
Agreed to work with Ms. Hock. What was your job, or what were you?
They're not supposed to do
setting
that,
out to
by
do?
the way.
I went along to act in the role of doula at births where parents had requested.
Right. What is a doula?
A doula provides compassionate care for parents while they're going through their birth experience. You're a space holder.
A space holder.
Sometimes offer comfort, holding hands. You
That's what
visit.
my wife calls me that a lot. A space holder.
Sometimes you fetch refreshments. Sometimes you sit quietly and wait. A lot of waiting.
I
What is
I
the
am
difference
somebody
then
that
between a
knows even
doula
less
and
than a
midwife?
midwife in terms of how to deliver babies. at home.
A
Oh,
doula
God.
is there particularly to provide that in that.
Sorry, I find this whole
care.
world a little weird.
Did you receive any training to be a doula?
Not specific training, no.
Okay. Is it kind of an on-the-job learning type of thing in a little bit?
I think the role of a doula.
Any help
either
is
you
truly
are
appreciated.
called
If you go
that
to
or not,
trialjunkie.online, there's a
person
link right
who's
there.
willing to spend time and
Just trying to build out
be
the.
there holding that
Really need to build out my
place
broadcasting
of
tools.
peacefulness for people.
It's
How
greatly
many
appreciated as I
times
build
did you
to a
serve as a
monetization.
doula
Thanks so much.
For a birth where Angela Hock was the midwife?
I'm not certain.
It's more than a dozen?
All links are in the description, by the way.
Was it more than half a
All
dozen?
right, I'm done grifting. Let's pay attention.
Were you ever paid to serve as a doula?
There was a short period of time when I received recompense. Yes.
And what were you paid?
My old brain can't even remember.
Did she say when I received recompense?
I want to direct your
God.
attention to the birth of Sabra No. And you've already said you aren't sure whether you met Creighton and Emily No prior to that.
Yeah, that's a
day.
good
Is that
call.
right?
I'm gonna have
Yes.
to. I've never used any
Do
of
you
those
remember
Cash
that
App
day?
type things, so I'll get a Cash App
The
one
day
tonight.
that Emily was laboring with Sabra.
Yes.
They are only charging me like 3%, but still.
Who was there?
When we
On the one
arrived,
I'm
or-
on now.
Sure.
Okay.
But I
When
think
you
Cash
arrived,
App is
arrived,
easier for everybody too. So.
Creighton, Emily.
All right, I'm
Angee.
done talking about money for me. Let's pay
Was there
attention.
a
Sorry.
photographer during that
No,
session? Okay. Did a photographer ever come that day? That you remember?
no, not that I remember.
What do you remember about that labor with Sabra?
Oh, may I go back?
Did you state something wrong?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you state wrong?
At Sabra's birth, yes, there was a third person there.
And-
Excuse my confusion.
And who was that?
That was the birth photographer.
Okay. All right. How long were you there when Emily was laboring with Sabra?
A birth photographer?
I don't remember.
Was Sabra ever born in their home?
No.
What happened that she wasn't born in the home?
She was not progressing the way that was expected. And at some point, I remember Angee saying, you should take her to the hospital because we don't know what's going on.
And so when Angee directed that, did
Oh
Creighton
no,
take
she
Emily
wasn't
to
calling me a space holder in the in the delivery room. I'm actually great at the coaching. Now I was just making
Now
sure.
let's fast forward a little bit to June.
But
of
I do. I'm
2019,
a space holder is kind of weird.
which was when Vera No was born. Did you take part in the laboring with Emily and Creighton for Vera's birth?
Yes.
Had you seen Creighton and Emily No between the time they had Sabra till the time Vera was coming?
I'm not certain.
Do you think you ever saw them at Angee Hock's house?
I believe I did once.
How was it that you got invited to take part in Vera's birth?
I actually requested and then later found out that I had been invited to go.
Why did you request it?
I felt a very special connection to Creighton and Emily.
You like them?
You regretting the decision now? Sorry.
What do you remember about going to their house for Vera's labor?
I lose track of time because I enter a spot that is there. We arrived and went in, and they were laboring upstairs.
Okay. Was anyone else home?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you remember seeing Sabra that day?
No.
Okay. How did things go with labor in the beginning? Let's talk about just that. Did you get there in the morning, do you think?
I don't have any idea.
In the beginning, how were things going as far as the labor was concerned?
Very quiet and very calm.
Were you giving some aid to Emily?
We greeted and went in, and I don't know exactly how it all went. I'm sure I said hello and probably went and sat on the floor.
At some point, did you and Angela Hock leave?
We did leave for lunch.
Where did you go for lunch?
To a little deli on close to 72nd Street in Omaha.
Did you go elsewhere? Did you go shopping? Did you stop anywhere?
We went more for because our lunch was not long, we went more for a stretch our legs kind of thing and to give the No's their privacy.
Okay. How long do you think you were gone?
I don't know.
Okay. How are things going when you eventually returned to their residence? Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe when you got back there?
Emily was still laboring.
What do you recall happening next?
I apologize. I don't know for sure what order and sequence things went in exactly.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did Angela Hock do a check on Emily to see how she was doing?
I believe so.
Okay. And what did she discover?
She said there's possibly an umbilical cord.
Okay. Did she say umbilical cord or just cord?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that was when she was doing the vaginal check with Emily?
I believe so.
Okay. Did she identify that she's felt anything else?
A bit later on, she said, "Oh, toes."
Oh, toes?
Oh, toes. That's so weird.
So she didn't say a
toes.
foot or feet, she said toes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, she
What
said,
happened after
oh,
that?
toes.
I believe, excuse me, I believe that I stepped out into the other room and Angee and the nose had a visit, or I'm not.
Did you overhear
Wait,
any of that
Ricardo was
conversation?
there? The nose?
No, not.
How long do you think that lasted?
I don't know.
Okay. What happened after Angela Hock had a visit with Emily and Creighton?
At some point, I had stepped across the hall and come back and sat down beside the bed.
Beside the bed where
I
Emily
didn't
was?
hear that, J. Michael.
And
Maybe
what were you
you'll-
doing?
Just holding space.
Okay. Were you talking to her?
Reassurances, yeah.
Okay.
What?
Did you overhear any discussion about going to the hospital at that time?
No.
Were you holding her hand?
No, I was holding
Was
space.
Creighton nose still there?
I don't know for sure. He came and went.
How long did that go
Yeah, the
on?
nose.
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether Angela Hock was putting Emily or coaching her into different positions?
No, not at that point.
All right. What do you remember happening next of significance?
Someplace along the line, Emily stated that she needed to get to the restroom.
All right. How much time do you think passed from the time that she's identifying possibly a cord and then said, oh, toes, passed between then and when Emily said she wanted to go to the restroom?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Do you think it was pretty immediate or do you think some time passed?
Some time passed.
Okay. When she went to the restroom, did you follow at all?
I did.
Okay. Did anybody else follow?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what happened when she was into the bathroom?
I said, would you like me to come in with you? And she said no.
Okay. Did you shut the door?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
I went into the spare bedroom.
How many beds were in the spare bedroom?
2.
Okay. Was anybody else in that spare bedroom with you?
At some point, Angee was. I don't know if she was there when I went in or if she was there later.
Did you bring any, I know that laboring can last a long time, do you bring an overnight bag or items in case you're there for
over 24 hours, 36 hours, things like that?
I bring a carry-in bag with my snacks and water because I drink copious amounts of water. And I had crocheting and a book and those sorts of things.
I'll show you some pictures. And I showed you these yesterday, do you recall?
Yes.
All right, so I'm showing you exhibit 24. And then I'm going to show you
Something happened to my camera.
5. And you see that we're seeing the second bed here.
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you exhibit 26. Is that the spare bedroom where you were at when Emily was in the bathroom?
Yes.
At some point, well, did you fall asleep? Did you take a nap? What happened during that time?
I may have fallen asleep for a few moments. I laid down to stretch out.
Did something wake you up or alert you?
I heard Emily call.
What'd she call?
Angee.
Okay. Was Angee with you at the time?
She was in the room, yes.
And what did you do?
I sat up on the bed and I believe I took Killian.
Who's Killian?
Angee's child.
Okay. So by taking him, you think that Angee must have been there with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did Angela Hock, do you know if Angela Hock heard Emily call out?
I don't know for sure.
Did you say anything to Angela Hock?
I said, yes, she's calling.
Okay. And what happened next?
Angie went to the doorway
What-
of the bathroom.
Could you see that from where you were at, or
Yes.
did you get up and follow? Okay. What happened when she got to the doorway?
I believe she asked if it was okay if she came in.
And then what happened?
I believe she said, I'm going to need help.
And what did you do?
I'm working on it, but I'll take all the help I can get on.
I looked at him and I said, are you going to go help? And he said, you'll be better help than I will. And so he took the baby and I went to the doorway of the bathroom.
What did you observe when you got to the doorway?
Emily was leaning over the edge of the bathtub.
What did you observe as far as whether, how far along she was in giving birth?
Vera was born to the waist, I believe.
Born to the waist?
Yes.
So what do you mean by that?
Oh, wow.
She was born to the waist.
Okay. So were her legs spinning up?
Her legs.
Okay, all right. So you could basically see from the waist down of the baby.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit 9.
What an awful experience.
10. Do you recognize that bathroom?
Yes.
And what do you recognize about that bathroom?
That is the upstairs bathroom in the hallway.
Would you say this is a relatively small bathroom?
I would say it's average for that type of
For
home.
that type of home. So it's as wide as the bathtub is all, correct?
Mhm.
There's no shower in there?
Looking at the picture, it doesn't appear so.
And so how did you see Emily?
She was leaning over the edge of the tub on her knees with like her elbows propped on the edge of the tub.
So her knees were on the ground
Yes,
and elbows up on the tub.
I believe so.
So you were observing the backside of her.
Well, I was looking at her from that angle. I don't know as I saw her immediately or if Angie was. Yes, I would have been observing her from the back.
All right, so what did you do to help?
I believe Angie said, we need to have you stand up. And Emily said, I can't. And so I
Oh, God.
around and through and into the bathtub.
At some point you called 911, is that right?
The call was dialed from my telephone, yes.
Okay. Was that before this or after that? I want to make sure we're saying this in order.
I honestly don't know. Those events are rapid fire.
Okay. So let's get to the 911 call. Did you dial 911 on your phone?
I did.
Did you talk to the 911 operator?
No.
What did you do?
I handed my phone to Creighton and said, Angie wants us to call 911. I don't know your address. Excuse me. Can I
Do you need some water?
avail
Actually,
myself to a glass of
we
water?
Can I avail myself to a glass of water? I love it.
Thank you.
So proper.
Sorry, I should have offered earlier.
You should have availed earlier.
So you handed the phone to Creighton because you did not know his address. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, basically.
Sorry.
And you don't know exactly when that 911 call happened.
No.
But are you pretty clear that Angie said call 911?
Either call 911 or
I reserve the right to fast forward if it gets that graphic again. I'm kidding.
So let's get back into the bathroom here. You said
But
you
it did
stepped
get
in
me
the
a little bit.
bathtub.
I don't know why.
Yes.
And what were you doing?
I was assisting Emily.
How were you assisting her?
I squatted down because she had stated that she couldn't stand herself. And I squatted down in front of her and looked her in the eyes and said, put your arms around my neck, on my shoulders, and I will wrap my arms around you if that's okay. And then we will stand together.
You don't look like a very large woman, but we are making a record here. So I would like you to tell us what your height is and how much you weighed at that time. No one will repeat it. Sorry.
I'm not sure. Oh, I don't care. No, I'm not sure what my height is. 5'4", 5'6", something like that. You shrink with age. And my weight was probably 150, 155.
That's not that large of a person, but were you able to lift Emily, or was it kind of a joint effort where both of you were doing it together?
It was a joint effort. I never lifted Emily.
Okay, all right. So once she got stood up, what happened next?
Stand it up.
Angie requested that she move to different positions. And so I assisted her with those.
I got to switch
Did all that
audio
take
again.
place
One
in the
sec.
bathroom?
At some point, we moved to the hallway.
Why'd you move to the hallway?
More room.
What happened when she got to the hallway?
She got down either on all fours or I believe she got down on all fours.
When you were in the hallway, were you pretty much right at the top of the stairs? Is that where the both of you got Emily to?
Yes, but closer to the edge of on the master bedroom side.
We've got some pictures of that too,
Mhm.
so let's take a look at some of those. So exhibit 6, of course, is the stairs going up. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And 7, it's maybe a better view. And you go up those stairs. What's to the right? Is that the?
To the right is the guest bedroom.
So here's the top of the stairs. You think the guest bedroom's right there?
Yes.
And so you must have to go to the left to get to the bathroom?
Yes.
And this is the master bedroom we're looking at here in exhibit 12, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you were where? Tell me again, where were you at?
We were in the hallway outside the bathroom.
Okay. All right. So
more
maybe
to the master side than the guest side.
All right. So maybe this isn't the best picture, but Do you see where I'm pointing on exhibit 8? This is the top of the stairs, right?
Yes.
Right here's the stairway. You would have been back possibly where the person is who's standing taking this picture, maybe.
I'd have been off to one side or the other.
Okay. All right. Eventually, did emergency personnel arrive?
Yes.
How long do you think that took?
I have no idea.
What happened? What did you observe happen once they arrived?
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
What did you observe happened once they arrived?
Once the emergency people arrived,
Yes.
they came up the stairs.
What happened next?
Lots of confusion. I mean, lots of just movement and people shuffling around.
Okay. Did you try to help or did you get out of the way at that point?
I believe I stepped back.
Okay. What was Angela Hock doing?
She was still helping Emily.
Okay.
I'm not certain because I was at the other end. I was by Emily's head.
Okay. And what were you doing at that end?
Relaying the positions that, or the, can we roll over? Can you get?
Okay. Were the emergency personnel helping with some of these maneuvers?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Okay. What happened next?
At some point there was talk about scissors.
Okay. What talk about scissors?
Somebody said something about scissors.
Could you tell who said something about scissors?
I believe it was an EMT or whoever this.
Did you hear Angela Hock talk about the scissors?
I said, I'll go get scissors. And she said, we don't have scissors. And in my mind, I was seeing the instrument that you use to clamp a cord and that the parents can cut the cord with, which is a totally different, you can't do anything else with it.
Okay. And is that one of the tools that Angela Hock and you had in your bags that you brought?
It is in, yes, one of Angela's bags.
Well, the intent is eventually you're going to have a baby and somebody's going to need to clamp the cord. Is that right?
Exactly.
So that's something that Angela Hock would have come with.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying, you said, I'll go get scissors and Angela Hock tells you we don't have scissors.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying what you had in your head was this clamping thing.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. You just have to make sure it's clear. So does that clamping thing sort of look like a pair of scissors, only without the
No.
sharpness? Okay. All right. Talk about thinking you had scissors.
Yes.
Okay. What would you see next?
The kind of scissors that you cut clothes off of people with if they've been in an accident or something like that and they need to remove clothing to be able to see if a wound is treated with that of it.
Okay. And yes, it came.
I believe from the EMTs or medics, or I don't know what they're called for sure.
Did you see anything, what those scissors were used for? Did you see anybody do anything with those scissors?
I did not.
Did you see Angela Hock with those scissors?
No.
Okay. What do you remember happening or seeing next?
I remember Angela saying, you need to transport her to the hospital now, or very close to that.
So Angela Hock was saying, you need to transport to the hospital now?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing Aaron Dean Trail was, guys. Checked everything out.
going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 98. I don't think I've ever shown this to you before. But this appear to be the kind of scissors you're talking about that you cut clothes off.
Something very similar, yes.
And is this a fair representation for demonstrative purposes of what those scissors you're talking about are?
Yes.
It's a bad question. But
I was like, wait a minute.
Is
Could
this-
you rephrase your question? I don't.
I'm going to.
That just made my mind.
Is this a fair example of the kind of scissors you were talking about that the EMTs had?
Yes.
Okay. I'd offer exhibit 98.
Oh, I got to change my name here. I had to switch my whole setup around, but it's working. I do have to rename myself though. Desktop is not a good name.
98's received.
And these are just, for the record, exhibit 98 is a picture of some scissors that kind of have a bend in them. Like you said, you can take those to cut clothing off.
That would be mine.
Do you know if
It's
anybody
not gonna work.
used
I'm gonna
those
kill my
scissors,
camera.
Emily?
Hopefully that works.
I do not.
Do you recall whether Emily screamed out or cried or made any noises at any time?
She was not. She was not. I don't know if she was vocalizing or. I believe she said no.
You believe she said no?
I think so.
No in regard to what? What?
No, in regard to whatever the EMTs were talking about.
Okay. So did you ever observe anybody try to perform an episiotomy on her?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know what an episiotomy is? I guess I asked that
I
question.
do.
Okay. And what do you think an episiotomy is?
Say it right. The perineum.
The perineum.
Perineum. To assist in some cases to help a mother birth easier.
Have you ever seen Angela Hock do that procedure?
No.
Okay. And did you see her do it that day?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if she would have?
No, I don't.
Do you think an episiotomy happened at the house?
Okay, well, I'm gonna switch my setup one more time. Shouldn't affect anybody.
You don't think you did?
In terms of watching.
Unmedicated? Okay. And why does that matter? Matter to whether?
It's a hurtful
Okay.
process.
So that's not something that Angela Hock would have done? Or the
No.
EMTs? Okay. Why do you say that?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What do you recall happening next?
After Angee said that they needed to be transporting her now, Emily now, I stepped back out of the way and I believe took Killian, and they got Emily ready to go.
Okay. Did you see her go down the stairs?
I did not.
What do you recall happening next?
I think they used a backboard to put her on to take her down.
What did you see next?
That's, well, them all going out the door.
Did Creighton leave the house?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you ever see him come back in to get anything, or when was the last time you saw him?
He did come back in.
Okay. And why did he come back in?
As they were going down the stairs, I heard Emily ask for her phone, and I knew it had previously been on the bedside table. And so I went and grabbed it and took it downstairs and set it on the dining room table.
Did you see if Creighton No grabbed that?
He's a very quick young man. He came flying in the house and started up the stairs, and I said, Creighton, if you're looking for the phone, I put Emily's phone on the dining room table. And
then
he did a quick reverse and
left?
Said thanks.
Where was Angela Hock?
I'm not sure.
What did you do next? So ambulance is gone, the nose are gone. What did you do next?
We straightened up the area where we've been and gather our things, put my things back in my bag.
Did you go to the hospital?
No.
What did you do next?
We looked for a gas station.
Why were you looking for a gas station?
To get gas and to put air in a tire.
Was it your intent to head back to Kearney?
Yes.
Is that where you'd come from, Kearney?
I had.
Did you get updates on how Emily, Creighton, and Vera were doing?
I was not in contact with them. I believe Angee let me know at some point that they had arrived at the hospital.
At some point, did you learn that Vera No didn't make it?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
When I saw it on Emily or Creighton's Facebook page. Excuse me.
I have no further questions of this witness, Judge.
Cross.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Good.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heffley. My name is Hermina Hayes Klein. Ms. Heffley, can you tell us a little about your experience with childbirth prior to working with Angela Hock?
I was privileged to attend the birth of my granddaughter when she was born.
Have you gone through childbirth yourself?
I have.
And when was the first time that you attended childbirth outside the hospital?
When my daughter gave birth to my granddaughter.
And what year was that?
I am so horrible at dates. August of 2017, I believe. She's 5, however that maths out.
Does it sound about right that it was only a few months before you supported the nose through labor with Sabra?
Yes.
Same year? And over the time that you, or even prior to that time, has it been your understanding that some women in Nebraska choose to give birth at home?
Yes, indeed.
And is it your experience that the parents who choose to give birth at home want a healthy start to life for their babies and are trying to make that happen?
Yes. Your Honor, may I ask that this microphone be moved? I'm having a double vision, looking through this microphone right here straight at the
just blocking her view.
woman, and I wear trifocals, and it's thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, please. Thank you.
In your experience and observation, do the parents who choose to give birth at home make that choice in part because they believe that it'll be the best start to life that they can give to their babies in their circumstances?
Objection. Counsel is just testifying.
Okay.
Stay.
In your experience attending home births with Angela Hock, did the families choose to give birth at home with the understanding that the traditional midwives who attend them are not licensed in the state of Nebraska?
Objection. Testifying.
relevance, hearsay.
You can testify that.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Is it your understanding that the families who choose to give birth at home do so despite the fact that traditional midwives are not licensed to attend them at home in Nebraska?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the legalities of Angee's ability to support women through childbirth at home when you were working with her?
Objection. Relevance, the legal questions are up to the court.
Sustained.
You've testified that your role at births was in emotional support of the birthing woman. Is that right?
Yes, along with the family.
Did your role involve the provision of any midwifery care in the sense of, did you ever learn to assess fetal heart tones, for example?
No.
Did you ever learn how to check cervical dilation, to check what's happening in a labor?
No.
Okay. And were you generally included in Mrs. Hock's discussions with clients about their healthcare options, either during pregnancy or during labor?
No.
Had you ever seen a breech birth prior to the birth of Vera No?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained, or excuse me, overruled. You can testify that.
No.
Did you see Emily and Creighton know at all between Sabra's birth and Vera's?
There was one point, I believe, where we had a gathering of families at Angee's residence, and I believe they were there. Yes.
Do you remember anything about your interactions with them during that time?
Just the sharing of how nice it was to connect with other families who had made the same choices.
And do you recall whether when you saw them during their pregnancy with Vera, did you already know that you would be attending their birth with Vera together with Angee?
I'm not certain on the time frame.
Okay.
Because I don't know when that time was exactly.
Okay. So you've testified that you traveled from Kearney to Omaha with Mrs. Hock to attend Emily in labor with Vera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you remember about what was happening with Emily's labor prior to the vaginal exam when the breech was identified?
She was having a very different labor than she had with her first one. She was reclining in the bed and not up and active as much as I recall.
How did you know that she was in labor?
Because they had called for Angee to come, I guess. And it's very obvious when you're,
Could you tell when she was having contractions?
Not specifically, no.
Have you seen a range of ways that women deal with contractions when they're having an unmedicated labor?
Yes.
Are some women more noisy than other women when they're experiencing the sensations of a contraction?
Yes.
And do some women even scream with the pain of contractions during labor?
Yes.
And how would you describe how Emily, the sort of sounds or movements, or how did Emily cope with her contractions?
Mostly quiet murmurings, and she and Creighton communicate very quietly together.
Was Creighton her primary support through the pain of the contractions?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony earlier today that supporting women through labor involves a lot of waiting. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Since it's an all natural process, there's nothing hurrying a labor. I lost my train of thought. Could you please repeat the question?
Why
I'm so
does
sorry.
labor involve a lot of waiting?
Because you don't do anything to accelerate or decelerate a birthing mom. That's a natural process that happens. And so depending on the mother and the things, you can have a long labor, you can have a short labor, you can. So you
Did she say
wait.
contraptions?
That's my main role is to wait.
Oh, I'm falling apart here, y'all.
Peaceful space, a supportive ness, I guess.
Is a lot of the waiting for the mother's body to go through the physiologic process of pushing the baby down and out of her body?
Yes.
Would you say that things tend to get more active during a birth once the baby starts to come out?
Yes.
So before the baby comes out, for the hours when the mother's body is opening up to prepare for the baby to come out, does that often involve patience and waiting?
Yes.
And you also described holding space for Emily during childbirth. Can you say more about what it means to hold space?
You're just there present. And I crochet sometimes. I pray sometimes.
Do you pressure the mother to make things go faster?
Absolutely not.
Would that be helpful?
No.
Would you say it's important not to pressure the mother when she's in labor with a physiological birth?
Yes.
To make things go faster. Were you present when Mrs. Hock identified that the baby was breech?
I was there when she said toes.
Do you remember what caused her to perform a vaginal exam at that time?
I believe Emily requested.
Were you present when Mrs. Hock discussed the option of going to the hospital with the couple?
I was not.
And so, how did you become aware that the decision had been made to stay home, if you remember?
We were there.
And then what do you remember about what happened between the time that the decision was made to stay home and the time that Emily went to the bathroom?
More waiting. I did at one point go into the other room and stretch out because sitting on a tiled floor.
See, Michael, I think she means a little more than that. Like,
it's cold and
I think they're all about like.
And I'm old.
They're totally natural. Even if it's not in the best interest of mom, I guess. I don't know.
Do you remember Emily going to the bathroom?
I do.
What do you remember about that?
She got up and said, I need to go to the bathroom.
And did she close the door behind her?
I actually walked along the hallway with her, and yes, she did.
Did you walk her to the bathroom door?
Yes.
And then did you and she part ways at the bathroom door?
I asked if she would like me to come in with her, and she said no.
Okay, and so after she declined your offer to come in and help her in the bathroom, did she enter the bathroom and close the door behind her?
Yes.
And was it at that point that you went into the guest room, do you think?
Yes.
And was the bathroom door still visible and audible from the guest room bed?
Not the bed I was stretched out on. I'm not certain about the other one.
Was it?
It was audible, yes.
From the bed, okay. And
I am getting some new insight into
what do you remember happening while she
how
was
this
in the
home
bathroom,
birthing
on your side of the bathroom
actually works. Good Lord.
if you remember?
Angee was there with Killian, and I was in there, and I may have fallen asleep for a few minutes.
Okay. And so while Emily was in the bathroom, would you describe yourself, Creighton, and Mrs. Hock as waiting either for Emily to come out of the bathroom or for her to let you know if she needed assistance in there?
Yes.
Is it normal for women in labor to go into the bathroom during labor?
Yes.
Does it happen commonly that they will go into the bathroom?
Yes.
And sometimes for a longer period of time than people usually use for bathroom visits while they're in labor?
Yes, because it allows a woman to sit in a position that you don't get into any other place.
Is it helpful for women going through the process of a physiological labor to have privacy?
Oh yeah.
Meaning to have some
It's
space
granola.
to labor in private?
Yes.
Is that something that a doula or a midwife is sensitive to in supporting a woman through a physiological labor?
Yes.
And is it sometimes the case if a woman is in early labor and she's having the kinds of contractions that are opening up her cervix for a midwife and a doula to leave her alone and give her space to go through that process with some privacy?
Yes.
Would you describe Emily No as a private person in your experience of her?
Definitely so, yes.
And why would you say definitely so? How could you tell that privacy was important to Emily?
Having been with
I would
her
imagine
through
there's
first
some
birth,
overlap between
she had
soft
stated
shit
the
and
fact that she
folks that
liked her
run
privacy and
midwife,
that, we visited about
home birthing businesses.
mundane things. But this is referring to when Saber was born. And I became aware during that birth that they are very, she's a very private person.
And did she communicate her need for privacy during that birth because she was asking for her privacy to be supported and respected in caring for her throughout childbirth?
Yes.
When
Sorry,
Emily was in the bathroom, did you hear
I'm
any
a
sounds
man.
coming out of
Supposed
the bathroom?
I did not.
talking out my ass, but I just never think of
In your experience with
childbirth and
childbirth, do women
privacy.
usually make sounds when they are pushing a baby out?
It depends on the particular woman.
Would you say more often than not they make sounds when they're pushing a baby out?
So who cares? Objection relevance.
My observation does not support that idea, no.
Okay. Was the first that you heard from inside the bathroom after you parted with Emily at the door and she went into the bathroom, was the next sound that you heard Emily calling for Angee?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of how you, Creighton, and Mrs. Hock arrived at the bathroom door or went through it? Who got there first? Were you all crowded into it, or what that moment was like?
Could you restate that question? I'm sorry.
Do you have any recollection of what happened after Emily called out for Angee? Would you describe yourself, Creighton, and Mrs. Hock as immediately responsive to Emily's call?
Yes.
Did you all move toward the bathroom door to support Emily?
Yes. Angela was first.
Angela was first.
Mm-hmm.
Was Angela already in the bathroom by the time you got to the bathroom door, if you remember?
Yes.
And so why did you enter the bathroom?
Because Angela said, I'm going to need help.
And did you know at that time what that help was going to require?
No.
And what do you remember about what happened next? What was the first kind of help that she asked for, help to lift her to standing, as you described in in your previous testimony?
Yes.
And how did you know how to safely lift another grown-up, a pregnant grown-up?
I had worked in a nursing home. My father was very stringent about never lift with your back, always squat and lift with your legs, and just instinctively did that, I guess.
And what was Angee doing while you were helping Emily to shift into different positions?
I don't know.
She
was present, but I was focusing on Emily and helping.
Could you tell whether Angela remained calm during the emergency or if she was panicking?
She was calm.
And do you recall, was there a time when you remember Angela instructing Emily to lie on her back and try that position?
Yes.
During the times that you were helping Emily to shift into these different positions, could you see Angela working between Emily's legs at all to try to reach in and help free Vera's head from Emily's pelvic bones?
I could not tell for certain what she was doing, but she was in a position that was between Emily's legs, yes.
Could you see whether her hands, could you see where her hands were touching from where you were?
No. I was at Emily's head, relaying the physical instructions to move.
Was Emily doing all that she could to cooperate with Angela and try to birth her baby safely?
Yes.
And what do you remember happening when the EMTs arrived?
It was, they brought with them a form of, their own, I stepped back a bit from Emily because they come up and they are there present.
During your testimony today, you reviewed a picture of the bathroom. It looked pretty small. Did all 4 EMTs squeeze into that bathroom?
We were in the hallway by then.
Okay. When had you moved to the hallway?
When Angee requested her to lay down, I believe.
So then, therefore, was there a moment before the EMTs arrived on the scene when you and Angee were helping Emily out of the bathroom so that she could have more room in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay.
Why'd you
So
skip
by the
that
time
part?
the EMTs came upstairs, you and Emily and Angee had left the bathroom and were now in the hallway?
Yes.
When the EMTs arrived in the hallway, was it your observation that they were acting ready and prepared to take Emily to the hospital when they walked into the hallway?
My impression is that they stood and observed what was going on.
Did you have the impression did you hear them make any instructions or questions to Mrs. Hock?
At some point, I believe somebody said something about an episiotomy.
Did you have the impression that the EMTs wanted Mrs. Hock to get the baby out before they took anybody to the hospital?
Yes, at that point.
And were they looking to her to be the person who could get that baby out?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, she answers, she knows.
Could you restate?
In your observation, did it seem as if the EMTs were looking to Mrs. Hock to be the person who would get the baby out?
Yes.
Interesting.
Had you ever seen Mrs. Hock perform an episiotomy at a birth prior to this?
No.
Had you ever even heard her talk about performing an episiotomy at a birth? Was it your impression that everything that Mrs. Hock was doing at that time was responsive to the emergency in front of you and trying to save Vera and Emily?
Yes.
Did you hear anybody offer Mrs. Hock a scalpel? for the episiotomy, for an episiotomy?
I did not.
Um, what caused the EMTs to finally leave for the hospital with Emily and the baby?
Angee had said, you need to transport her now.
And did she say that after she was unable to, after continuing to try to get the baby unstuck and was unable to do so? And the baby still did not come out?
Yes.
In your experience working with Creighton and Emily No, did you have the impression that they loved and cared about their babies even before they were born?
Yes.
Was it your experience that they were at any time neglectful or unconcerned with the well-being of Vera or Sabra?
Absolutely not.
Is it your experience that Angela Hock does her very best in every situation to help facilitate a safe and healthy birth for the couples she assists?
Yes.
And was it your impression in the birth of Vera No that Angela Hock tried very hard to help Vera to be born safe and alive?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yeah, that was a bad objection.
Was it your impression during the birth of Vera No, or during your time around the birth of Vera No, that Angela Hock tried very hard and did her best to help Vera to be born safe and alive?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
The state doesn't really have a witness that's
Angela Hock
with them.
explain in details the dangers of trying to deliver a breech baby after
They're not
cesarean.
openly hostile, but they're not like with them.
She testified that she was not present for any such conversation.
Sustained.
You just talked about how Angela
She
Hock
crossed
did
off
everything
like
she
6
could
of her
to help
questions.
Vera, during doing everything she could to help Vera, did you ever hear her tell Emily and Creighton that having a breech birth after cesarean is very dangerous?
Objection, Your Honor. It's answered.
You may answer, then move on, Ms. Jacobson.
Could you restate the question, please?
Did you, during this time of her doing everything, Angela Hock doing everything she could to help Vera, did you ever hear her tell Emily and Creighton No about the dangers of giving a breech birth after cesarean?
I am not party to any of those conversations.
You were testifying on cross-examination that Creighton and Emily No were very good with their children, taking care, and you think they were just good parents. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, do you think that they would, to make sure things went well with that birth, do you think they would have done whatever Angee Hock told them to do?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Yep.
Were they receptive to direction that Angee Hock was giving them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered because she testified that she did not observe Angee Hock giving them directions or giving information and consent.
Overruled, you may answer.
Were they receptive to the things Angee Hock would tell them to do?
My only specific instance with that would be when we were in the hallway or in the bathroom, Emily and I, and Emily was very responsive, moving the way Angee communicated and I recommunicated to her.
When Angee Hock said call 911, everybody was receptive, right? That, correct?
This is so near and dear to my heart. This is me.
Willing to talk to 911. Is that true?
Yes.
And I
Likewise,
love
when
happy
Angee
hours.
Hock, during Sabra's birth, said you should take her to the hospital. That's what Creighton did when Angee said that. Is that right?
Hey, Carrie, have a great evening. Have a drink for me.
He, at that time, I heard Angee talk to them about, we did not know what was going on there. It was, excuse me just a moment. Emily was not showing progress. She was not feeling the urge to push or anything like that. And at that point, Angee said, you should take her to the hospital probably because we're not seeing the progress that we need to.
And in that instance, that's what Creighton did. He took Emily to the hospital, right?
He and Emily visited, I believe, and they decided to do that, yes.
So we're 5.5 hours into deliberations. I'm not 100% with, you know, I'm trying to say we're 5.5 hours into deliberations.
You said the EMTs were looking at Angela to do things. Was Angela kind of running the show at that point?
I think they're off by an hour.
They did not react in the way I expected them or thought that they probably would as emergency medical people who had been called to attend a situation.
You had never been in a situation like that before, isn't that true?
Through a birth, no.
And Angela Hock, did you hear her identify herself to them and say why she was there or anything like that?
Not that
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of cross-examination.
I was very focused on Emily and being not in the way of them doing, the paramedics doing what they needed to do.
That's fair. No other questions, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I?
You're excused. Yeah.
Okay.
You're excused. You're free to leave.
Stay right with the next witness.
Call officer, Oklahoma Fire Department officer, firefighter Brian Strasness.
Go ahead.
My issue with this trial is I think they called the two most interesting people right now. Maybe not. I could be wrong. But I think they let off with their best witnesses, or the most interesting witnesses. We'll see.
Come up to my lap, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Say may
That's a pretty cool looking courtroom.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Brian.
I wonder if they have a big gallery because that's a big courtroom.
R-A-Z-E-A-S.
I wonder how much interest there is locally.
How are you employed?
Oh, through the city of Omaha firefighter.
How long have
It's
you been
not a
so
murder
employed?
trial, so it can't be that.
So what is your role currently with the Omaha Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter on engine.
And do you respond to calls for emergency service?
Yes.
And when do you have any specific training to allow you to respond to those calls?
We have our EMT basic through the state.
And you possess the EMT basic certification?
Yes.
What training, or how long was that training?
It was 3-month class, and then you had to do a bunch of 120 some hours of ride time, and then a certain amount of skills.
So ride time and skills, what does that mean?
Riding in an ambulance, having patient contact.
And during those 3 months of training, how much training do you have on labor and delivery issues?
It was a chapter, I'd say 2-3 days.
2 to 3 days?
For pediatric stuff, yes.
During that training, to fulfill your role as an EMT, were you given any specific training regarding emergencies regarding breech births?
Yes.
What was that training?
Mostly for basic, it was load them and try to get to the hospital as soon as possible.
Okay. Did you receive any training on times when you would not just load up and go to the hospital?
If birth was imminent and it was a normal birth,
And if it was a normal birth and birth is imminent, then what would you do?
we were taught or trained how to assist the delivery head first, hold the baby, suction, cut the cord, oxygen.
Okay. And what is your training on what an imminent birth is?
If the head is showing, if there's crowning,
Only the head?
yes.
Were you received any training on how to respond if any other parts of the baby are showing during delivery besides the head?
Yes. Try to take the pressure off of mom by raising the hips and trying to get to the hospital as soon as possible.
As part of your job as an EMT with Omaha Fire, do you guys have any standard record keeping procedures?
We have to fill out a report. The captain of the engine or the responding truck and ambulance have to fill
Sorry,
out
dogs.
the reports and a narrative at the end of it, every run. Yes.
I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone a little closer because you're
All
a
right,
little
sorry.
soft-spoken.
There we go.
As part of that report, is it all manually entered or is some of that computer generated?
Some of it's computer generated, the times, there's some stuff entered by dispatch.
Okay. So some of that comes pre-populated based on the nature of the call. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you on duty on June 15th of 2019?
Yes.
What station were you assigned to?
41s off of 61st and Ames.
61st and Ames?
Yes.
In the evening hours on that shift, did you receive a call for service regarding a labor and delivery issue?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that came in?
I believe it was around 9 o'clock, 9:20, somewhere around there.
Would the exact time be listed on a report?
It would.
May I approach the witness? If you reviewed a report, would that refresh your recollection as to the times of a specific call?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at this 3-page document. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is a patient care report.
For a call on June 15th, 2019?
Yes.
Does it list times that you were called for service?
It does.
And if you could take a moment to review that document regarding the times specifically?
Yes.
And look up when you're ready to answer questions. Have you reviewed that document?
I have.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the time you were dispatched for?
Yes, it does.
What time were you dispatched for?
9:26, 21.
And it's listed in military time,
Yes.
correct? Okay, so approximately 9:26, you received a call. What time did you arrive for that? Well, 9:26 you were dispatched, that means the 911 call came in,
Yes.
and same time you were dispatched to go out.
Yes.
What time did you indicate that you were en route to the scene?
We have to be out of the station in under a minute.
And were you?
Yes.
What's your role specifically that night for that call?
Just assist with the paramedics and what they need.
Are you riding in front, driving, riding in back?
I'm riding him back. On the way to the call.
And then do you recall what time you arrived at the scene that you were dispatched to?
It was approximately 4 minutes.
And where precisely were you dispatched to?
46 in Spalding.
Is the exact address listed on your report?
It is.
May I approach the camera? If you could review your report when you're ready.
Yes. Oh, man, I can't read that. So, yes, looks like 4826 Spalding.
And is that located in Douglas County?
Yes.
Approximately how far away was that from Station 4?
I would say approximately 3 to 4 miles.
And I'm going to to show you what's been received as exhibit number 1. You recognize the residents depicted in exhibit number 1.
Yeah, well, I just realized we can, on the next witnesses, I'll skip through the
address that you were dispatched.
Yes.
And what
the
was
whole
type of-
voir dire experience, and we'll just jump right to the meat and potatoes.
Maternity.
What does that mean?
Means that somebody, a mom, pregnant mother, is having problems.
And when you arrived at that location, where did you go?
We went in the front door,
And then where?
up the stairs.
Where did you observe it up the stairs?
I saw mom kneeling down with baby out, all the way down, shoulders down to the toes, with the head still in her.
I'll show you what's marked as exhibit number
God, that's
6.
horrific, man.
You recognize what's depicted in exhibit number 6.
I do. Those are the stairs.
Wow,
that
they got quiet all of a sudden. So I'll drag it all the way up.
I'll show you exhibit number 8. You received as exhibit 8. Do you recognize what's depicted in number 8?
Yes, that's the landing where mom and Miss Hock were.
Anyone else present besides mom and another woman?
From what I recall, Dad was at the bottom of the stairs. At first, no.
For the record, just turn your report, please.
Oh, sorry.
So you indicate you arrive at the home, you go to the top of the stairs and see mom with another woman and who's assisting her, and baby has been delivered, everything except the head. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's your reaction?
Oh crap.
Fair. How many of you went on that call?
The 2 paramedics and my captain were in front of me, and then the driver of the engine was behind me.
So your first reaction of, oh crap, why?
That's not a good situation. I mean, the baby was hanging out there, obviously, being, not delivering the head. So basically it's hanging by the neck, getting suffocated.
You indicated this other woman was present. Did you make any observations about that, what the other woman was doing when you made that first initial observation?
She was talking to the medics. She was, trying to deliver the baby still.
Okay. Did you make any assessment or observations about that
I don't
individual?
know why I picked this out.
I noticed she was wearing a uniform
It's getting a little
t-shirt.
dark.
I didn't pay much attention to that, but I kind of assumed that she was some kind of specialized nurse or specialized medical personnel that knew what she was doing there.
Did you make that assessment simply from the clothes she was wearing?
And the way she was behaving.
How was she behaving?
Just like she knew what she was doing.
Specifically, what did you observe this other woman do?
She did ask, she was still trying to deliver the baby. She asked for a pair of scissors, which we thought was kind of odd that somebody handed them to her. And she continued to do an episiotomy on the mom.
Okay. Prior to asking for scissors, well, let me back up. You said the woman was trying to deliver the baby. In what way? What specifically did you see?
I can't really recall exactly. I just know that's what she was there for.
And you indicated somebody asked for scissors and they were handed over.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Who specifically asked for scissors?
The lady at the top of the stairs.
Wearing the t-shirt that you've just, okay. And you indicated that she attempted to perform an episiotomy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You say attempted to perform. Why do you say that?
She did it with our trauma scissors, which are made to cut clothes.
Oh God. Oh.
How
And no
long
meds.
after you arrived up the stairs did the woman attempt to perform the episiotomy? How much time had passed?
From what I recall, I would say a minute to 2 minutes.
And was she directing you and the other EMS?
I believe so, from what I recall, yes. The two medics were at the top of the stairs with her, where I was kind of standing behind them.
You're going to talk about trauma shears. I'm going to show you Exhibit 98. Is that what you're referring to when you say trauma shears?
Yes.
And you indicated those are to cut clothing. Why do you say that?
They're trauma shears for when we have emergencies where we need to cut clothes off a patient to open up and see what we have for injuries.
They would certainly work the cut skin, wouldn't they?
They could, I guess. I never tried it.
Why not?
It's not what they're made for.
Do you have anything else in your kit that would be appropriate to cut skin?
In our trauma box, no.
Let me take another step back. When everybody arrived on scene, you said everybody went up the stairs. Did you bring any equipment with you?
We had the stretcher and the soft bot at the bottom of the stairs outside the stoop.
Okay. Knowing that it was
And some blankets and sheets.
knowing that it was a labor and delivery call, do you have any specialized gear?
The medics have a bag, a maternity bag.
Are you familiar with that bag?
A little bit, yes.
And you indicated that she attempted to perform an episiotomy. Do you know, or were you able to observe whether that was successful?
I didn't see it being performed. I just heard the scream.
How did the scream sound?
Not good. It was loud, and very, you could tell it really hurt.
Did your opinion of the individual that you described wearing the T-shirt assisting the birth change at all when you heard the scream and realized an episiotomy was being done?
It struck me very strange.
In what way?
That she did it with trauma scissors, and also that if she was somebody who was specialized, didn't have her own tools.
At this point, after the attempted
Devil's
episiotomy,
advocate. What else would she have done?
happening next?
What other options did she have?
I recall going down to get the bot and coming up.
I'm going to stop you to get the what?
It's basically a soft backboard.
Okay.
Something to put the patient on to get her down the stairs and into the stretcher so we can move her into the squad.
Did anyone direct you to do that?
The medics did, yes.
And who are the medics?
Captain Hurd and Matt Carroll.
Do they have different training than you?
Yes.
In what way?
Theirs is a little more in depth. They're allowed to do a little more things than we can.
And after you got the bot, I think you called it, the stretcher, how did you get the patient onto the stretcher?
We just set it next to her. It kind of folds long ways. So we kind of folded it, and then she scooted over onto it. We strapped her in and toweled her up as good as we can to carry her down.
Your voice dropped off a little bit at the end.
Sorry.
You said you set it down next to her and then went
And
out.
had her just kind of crawl on it and on all fours with her hips out.
And were you the EMTs directing her to do that, or was this other woman doing that?
I can't recall
When she was on the stretcher, what happened?
that. We picked her up and moved her down the stairs. I do remember there too, and a second person sticking their head out of the back bedroom window, our back bedroom door.
Okay, separate from the woman that you've previously described. And did that woman, that second woman, was she involved in the birthing process at all?
While we were there, no. That was the only time I saw her.
Okay.
It was for a quick second.
As you're carrying the patient down the stairs, did you receive a name of who the patient was?
I can't recall. When I first got there, I was talking to the husband downstairs, so I'm sure he told me, but I just,
The information, would that be logged in the report?
Yes.
And did you ever get the name of the other woman that was assisting at the top of the stairs?
Not until you guys called me for trial.
Okay. So we just want to focus on the information you had at the time of the scene. You said you carried her down the stairs. Was there anything special or different that the way you carried the patient down the stairs?
Well, she was kneeling. Usually they're laying down. So that provided a little bit of difficulty, but I mean, we got her down safely and onto the stretcher. Okay.
Do you have any specific training on how you should carry a patient who's mid-labor downstairs, or in this situation where the baby is
I mean, we have
delivered,
some,
but for the head?
yes, we have some recommendations and just kind of whatever works depending on the situation. I mean, you can't really train for every little lift.
Was she carried down head first or feet first?
Head first.
Is that normal?
No.
Why not?
It's just safer to go head up towards the top.
Safer to go feet first?
Yes.
So are you familiar with the reasoning that she went down head first?
Yes, we were trying to take as much pressure off the baby's neck and head as possible.
Oh,
And
God.
did you assist in carrying down the stretcher?
I did.
Were you at the head, at the lower part of the stairs, or at the feet, the upper part of the stairs?
The lower part.
During this transport, was the patient saying anything?
I can't
As you carry the person out, where are you carrying her?
We're carrying her outside the front of the house. We had the stretcher ready, and we put her on the stretcher, then moved her to the back of the ambulance.
Now, once everyone is transferred to the ambulance, what is your role?
I jumped up to drive the ambulance to the hospital.
Okay. Once you jump up to drive, do you do anything? Do you make any notations?
I called dispatch to let them know that we were en route to the hospital immediately. And then I started to go. And then the medics from the back asked me to wait so they could try to do some more things back there.
The woman at the top of the stairs, did you have a conversation with her? Or did you overhear a conversation? Let me back up a step. Was she in the ambulance with you all?
No, she was not.
Do you know why not?
The medics asked her if she was going to come to the hospital, and she refused.
In your
That's a
experience,
little weird.
is that common?
But she's not allowed to.
There's a abandonment of care issue for medical personnel. If you do a procedure or if it's your patient and you want to do things that are above our scope, then you can't leave that patient to somebody lesser qualified.
That's a problem
What was she
for her.
doing that was above your scope?
But Nebraska law says that
Are
she
you all allowed
can't
to
go
do
into the hospital with her.
Why not?
It's a hospital setting thing. We're not trained.
What
He's
was
so
your
Midwest, I
reaction
love him.
hearing that she was not coming in the ambulance?
That's kind of when I realized that she might not be an actual medical person.
He's so nice.
When we first got there, I assumed that she was some kind of specialist.
When I kind of realized she might not be a nurse or doctor,
Well, first of all,
be a medical person at all.
used the trauma scissors, it was kind of a red flag. And then when she refused to go to the hospital, it was okay, why not?
So when you got there and your initial reaction was she's a trained professional, was she directing the scene at that point?
Yes, until we got there.
And once you got there, was she giving you all directions?
From what I recall, her and the medics were engaging in what was to be done, but I can't recall exactly what was said.
And do you know if that person directed you all to take the patient at any particular time?
No.
What led to the decision that whatever was the right time to take the patient, to no longer wait upstairs?
Definitely after the episiotomy attempt and then the baby not coming out still. Like I said, that's a pretty issue where we would like to go as fast as possible.
Now, you indicated that you got in the ambulance squad and indicated to dispatch that you were en route, but you didn't actually go en route.
No.
Are you familiar with what was going on?
I just know they were trying to do some more stuff in the back of the ambulance.
Were you able to overhear any of the conversations?
I was not.
Are you able to see
And that would be hearsay.
And at some point, did you actually go en route?
Yes.
What time did you get
She
to the
literally
hospital?
just asked in court, were you able to
Would it
overhear
refresh your recollection to
conversations?
review your report?
Yes.
If you could turn the report face up, and when you're ready to answer questions, turn it face down.
Hey, please don't forget to hit the like button.
I'm going to direct your attention
Subscribe
to
if you
the
already
first
haven't.
page
I'm
of
sure
the
most of you
report.
already have.
Under times on the right side column.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I'm not seeing the. Oh, yes, 2130. Or no, that's on scene at patient 2130. Okay. I'm not seeing the arrived at hospital.
Do you see an entry for transport?
I do not.
Do you recall approximately how long, I'll just ask you to turn your report face down. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get to the hospital?
From when I went en route or from when I actually started going?
From when you went en route?
It was approximately 20 minutes.
And how far away was the hospital?
Probably 6 miles, 7 miles.
Which hospital did you go to?
UNMC.
Why UNMC?
It was the closest hospital.
And if that's not usual, what accounts for the additional time?
Well, me going en route and the medics asking me to hold on and wait until they tried some other things. Also, there was the sewer project going on in that neighborhood, so I had to proceeded to go to 48th Street, and it was closed. So then I had to turn around, and then go back out the way we came.
So road construction added
Yes.
a couple minutes.
Couple minutes, maybe.
What happened when you arrived at UNMC?
When I parked the squad, backed it in, the guys in the back took off right away. From what I recall, the baby had delivered right before we got there.
You've talked about the woman that was at the top of the stairs that you believed a medical personnel. Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
For the record, could you point out where she's seated and what she's wearing?
The black and white shirt over there.
He doesn't want to say leopard print.
Witness identified the defendant. Did you have any further involvement in this trauma run?
No.
Did all these events occur in Douglas County?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time.
I'd like to go back to your training, officer.
Sure.
I'm sorry, is it officer?
Could be, yes.
What do you prefer?
Firefighter's fine.
Firefighter.
Or Brian, either one.
If I remember correctly, you testified that you had 2 or 3 days of training in pediatrics.
And yes.
And how many days specifically did you train in pregnancy and childbirth?
It was probably a half a day.
Half a day.
Also, throughout my career, we have yearly training on pediatrics and company school daily that it comes up.
He's quiet.
What is your experience with childbirth?
I've had maybe 3 or 4, but they've all been premature stillborns or miscarriages.
Sorry to hear that. Have you ever, in your professional capacity as a firefighter, responded to a call where
He wasn't
a
talking
patient
about his own, by the way.
labor or actively giving birth?
I've had one for sure where mom had delivered a premature and the baby was stillborn. Another one where it was a breech, but again, she was only 4 or 5 months pregnant and the foot was hanging out.
So fair to say you've never come upon a pregnancy that had gone full term and then gone into labor?
No.
And you had never seen
No,
a
because most people don't have.
No.
Can you describe the best practices for an EMT responding to a childbirth that is experiencing complications like breech?
As an EMT basic, we're trained to just try to get the mom in the stretcher and in the squad and to go as quickly as possible.
Are you familiar with the term pack and ship?
No.
Is it fair to say that as an EMTB, one of your roles is to transport as quickly as possible if that is the proper protocol for what you're responding to?
Yes, so now it's EMT's fault. This is a bench trial. Judges don't like that BS.
Can you tell me about your scope of practice?
As far as
Could you start with what is a scope of practice?
what we're trained and legally obligated to be able to do for injured people.
And are you only allowed to take action that has been approved by medical direction and physician orders?
Yes.
So you're very limited on what care you can provide.
I don't know if I'd call it limited, but there are limits, yes.
Well, you're specifically limited in regards to specific medical situations.
Yes.
And there are best practices to follow in those situations.
Yes.
And you are legally
Have a
obliged
good night, Amber.
to go beyond your scope of practice.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Nebraska EMS model protocols?
Yes.
And do those contain the best practices that EMTs and paramedics should follow?
Yes, they do.
I really don't like the idea of going after the EMS.
Our surgical intervention.
Guess he kind of has to, but
Do you know what an episiotomy is?
I do.
Could you describe that, please?
It's where they cut the perineum to give more room for the baby to be born, the head to come out.
In a situation like this, where the baby is presented in breech and is partially out, would you agree that is it the perineum?
The perineum?
The perineum. Would you agree that the perineum is located in close proximity to the infant?
Yes.
Would you agree that using a scalpel to cut the perineum in that situation would carry a risk of cutting the infant?
Sure.
Would you agree that trauma shears are specifically designed to not cut below the object or area that is intended to be cut?
Rephrase that.
May I approach, Judge?
he's like, where are we going, man?
98.
Yes.
Are these trauma shears?
They are.
And at here at the bottom, is there a little lip that's designed to prevent
Oh, okay.
scissors from cutting below that?
Yes, they're made to go the skin so they don't cut the skin.
And that's why they're used to cut off clothes, because you can safely cut the clothes off without cutting the skin beneath.
Correct.
It's not the best point, being that she cut skin with him.
Based on your training and experience, do you believe that an episiotomy was a reasonable medical intervention in the circumstances that were faced when you arrived on scene?
Objection, speculation outside the scope.
I've never been trained in it, so I couldn't answer that question correctly.
Yeah, he did.
That you wouldn't attempt it because it's beyond your scope of practice?
Yes.
You didn't. Did you hand the scissors to Mrs. Hock?
No.
Did you see one of the paramedics hand scissors to Mrs. Hock?
I don't recall who handed them to her.
Yeah,
do you recall whether any of the paramedics, verbally or otherwise, objected to Mrs. Hock performing an episiotomy?
I don't recall that conversation, no.
Did you see the actual episiotomy being performed?
I did.
You did. In your opinion, were those trauma shears effective in cutting through the perineum?
Compared to what should have been used, no.
Would you agree with me that surgical scissors also are designed to protect from collateral damage similar to the trauma shears?
I don't know anything about medical scissors.
About how long were you in the residence before you transported Emily No?
I would say probably 5 to 6 minutes.
About how fast can you prepare a patient and transport them on a typical call?
How fast can we, or how fast do we?
How fast do you?
It all depends on the situation. I mean, if it's something immediate, I mean, as soon as we decide that we need to transport, it can be done in a minute.
If you are called to respond and the issue is a complication, a complicated delivery, would you agree with me that your best practice is to initiate transport as soon as possible?
As an EMT basic, yes. But again, the paramedics were there, so it's their scope.
Defense is getting nowhere on this.
Firefighter, earlier you testified about abandonment of care.
Yes.
You would agree with me that if you initiated care to a patient, that it would not be abandonment of care if you pass that patient on to someone with a higher degree of training?
Yes.
Such as a paramedic?
Yes.
Did you ask Mrs. Hock what her training and certification was?
No.
Did you hear anyone else ask Mrs. Hock if she had any training or certification?
Not that I recall.
Is there a protocol that emergency responders follow when they arrive at a scene and find that someone else has already initiated care?
Yes.
What is that protocol?
Usually they tell us who they are, whether they're a doctor or nurse or so on. And if they've initiated care, or if they've done procedures that are beyond our scope, then they're required to assist that patient to the hospital. If they haven't initiated care or done anything beyond our scope, then we can take them.
If you respond and someone, not a doctor, not a nurse, not a paramedic, not an EMT, someone without a medical certification that the Omaha Fire Department recognizes, is the best protocol to take care over from that person?
Yes.
Was that done here?
Yes.
Who did that?
The medics. We loaded her up and put her in the ambulance and took her.
You've seen it.
Before that happened, did they provide Mrs. Hock with trauma shears?
Like I said, I don't remember who handed them
It's
to
yours.
her.
But that's your understanding of what occurred?
That's my understanding of what occurred, yes.
And is it your understanding that they actually provided 2 different sets of trauma shears?
I don't remember that either, but there's usually 1 or 2 in the trauma box, so.
Is it your understanding that the paramedics allowed Mrs. Hock to attempt an episiotomy?
That's my understanding, yes.
And they did so before they transported Emily No to the hospital?
Yes.
Are you a mandatory reporter?
As far as?
Is it your understanding that if you suspect that abuse or neglect of a child has occurred, that you have an obligation to report that to the appropriate authorities?
Yes.
I kind of like this question.
Do
Did
you
report
understand
this?
that you are a mandatory reporter in regard to injuries that are a result of a crime?
Yes.
Did you make a mandatory report pursuant to those duties as a result of this incident?
I did not.
Did you cause a report to be made pursuant to your duties?
I did not.
If you believed that child abuse had occurred, would you have made such a report?
Yes.
Fiction,
Oh, sorry.
speculation.
He answered.
No further questions.
Briefly. Did you receive information how long this woman had been laboring?
When I first came in and the husband was standing at the stairs, I was asked him how long this had been going on. And he kind of went into a spiel of how she didn't want to go to the hospital because she had PTSD. And this lady was here helping her. And he said more than 45 minutes.
More than 45 minutes from what?
I just asked how long has this been happening or how long has the baby been coming out? He said 45 minutes at least.
And I want to clarify. So you didn't ask how long had labor been going?
No.
You asked how long had the baby been coming out?
Yes.
Okay. And the answer you got was 45 minutes?
That was from the husband.
Okay. And did you relay that information to the team that was at the top of the stairs?
Yes. I don't know if it was not right then and there, but after we got back to the station, but not on scene.
Okay. Why not?
It was hectic.
You were asked a number of questions about the trauma scissors or surgery scissors versus a scalpel. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Were you able to look yourself at how the baby was trapped in the birth canal?
Yes, when we first got there.
And what specifically could you see?
The shoulders, body, arms, legs, everything but the neck and head.
Did you see the umbilical cord?
I did not.
Did you see any space in between the neck or the shoulders and the head?
I did not.
Any room to get scissors in between the skin to cut?
Not a whole lot.
So my understanding for the trauma scissors, you would have to have one free side so that you can open and close the scissors. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whereas a scalpel, you simply drag it along the surface to cut?
Yes.
And in that situation, based on your training experience, did you believe scissors were an appropriate tool?
I did not have any training, but I would not suggest ever using trauma scissors to cut skin.
Why?
That's not what they're made for.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions about taking over care. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that the paramedics did take over care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that before or after the episiotomy?
After.
And did that correspond when you had serious questions about the individual's training?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions whether you asked this the defendant about her training when you guys arrived. Why didn't you?
Again, she was wearing a uniform t-shirt or uniform shirt, and she just acted like she knew what she was doing. And at that time, I didn't realize that having a midwife.
Is it fair to say that due to the actions that you observed the defendant doing, you believe that she was properly trained?
I did, yes.
And you believe that she had the proper training to do an episiotomy?
Yes,
So you believe that she had the higher standard of care?
I do. I did.
Do you still? And you were asked a couple questions about mandatory reporter, that your reports are forwarded to the medical providers, correct? Is that, you're nodding your head, but I can't hear that.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
So you may sit down in your shoes.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. Take our afternoon recess.
And do you have any special certifications?
I have EMTB certificate, firefighter 1 certificate, hazmat training. But as pertains to this case, the only medical training I have is EMTB.
Okay. And what, as it relates to your EMTB, is that EMT basic?
Yes, ma'am.
And which order?
I don't recall the order. I know I was second or third in line. I was carrying the trauma box up the stairs to the second floor of the house. It was a 2-story house.
When you get to the top of the stairs, what do you see?
I see a female on her hands and knees with a baby hanging out and the birth person holding the baby at that time.
Why do you say birth person?
She was wearing a pink shirt that said Nebraska Birthing Center or Clinic. I can't remember the name of that.
If report indicated Nebraska birth keepers, would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you observe this scene, what's your first reaction?
This ain't good.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Well, a breech baby is not a good situation anyways. You don't want to spend much time there. You want to try to get the baby out if you can. If you can't, then take the baby to the hospital, get it as best care as possible because it's not receiving the kind of care at that time.
When you first make this observation, do you see the woman wearing the pink shirt doing anything?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Did you receive any information whether any procedures had been done to try to assist the delivery?
There were no. Well, we got to the top of the stairs, and at that point, the
So I've been learning from Law Talk with Mike
to
on how to mute myself.
Paramedic.
Let's try that again.
That
Perfect
Carol
timing.
In our
We just
Angee and
hit. Well, we're gonna hit
scalpel.
4 hours of
We have in our
deliberations,
trauma box
or
are
6 hours. Of
trauma scissors used
6
for
hours of deliberations.
traumas such as
in
shootings,
a couple minutes from
car
now.
wrecks, cut clothes off people.
And hi, welcome. Thanks for stopping by.
Skin and tissue.
Good to see you.
So the woman in the pink shirt, do you see her in court here today?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Could you point out what she's wearing and where she's sitting?
She's wearing a white and black polka dot. I'm sorry. Leopard print shirt and sitting next to the gentleman, the beard, and the female with the jacket.
I like this guy.
Microflex witness identified the defendant. You indicated the defendant asked for scissors.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the first contact you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
As an EMT basic, are you allowed to perform anything with scissors? Well, let me one step back. Did you have any idea what she was going to do with the scissors?
Not at that time.
What happened?
She performed an episiotomy on the female at that time with them scissors.
Was it successful?
I'm not a trained professional, ma'am. I don't know if it was what a successful episiotomy is and what unsuccessful. I apologize.
Were you able to observe whether the patient had any reaction?
Yes, it was a horrific scream that I will never forget.
Did you learn the patient's name?
I don't recall the patient's name.
What happened after the scream you'll never forget?
We attempted one more time at the top of the stairwell to deliver the baby. That attempt was unsuccessful. At that time, Captain Hurd ordered me to go down and get a bot. It's basically, we call it a big orange thing, nicknamed bot. It's a soft stretcher, like a soft hardboard. You know, like if you guys seen on
Big
TV,
orange thing.
on a hardboard. This one's a soft one where it's more flexible and we can maneuver around the stairs and stuff to carry someone out on.
Who did you get the bot?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
And once you got the bot, what'd you do?
Took it back into the house. That time we assisted putting the mother and the baby onto the bot.
How'd that happen?
Laid her on her back. And then I don't recall what firefighter was supporting the baby at that time. Put her on the bot, strapped her in, and they carried her downstairs and put her on our stretcher that was out in the front yard.
How did she go down the stairs? Feet first or head first?
Feet first, I believe.
Do you recall carrying that stretcher?
Carrying the stretcher or the bot?
The stretcher. The bot once
The
patient was
backboard?
loaded.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Were you at the
I was at
bottom
the
part
foot
of the
of it.
stairs?
Yes.
About how much time do you think passed from arriving at the house to carrying the patient out on the backboard?
I'd say no more than probably 10 minutes, but there's official records on that. If I could refresh that, please.
Is that information logged in your report?
It is.
There is a copy of a report in front of you. If you could turn it over and review that, when you're ready to answer questions, turn it face down and look up.
They're doing really well with not letting them read from reports. This prosecutor's hardcore about turn it back face down.
This doesn't have the current times that the one that we printed off.
I
the
would
fire
guess the
station,
judge
ma'am.
is hardcore
That would
about
have
it too.
the accurate times.
Hey, approach. So is it fair to say that there's a report that EMTBs do and then a report that paramedics do?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you this 2-page document, 2 of 5 pages. If you could review that. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, it is. It's our patient care report off our RMS system.
And that's.
Our EMS charts is what it's called.
And that's the report that the paramedics would have completed?
That is correct.
And it has additional times listed on that report, is that correct?
That's correct, because them times are associated with the med unit. Them times are associated with the fire truck.
Okay, so I'm just gonna have you review these 2 pages, and when you're ready to answer questions.
It was 9 minutes, ma'am.
And what time do you guys log arriving at scene?
When we arrive on location, we key the mic and tell dispatch, engine 41, med 41 are on location. And then it's logged in the CAD system at 911 dispatch.
And that's, so when you pull up to the house?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, and then time to leave, is that, well, do you add any of those times?
Manually, or
Do you,
what was your?
You notify dispatch of when you're,
Correct.
when you
The
arrive?
person driving the med unit, it will notify dispatch, med 41s en route, med center, and give what code they're going.
Okay. At the time, and I want to slow this down just a little bit, at the time that you loaded the patient onto the bot,
The big orange
was
thing.
the
I like
defendant providing any information to you?
No.
And did she come in the ambulance?
No, I personally advised her that we were going to go to the med center and that she should ride along with us because she stated, or she did a procedure that's above and beyond our protocol. Anytime that happens, it's required by our protocol that the person that initiates that care is to ride along, such as there's a car wreck, a doctor, a nurse that initiates medical care above and beyond our paramedic and EMT protocol. They ride along and continue that care, so it's not abandonment of that patient.
And what was the procedure that was above your care?
Episiotomy, that's above the paramedic care as well.
And based on the episiotomy and the defendant's actions when you arrived, did you believe that she was a trained medical professional?
Yes, ma'am.
That had additional or more training and certification than you or the paramedics?
Yes, ma'am.
What was her response to your request that she ride along?
I'm starting to lean way more state.
What did she say?
No, she was not going to the hospital.
How did you respond?
I said, okay.
Is that unusual to you?
Yes.
Why?
Someone that has.
That's relevant.
How, once the patient arrived in the ambulance, did you assist in transport? Did you assist in getting her into the ambulance?
Yes.
And did you ride in the ambulance?
I did not, ma'am.
What did you follow to the hospital? Well, let me rephrase that. Did you go to the hospital?
I did go to the hospital. I drive the fire truck, so obviously we can't leave the fire truck at the house and have everyone help out. So I drove the fire truck to the med center. I led actually, firefighter Strauss drove the med unit. I followed him through that neighborhood to get him out of that neighborhood. At that time, that neighborhood was under a sewer and water separation construction. So there were several closed roads that we were unaware of at the time. So that delayed our response to the hospital.
When you arrived at the hospital, did you provide any information to medical providers as to the events that had happened?
I did. The nurse asked, one of the caregiving nurses asked what was going on. They were kind of confused what's going on. We stated that a midwife, I don't know if that's the correct term, I'm sorry, a female helping give birth at home, performed this procedure, started this procedure. She waited over an hour.
I love this guy.
Call 911.
Not just because his haircut's awesome.
How did you? How did you? Where did you receive the information that it was over an hour before 911 was called?
From the family member and the female.
The female patient or the female defendant?
The female defendant.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
That they waited an hour to call 911 and finally decided to call 911.
An hour from
Was
what?
that in response to a question? Or was that information volunteered to you?
The information was volunteered to my best of knowledge.
And when the defendant said that they waited an hour to call, what was your reaction?
My personal reaction is
Professionally, was that important to you?
professionally, yes, that was way too long.
Was that against training that you had received?
He's not trained on when to call.
You can answer.
Yes, that was against any training that I would have received.
And at the time when did this conversation take place?
His facial expressions too.
Prior, before, or after you got the bot?
Prior.
Did you have any other conversation with the defendant?
Other than advising her that we're going to the med center, if she needs to ride with us, no.
Did the defendant instruct you to take the patient to the med center?
No, that the med center is, excuse me, I don't recall if she advised to take us there, but the med center is the Catchment Center Hospital. It's a trauma center, level 1 trauma center, and it was the closest hospital at that time.
And a poorly formed question. So at the time that you and the paramedics decide it's time to take the patient out of the home, was that at the direction of the defendant?
I don't believe so. I believe it was in the direction of common sense of getting the person to the best medical care that was required.
Is it part of your routine duties to update the medical staff at hospital as to what had happened on scene?
Yes, that's called transfer of care to the facility.
And was there any other information you provided as part of the transfer of care?
Not myself personally, other than letting them know that the female that started this procedure would not come to the hospital. Paramedic Heard and Paramedic Mac.
Your only information was that the person who started the procedure would not come. Is that correct? Okay. And then perhaps some of the other squad members would have provided other information?
Correct.
Okay. After you updated the hospital for the transfer of care, did you have any other involvement in this run?
No.
Okay. Did all these events occur in Douglas County?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions at this time.
Ross? Can I take a drink of water?
Thank you, sir. Do you prefer to be addressed as firefighter or officer?
Doesn't matter, sir.
Officer, during recess, before you took the stand, did you have a conversation with Brian Strassis in the hallway?
Yes, I did.
Who was present for that conversation?
Straws.
Yeah, this is the midwife trail.
No one else was present for that conversation?
Not when him and I were carrying on a conversation, no.
What did you talk about?
I just asked him how the case went and what it was like in there, and he said it was good. That's all.
Were you advised of the sequestration order in place here?
I don't know what that is, sir.
So fair to say you weren't advised that there was a sequestration order in place?
It's called
still don't know what that is, sir.
sequestration, dude. Sequestration.
Officer, when you arrived at the house, you stated that you were the second person in the door. Is that correct?
Up the stairs,
Up
carrying
the
the trauma
stairs.
box.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Who was in front of you?
Captain Paramedic Heard.
And
These guys
paramedic
are
Heard
wild. Look at
immediately
those wild
initiated care
eyes.
with the patient.
He assessed the situation first before he immediately initiated care.
And how long does a scene assessment, or did this scene assessment take?
That'd be a question for the paramedic captain, sir.
Well, the purpose of a scene assessment is to ensure the safety of the
That's
the
understood.
EMS,
I understand that, yes, but that's the person in charge of that scene was paramedic captain Dave Heard, not myself.
In your recollection, was he assessing the scene for minutes?
That's hearsay, isn't it?
Please answer the question.
Not minutes, no.
Seconds?
Could be seconds. I mean, it's a
Assessing-
hypothetical question.
Would assessing a scene and where there's no obvious dangers to EMS personnel?
He doesn't need to be this combative.
Or a matter
I think the questions about the talking outside in the hall pissed him off because he got him rattled because he's way too combative right here.
After
He's got
paramedic
mad eyes.
assessed the scene, did he immediately initiate care?
I believe he did, yes. That's a question for him, not for me, sir.
Was your observations of his actions consistent with the paramedic who was initiating care?
Yes.
Officer, you testified that you had no training or experience in breech birth. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Are you familiar with the Nebraska EMS model protocols on a complicated delivery?
What edition of that, sir?
The one that is revised on 12/7/2012, originally that last
It's fucking old.
last revised 6/7/2019.
No, sir. I took my EMT class in 2003 before that edition.
Are you aware that there are protocols that apply to your conduct as an EMT on the job?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that there is a protocol concerning a complicated delivery?
No, I was not aware of that, sir. No. Like I said, that was before my.
It
training.
definitely does. They show some live shots in the courtroom,
understanding
and it looks like a beautiful
protocols
courtroom, actually.
for an EMT responding
Looks huge,
to
too.
a breech birth, that transport should be initiated as soon as possible.
I believe the best option at that time was for them paramedics to try to deliver that baby to get it out and breathing. They attempted that first, and then we transported the baby and mom as soon as that was attempted, and after the episiotomy.
To your knowledge, is that the protocol applicable to a EMT or a paramedic who responds to a breech birth to attempt to successfully complete the birth?
I can't state for a paramedic protocol, but I would say that would be in our probably EMT protocol. I would assume so.
Are you familiar with a procedure that EMTs are directed, that is in the protocol for EMTs, where 2 fingers are inserted vaginally, making a V shape and pushing the vaginal wall from the nose or mouth during a breech birth to try to create an airway? Are you familiar with that procedure?
I am not familiar with that procedure, but Captain Hurd attempted to insert some fingers in the vaginal area, and there was no room at that time.
That was
he attempted to do that, a paramedic.
And from what you could see, that was not possible.
From what I was seeing, correct. That's not possible.
When in the sequence of events did Captain Hurd attempt that maneuver?
I would say after you're saying of the assessment of the scene, right after that.
Before the attempted episiotomy?
Yes, sir.
So if Captain Hurd attempted this maneuver we just described, you'd agree with me that he definitely initiated care prior to the episiotomy procedure?
Ooh. Yes. You got to say yes, dude.
I would assume, yes, initiate care, but yes.
Officer, once you initiate care, does that create certain obligations or duty to you as a responding EMS personnel?
Yes.
Is one of those duties to protect your patient?
Yes.
If you believe that a third party present at the scene was attempting to do something to your patient that was harmful to them, you would attempt to stop them, wouldn't you?
Actions hypothetical.
Hypothetical. There's nothing wrong with hypotheticals.
At that time, I thought it was a trained professional medical personnel that was there. That was above and beyond our protocol and care. So I didn't have any concerns.
Did you or anyone else ask Mrs. Hock what her training might be?
At that time of chaos, no.
Is it fair to say that Mrs. Hock was acting in a manner consistent with someone who knew their way around childbirth?
From what I've seen of childbirth, yes, at that time.
And so your decision to allow that to continue, sorry, excuse me. You would agree with me that had you brought the bot in immediately to the scene that you could have initiated transport sooner?
There's only so many people to carry so many things. We had to see what we were getting into at first. We don't know what we're getting into. Once we realized what we need, what was going on, we went out and got the bot.
Well, you testified that you received word on the radio that this was a breech birth, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that that was an urgent emergency situation?
Correct.
High risk?
Correct.
And as you understand the protocols, at least for you as an EMTB, the proper practice would be to transport quickly?
That is correct. But from the time of dispatch to the time we got there, we didn't know if the baby was born, if the baby was still breached. We're not relevant to that information until we get and assess the scene.
You had 6 EMS personnel on scene, correct?
Correct.
Based on your experience responding to based on your experience, when there's an urgent call and a report of a serious medical situation, you would anticipate that you're going to transport, you would presume that you're going to transport that patient, correct?
That's correct.
Is it your testimony today?
Hey, all, I have an update on
none of
the
6 EMS personnel who
Aaron Dean
responded had a spare hand?
verdict
to bring this
watch.
bot in
If there
immediately?
is no verdict by 7 p.m. Central Time, the jury will be sequestered and come back tomorrow. Now, unfortunately, I do have some kid stuff
Is
to
it your
do
testimony today
in
that
a little
none of
while,
the
so I
6
may go.
EMS personnel, when they initially entered that home,
I'll have to end this
had
at some
a
point,
free
but
hand to carry the bot inside?
so 7 p.m. Central Time is an hour and a half from now.
Someone could have grabbed the bot, yes, but at that time, that was not the priority of getting the bot into the house. Priority was assessing the situation with the time of lapsed of being breached into the time 911 was called for us to get the baby, see what's going on.
So you'd agree with me that the act of you being told at the top of the stairs to get the bot required you to take time to go down the stairs, go out the door, go to your truck, get the bot, and reverse that journey back up the stairs?
Yes, in a matter of 30 seconds. It's not that far, sir. It's down the stairs to the front yard and back upstairs. That doesn't.
He's kind of
Agree with
combative.
me, in an emergency
I
situation,
kind of like
every
it.
second can be precious.
Yes, but patient care was still going on at that time. It wasn't effective. Didn't matter if the bot was there or not there at that time.
You'd agreed with me that you couldn't transport the patient without the bot.
That's true.
Officer, are you aware that you are a mandatory reporter?
Are
you aware that you're a mandatory reporter with respect to suspected child abuse?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that if you suspect child abuse or neglect, that it is your duty to report or cause a report to be made to law enforcement?
That would be my duty to inform my superior officer, and then they do that. As a driver, I respond to Captain Isehold and Captain Dave Hurd, and then they would make the report.
Did you cause a report to be made with law enforcement?
I did not know.
If you believed that child abuse or neglect had occurred on a call you responded to, would you make a report to law enforcement?
Again, I would have to follow chain of command.
So your understanding is that you aren't directly required to report to law enforcement, but that it is sufficient for you to inform a superior?
The big orange thing is not the problem here. This attorney
in a work
is like,
environment, we follow the chain of command, kind of like the military. You respond to your superior officers. That's what we would do. In a non-work environment, yes, I would. If there was something on my day off and something that occurred, I would initiate law enforcement to make a report.
Are you aware of protocols that should be followed by EMS when they respond to a scene concerning establishing who is the highest credentialed or trained personnel at that scene?
Repeat the question, sir.
That was a weird
When you
question.
respond to a scene and there are other people giving aid, are there protocols you follow?
Yes.
And is the protocol that the person with the highest medical training should take the lead in providing that care?
Yes.
And you spoke, I believe, about abandonment or transfer of care earlier. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And is your understanding that that concerns when a licensed medical professional is transferring care, that if they transfer that care, it must be to someone with a higher degree of training?
That's correct.
And you testified that no one determined the qualifications of Mrs. Hock.
At the time, no.
No further questions.
Very briefly, at the start of your cross-examination, you were asked about talking with Stratus. Did you talk about anything concerning the topic of his testimony?
No.
So you were asked about continuation of care and if somebody's already treating a patient when you arrive on scene. Is there, as part of the procedure of assuming care, is there a procedure that the person who has already initiated care is to identify themselves?
Yes, and give a report of what they've been doing.
Also, what their credentials are? Hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm a doctor.
Yes.
Did you get that here?
No.
You saw the T-shirt, saw that the person was doing procedures that you wouldn't be able to do. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And based on those observations, did you presume that the defendant had a higher level of training than you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was based on your direct observations?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a chaotic scene. 6 firemen, the patient with the baby hanging out, and a midwife at the top of the stairs. You talked about, was there a lot of other discussion going on during this time frame? Or was it
Discussion
simply,
of,
was a discussion, a calm discussion of, hey, I've tried this, maybe we should try this next, or was it just, we need to move now?
it was calm discussion. I mean, people call 911 at their worst day of their life, and then we show up and they expect us to fix it. So
You indicated you were asked a number of questions about that 30 seconds it took you to go get the bot. And you stated that there was ongoing patient care at that time.
yes, ma'am.
What specifically was going on when you went to get the bot?
They were trying to still perform paramedic care on paramedic herd. We're still trying to get the baby out at that time.
And okay. And then my last question, you were asked by defense that you can't transport somebody without the bot. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So if you get somebody out of a burning building, you have to get the bot first?
That's true. No, you don't. You just carry them out.
Okay. So you don't always have to have the bot.
No.
I don't have anything further.
That was kind of weird. She kind of discredited him on that. I don't know why. He was a great player. What do we got next? Hey, while we're waiting, real quick, update that I have is that the jury will deliberate until 7 p.m. Central Time. If they do not reach a verdict, they will be sequestered and come back to deliberate in the morning. 7 p.m. Central Time is an hour and 20 minutes from now. The question for me is, have they been told that? And does that mean that they're going to push to get the verdict tonight? We'll see. I don't think so. I think this goes in tomorrow, but we'll see.
State may proceed.
State your name and spell your last name for the record.
David L. Hurd, H-U-R-D.
How are you currently employed?
Frame houses right now.
Are you retired from the Omaha Fire Department?
Yes.
When did you retire?
August 7th, 2022, 2021.
Congratulations. How long were you with the Omaha Fire Department?
I'm going to skip a little bit of voir dire. Just guessing right here.
Okay. And is that just in a breech situation or any childbirth situation?
Mostly in a breech. If it's a normal delivery, it just depends what happens. I mean, if they're not breathing, then
If you're there on a normal delivery and it looks like the baby's getting ready to actually come out, are you going to try to get that baby
we'll
delivered?
stop and get ready to deliver it.
Okay. All right. So when you arrived, what happened next?
We arrived and we were met at the front door by a male, like he was holding a child. He directed us up the steps.
Who was first up the steps? Do you remember?
I think it was me.
Okay. What did you observe when you were up the steps?
Went to the top of the steps and there was a patient to the left of me. She was on all fours.
Was that the mom?
Yes.
Okay. What'd you see next?
There was another lady there. She was holding the baby. The baby's all the way out except for the head.
How was the woman holding the baby acting?
I wouldn't say she was panicking a whole lot, but she wasn't hysterical or anything. But she was concerned.
How about the mom?
I think she was just crying.
Okay. Did you see anybody else up there?
At that time, no. I was just focused on the baby.
What happened next?
I think I said we probably better get going because this doesn't look good.
Did you ask her inquire what was going on, or did you try to get information about what had happened so far?
Yeah, I think I asked what her relationship was here.
And did you learn what the relationship was?
Not for sure. I didn't know if somebody might have said midwife. I don't know.
Did you get the impression the woman holding the baby was someone there trying to help with the delivery?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you observe next?
I don't know. After I said we probably should get going, I don't know if she said maybe let's try one more thing. And then she asked for, I thought she said she asked for a scalpel.
When you say try one more thing, were you doing, what was she trying?
Manipulating the baby a little more to see if we get it out before we moved her again.
All right.
Just one more time.
And did you try to do that?
I think I assisted.
Okay. And what do you think what do you think you did?
I just held the baby. I don't know what she was
Okay. All right.
trying to do.
So you say she wanted to try one more thing and you think she asked for a scalpel?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she didn't get one or we didn't have one. Then I heard her ask for some scissors.
Okay. Did she say scissors or did she say trauma scissors?
Scissors.
Okay. Do you have scissors?
Yeah, we have trauma scissors.
What are trauma scissors?
They're they got like an end on them for safety, and they usually cut clothes off with them.
Let me show you. Is it a 98? Is that a picture of trauma scissors?
Yes.
Okay, so you say end on for safety. What do you mean end for safety?
Like you can't puncture anything with it. It's like rounded.
Are they specifically designed not to cut into skin?
I suppose you could if you wanted to, but they're designed not to puncture skin.
Did you get the impression when she was asking for the scissors that she knew what she was doing, or what were you thinking?
I had an idea if she's asking for scissors for some reason that she had some medical training.
What did you think she was going to do?
Well, so
Did you have any idea?
Not for sure, but she might be trying to cut
the charge is child abuse.
That's the only other
right?
thing.
So the defense
So
is
what happened?
the defense is making this argument of
What happened
hey, you're
next?
charging her with child abuse.
We heard a
these
scream.
folks,
Which came from
government
the mother.
workers, firefighters are mandatory reporters, and they didn't report it as child abuse. So how could it be
got
child
loaded
abuse?
up in
That's
the
I'm not saying it's a
Baby
Mm-hmm.
great
didn't
argument, but that's why they're
respond to
trying to
anything.
do
It
that.
stayed the same.
Okay. Could you see what she did with the scissors?
Not really. She was kind of in front of me. I was kind of holding the baby off to the side.
Did you see anybody else up there?
I did not.
Okay. At some point, of course, that you had the other paramedic, Matt Carroll, was up there, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Okay. And at some point, did the other firefighters come to the top as well?
they were probably in the hallway.
Okay. So
This
after
prosecutor's
that,
pretty efficient.
did you, well, first I should say, do you recognize the woman who was using the scissors? Do you recognize her today? If you don't, that's fine, but.
I could
Okay, couldn't.
tell you what she looked like.
Too long ago?
Yeah.
Or didn't get a good look?
I didn't even get a good look at her.
All right. Now, were you directing the scene? If you're the captain and it's your call, are you giving directions to people?
Somewhat.
Okay. What do you mean by somewhat?
I'd ask
This
for
guy's a
stuff.
little cavalier.
I'd ask for
He was the
what we
captain.
needed.
Okay.
But Matt was there too.
Maybe that's why he's framing houses now.
We kind of worked together.
Okay. Do you know who handed her the scissors?
No.
Did you hand her was more than one pair handed to her?
I don't believe so.
All right. So
Good
after
point,
that,
J.
you
Michael.
decided need to get her loaded up and out of there. Is that right?
Yes.
So what did you do to get that affected?
We got a bot. It's an orange thing. It's like a flexible stretcher. We got her on that. And then we took her down the stairs.
How quickly was that bot able to get up the stairs?
I think we took it up when we went. We usually take it up when we go.
How was she loaded up on the stretcher?
I think we laid her on her back.
What did you do anything to support the baby?
I kind of held the baby as we went down the stairs the best I could.
Is that important to do?
Yes.
Why is that?
Keep control of the neck.
Now, were you paying all attention to where the cord was at this point?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see the cord? Okay. Did you take her down feet first or head first?
I want to say feet first.
No.
What did you do
Wrong.
once you got downstairs?
Took her out the door and put her on the stretcher.
And did you get her up in the squad?
Then we took her to the squad.
Did you? Is it typical to start IVs when you put people into an
Yes.
ambulance? Why do you do that?
In case we got to give them some fluid or medications.
Once you get an IV in, is that something that the hospital personnel then can use your same IV that you started?
Yes. Yep.
Were you able to give her an IV or did she refuse?
Refused one.
Did she say why she was refusing?
She's had a bad experience some other time.
So in light of the fact she refused that IV, did you force the IV or did you?
No, we can't force it on them.
Okay, all right. Once you got in the squad, did you do some other efforts to try to get her to deliver before you were driving away?
We thought we'll try to see if she can push one more time and see if it'll come out or not. But
What did you do to help the push? Did you help lift her legs or put her into any position to get her to
at
push?
that time, I think we just had her try to push, put her legs up, and then had her push.
You did put her legs up?
Had her do it.
Had her do it, okay. And did that work? Okay. Did you do anything to try to get oxygen to the baby?
Normally we put a non-rebreather or some airway down there by the area where the baby is, just to get it a little oxygen if we can.
And at that point, the head was still inside of mama, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so head to the hospital. Did it take a while? Do you recall?
I don't know how long we, that's a few roadblocks we ran into. There was construction in the area.
What did you do on the way to the hospital back there?
Just tried to maintain what we could, keep the baby warm, and held it.
Keep the baby warm?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
We put blankets around it.
Okay. What, at some point, was the baby able to deliver?
As we turned on off Saddle Creek and going up Farnham to Med Center, I think Matt had an idea, just put her legs up as far as you could. They kind of pushed them up and then it delivered.
And so had an idea, meaning going to help actually extend her legs up?
Yeah, as far as they could get them.
And is that what they did? And what happened?
The baby delivered.
How did the baby look?
As we were going to the hospital, it had good color, but as time went on, the extremities started turning blue.
Is that a pretty serious thing to see that?
Yes,
What does that mean?
it's not getting oxygen.
So when the baby was delivered, how did the baby look?
Bluish.
Was the baby breathing?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
Started CPR.
And by CPR, what do you mean?
I was compressing his chest.
We just grab it around the thing and use our thumbs to.
So that it's
Compress it.
small, so it's not like we see with adults, you're literally
No,
just using
use
your
our
thumbs.
Yep.
Okay. You don't have any, I don't know. It's a manual thing. You don't have any equipment that does
No,
CPR for a baby?
No,
All right. What about the umbilical cord? You're trained to cut those umbilical cords, isn't that right?
yes,
So did you cut the umbilical cord?
no.
Why did you not do that?
The time I thought that was the only survival thing it had since it's been, I didn't want to cut it right away.
Felt like hopefully maybe the baby could still get some.
nutrients and oxygen from the mother.
Okay. Did you do anything? Did you, was it umbilical cord beating at all? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
And so sounds like that happened fairly quick before you were getting her at the hospital.
Yes.
Once you got at the hospital, then what'd you do?
We unloaded the stretcher. Nurses met us as we backed in, they met us outside, right at the doors. And then we, I don't know if I think we went into the room and then they cut the cord right away and took the baby to a different room.
At that point, are you finished with your role once you turn
At that
over to the
time.
hospital?
Yeah, I just got to do the report after that.
So funny how the mics pick up them whispering.
It always events occur in Benton, Nebraska.
Remember, if you haven't hit that like button, hit that
Thank you, sir.
subscribe button.
There's going to
Please
be
do
some
it.
cross-examination, I think.
What's that? Oh, sorry.
No worries. Could you please describe the training you received in responding to a breech birth?
The training, all we know is that it's serious. And if it doesn't come out, we just got to get going as soon as we can.
Fair to say that the training you receive in birth in general is relatively minimal compared to training in other types of medical interventions?
Yes.
And is that because your scope of practice doesn't include many interventions that you can use when assisting at birth?
I would say that we don't come around it that often. It's not as often as one of our calls.
Sure. Would you agree with me that, or excuse me, are you familiar with the Nebraska EMS model protocols?
Somewhat.
At the time that you were working as a paramedic, would you have been familiar?
Yeah.
And did those protocols more or less describe the best practices that EMTs and paramedics should do in various situations?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that if you responded to an uncomplicated labor, that those protocols might include preparing for a birth on the scene?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the protocols for responding to a complicated delivery like breech birth, that the best practice in that situation is to transport as soon as possible?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd, when you arrived and walked up the stairs to the patient, did you immediately initiate care?
I assisted.
Did you or your colleague, Mr. Is it Carroll?
Yes.
Come on, dude.
One of
Talking
you
to Mike.
immediately initiated
There's
care?
plenty of them.
We assisted with the baby at first, yeah.
Fair
We
to
weren't
say.
sure what was going on.
Fair to say that you sized the scene up
Yes.
and then initiated care immediately afterwards?
Yes.
And is there a protocol for EMS personnel when they respond to a scene and another person is already rendering care?
If they're a higher rank, say, like if the doctor's there and they run the call, then they're supposed to come to the hospital with us.
So
higher ranking than us.
in that situation, is it your responsibility to determine who has the higher training?
Yeah.
Because if you had higher training, you should be the one in charge of that scene, correct?
Yeah.
And were you able? Did you determine
Not talking
what
to the mic at all.
training Mrs. Hock had?
Not at first, no.
Mr. Hurt, can you describe again what exact maneuvers you attempted to assist Emily with the birth of her child?
I was just holding the baby at the time.
You tried no maneuvers?
No.
Mr. Hurd, once you initiate care, does that create a duty for you in regards to your patient?
Yes.
And does that duty include keeping them safe?
Yes.
And does that duty preventing them from coming to further harm?
Yes.
And was it your belief, your judgment at that time, that the actions of Mrs. Hock were a reasonable response to this emergency situation?
Yep.
I didn't know what her rank or status was. I didn't know if she was a nurse or whatever at the beginning.
If you thought that the actions, did you understand that she was going to try to do I apologize, I struggle with this word, episiotomy?
I had an idea.
And you did nothing to stop that?
No. I didn't know if she was qualified for it or not.
You didn't ask her if she was qualified, did you?
No.
Is it your testimony that besides holding the baby and assisting Mrs. Hock, that you provided no interventions that you learned as a paramedic?
Interventions? I mean, there is no other interventions besides go.
And you would agree with me, and I think your words were load and go,
Yes.
that was the priority in a situation like this.
Yes.
Because time was of the essence.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you learned that this was a breech birth en route to the scene, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So you knew even before you entered that house that the best practice in your profession would be to load up the patient as soon as possible and transport her to the hospital.
If it didn't deliver, yes. There's a chance it could deliver.
Are you aware of a procedure that an EMT or a paramedic is authorized to attempt in a breech birth where they insert 2 fingers vaginally to create a V in the birth canal?
Yes.
Did you attempt that?
Yes.
Was it successful? No. At what point did you attempt that?
I think right before we moved her down the stairs.
After Mrs. Hock attempted her episiotomy?
I believe so.
Mr. Hurd, how long were you, after you arrived at the scene, was the patient moved into the ambulance?
I don't know. Without looking at my report, I don't.
If I showed you your report, would it refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris. We handed you a patient care report. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Please review that, and when you're done, put it down in the cup of me. I apologize, Your Honor. I have a complete report that
contains 2 pages that report doesn't include. I'd like to offer it this time.
Sure.
This is the computer part.
That's fine. I should have brought my glasses. It's like 9 minutes.
And Mr. Hurd, in your training, are you and other EMS personnel trained to load and transport a patient quickly?
Yes.
Do you have to pass training scenarios where you're timed?
No.
Is there a standard in the Omaha Fire Department that EMS personnel
They're going
are
after
held to
EMS
as
on this. I don't know if
the
that's the play.
quickness with which they are able to load and transport a
But I guess
patient?
you got to cross them.
Depends on the
Might not be part of their closing.
situation.
How long does it take to put someone on a bot, strap them in?
Depends where they're at. If it's accessible, like in the hallway, it'd take probably longer because there's not that much room. Trying to get people in there to help lift and move.
You'd agree with me that several things happened in that hallway before that bot was brought up the stairs?
I think the bot was already up at the top of the steps.
Is your recollection that that bot was brought in immediately with the crew?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd, are you aware that when you were a paramedic, you were under a mandatory reporting obligation in regard to abuse and neglect of a child?
Here we go again.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that if you suspected the abuse or neglect of a child, that you were required to report that to law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you make a report to law enforcement about this incident?
No.
Did you cause a report to be made to law enforcement about this incident?
No.
Did I ask all questions?
What's your training in neonatal resuscitation?
If they're not breathing, then we just bag valve mask, breathe for them. If their pulse is less than 60, we do chest compressions right away.
Are you familiar with the normal rate of respiration for a newborn infant?
I think it's between 100 and 140 maybe.
Are you aware of differences between resuscitating an older child and a newborn, a neonatal patient?
Yes.
What are those differences?
Their heart rates are different. Their respiratory rates are different. But basically we treat them the same.
Mr. Hurd, how long did it take to, once the patient was loaded up in your ambulance, how long did it take to get to the hospital?
Look at my thing. Can I look at my report? I don't know where.
Yes, please.
Looking at it. It's like 19 minutes.
19 minutes. Mr. Hurd, what's your understanding of your scope of practice in
Took
regards
them a while to get to the hospital, man.
responding
sucks.
to a patient undergoing childbirth?
What do you mean?
What type of things are you allowed to do under the scope of practice when responding to childbirth?
Assist with the delivery.
Any other interventions?
If they're not breathing, we can give medications.
What medications are those?
Epinephrine we can give. Atropine.
To the infant?
Yes. If they're not breathing.
Law and crime is 60% guilty, 40% not guilty on their poll. We shall see.
Mr. Hurd, are you aware that as a mandatory reporter, let me back up. If you believed that you responded to an event in your professional capacity as a paramedic, and you suspected there was some type of child abuse or neglect occurring, you'd make a report, correct?
Yes.
And do you know that there is criminal liability that you could face if you failed to make a report?
Hipster lawyers.
But you do understand that it's a very serious thing being a mandatory reporter.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you would err on the side of caution if you believed that child abuse might have occurred?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Judge, thank you.
We're gonna be in recess for the afternoon, so we'll start back up at 9 o'clock.
All right, there we have it. Day one. Fairly interesting. I thought it was going to be a little more interesting. I still have a trouble with the charge of child abuse. If she's guilty of child abuse, how is she not guilty of murder?
If you work in IT,
or manslaughter
you
at
need
least.
Terra,
Here, let
an
me stop
all-in-one
this.
remote monitoring and management solution to run your entire IT operation smoothly.
All right. Yeah, so interesting facts. Can I have trouble with if they're not going to charge her with murder? How are they charging her with child abuse? And I think I might have just dropped the microphone, but hopefully we're good. So again, on the Aaron Dean front, they have about another 50 minutes to deliberate. If they do not reach a verdict tonight, they will be sequestered and come back tomorrow. Now, unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, I have some kid stuff to do. We got to go do the cottage fair at school. So I'm going to probably end the stream. I'm going to be super bummed if somehow I miss the verdict in the next 50 minutes. If there is a verdict in the next 50 minutes and I will go live. But I kind of doubt I'll be able to. Anyway, I will be back live at 7:30 Mountain Standard Time. We will. I'm fairly certain we'll still be on verdict watch, and as we're on verdict watch, we will keep watching the trial of Nebraska versus Angela. Oh my God, Hock! I'm tired. It's been on for 9.5 hours. I certainly appreciate everybody coming by. If you haven't hit the like button on the on this stream, do it now, please. And if you haven't subscribed, and I highly doubt anyone in here hasn't subscribed, please subscribe. I do have a donation link in the description as well. It's pay.trialjunkie.live. Any donations are absolutely super appreciated, but please don't feel obligated. Let me see if there's anything in the chat we need to hit. I like this one. He is definitely a hipster lawyer. He is the defense attorney. He seems to be the lead defense attorney from what I can tell. He did the opening. EMT didn't do his job. Yeah. And so he has one small point on this. They took about 20 minutes to get to the hospital, but it's not the fault. And I feel like he went a little hard on. He went a little hard. He's trying to blame the EMTs, and I don't think that's the right way to go, especially in a bench trial. So, here's what we did today. We watched the jury instructions and the closing arguments from both the prosecution and the defense in the Aaron Dean trial. Once the case was sent to the verdict, this is where I got to stop. Once the case was given to the jury, we went on verdict watch and started watching this case. We're 3 days behind on it. So as we're on verdict watch, we'll catch up. And my goal is on Monday, we'll be watching it live. Yeah, this case is wild. Yeah. Get off court TV. We're going to continue doing this trial all the way through. Oh, here's a teaser. Here's a teaser, everybody. It gets so good. Now we're definitely watching it. Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to try to move through. We're going to get to skip breaks and lunch and such, so we should be able to get through it and get caught up ASAP. Definitely rewatch it with me. Hey guys, make sure even if you do it for an hour, turn on your long crime notifications so you get notified if there's a verdict. I'll try to jump on live, but I highly doubt it. I don't want any of you to miss the verdict. So make sure you have all your alerts and everything you all usually do for verdict watch, and jump on. I don't think we're gonna get it. Now we're about 45 minutes away. Let me see if there's any updates. Update is still that they're going to go to 7 and they'll be sequestered and come back tomorrow morning if they don't reach a verdict. And I'm not seeing movement. I'm not seeing anyone. I'll keep up. If I can go live, I will. But you all have a good night. I'm going to go have a little bit of dinner with the kids. And we'll see you all again tomorrow morning for more verdict watch, I suspect. One more quick thing. Wow. Very interesting. Yeah. It's a totally fun case. We'll keep watching it tomorrow. You all have a good night.